So, admittedly, I have not looked into terrestrial navigation uh, at all, although I've heard about it, and I'm thinking to myself, depending on how far you are away from whatever it is that you take an elevation angle to, I mean, that has to be a fairly small angle. Like, if you're miles away from even like a mountain peak, you're going to get a pretty short, pretty small angle. Um, and I just don't know how that would work. I guess I don't know how accurate that would be.
Yeah, I wonder.
Anybody looked into terrestrial navigation?
Yeah, it's done the same way. The thing I wonder about too is like, the kind of precision that would be needed that we would require to determine the relationship of angles and distances for our purposes is much greater than what is used in the field. Because you got to think about like people using sextants on a boat, got choppy waves, it might be rocking. How accurate can you get with your tick marks? As you get your elevation angles and azimuthal angles. How accurate are your clocks? Are you off by a few seconds? I mean, all of these errors compound and add up over time.
Yeah.
Yep, I've got the same thing. They decided it was 5,400 nautical miles from the North Pole to the equator, and I'm like, okay, what about errors due to parallax? What about errors due to instrument inaccuracies?
Yeah, that's a tough one. Like, how do you ever gauge the accuracy? How are you going to get the true distance? That would be damn tough. Now, I think it's probably really helpful for practical purposes, just kind of getting a gauge for where you're at in relationship to locations based on a star's GP. I think it probably does a fine job of that. But there's going to be a point where you're going to stop using elevation angles and you're just going to go by charts and ultimately like geographical features, landmarks, stuff like that.
Yep. Ultimately, what we're doing here with this is we're checking the claim for spherical excess. And instead of using landmarks for it, like surveyors do horizons and mountains and stuff, we're using the stars. The same principles apply. So if you can enclose a triangle with known side distances by using celestial navigation on a flat Earth, then the sky is flat too.
Then 69 miles per degree won't no longer match. It'll be something else.
That's right. So if you take a triangle and try and smash it onto a globe, it's going to have curving sides. And or you won't be able to enclose a triangle. So if like the sky is round and the Earth is flat, and you're going to use 69-1, you're going to run into these issues. And it is possible the sky has a different topology than the Earth, and it's possible that it is round and the Earth is flat, and there are issues, and those issues are papered over by the fudge factors involved. We simply do not know enough at this case right now to say, but we do know that when we measure the Earth flat, we measure flat distances to very high levels of precision with lasers, then we're debunking a rounded Earth, which means the rounded Earth can be summarily tossed. That doesn't rule out what the sky's doing, though. But this also means that ground distances that are unmitigated from the 69-1 rule are wholly inaccurate, and everybody's inaccurate this whole time. I don't necessarily believe that's the case because there are all kinds of crazy fudge factor corrections that are shoved into these systems. You got all kinds of like sensor filtering and averaging and smoothing of data going on called common filtering and using statistical methods using stochastics. So, I mean, what I'm ultimately interested in is precise measured data, like we all have been asking for. And I'm not going to acknowledge there's a 69-to-1 rule until I see the data for it. And it's not just the 69 part that's a problem, but it's the one part, like says who was talking about, like measuring angles. Like, how accurate can you be? You know, like if you're going to use Polaris and Polaris wobbles very slightly in its position, if you're going to use that wobble, you need to account for it. Otherwise, you're going to be 30 nautical miles off because Polaris is offset from the true center of the sky by about half a degree, which would translate to 30 statute miles. So there's like the declination or inclination or azimuthal change of Polaris relative to the observer that has to be taken into account in order to seal up that 30 nautical mile gap. But nobody talks about that part. And then how accurate is your measuring device? I mean, how accurate were nautical sextants to be able to determine a half a degree while on a boat, you know, through atmospheric refraction, through wobbly bobbly on the seas. I mean, there's all kinds of crap going on. So I really just don't buy that rule of thumb being wholly accurate. It may work good enough for most cases, particularly in the north, but I would love to see that work everywhere consistently at all times.
Yeah. It's the same issue I have with the 5,000 stadia that was measured between Syene and whatever. And how do you measure that distance accurately over a surface that has topography? So you've got ups and downs.
Well, I would have to imagine that the idea of, we use this term celestial navigation, but I have to imagine that most ancient cultures still had a relationship with the stars where they assumed that they, were over uh, geographic locations, perhaps took angles to them, perhaps made their own calculations, created their own rules, and gave themselves some values like that, where they said, well, if it's in this azimuth, if Syene's kind of over there and we see this star over there, we're going to take an angle and we're going to say 500 stadia. Now, how would they come up with that? I have no idea. But I mean, we screw up by thinking that the ancient cultures were just a bunch of knuckle dragging idiots. These were intelligent people. They had plenty of navigation systems of their own. Maybe they got lost. I don't know, but I have to imagine that most of the things that we use today are about as old as the Earth or the ancient cultures themselves. Purely my opinion.
Yeah, I kind of think of it like there are other trees of development that civilizations can take besides just like the high tech one that we have. That may be equally powerful and just different.
Yeah. I will say I still like celestial navigation. And like I said, I don't know that I would call it a flat Earth proof necessarily, but I think it's the ultimate principle that, like 10th Man was trying to point out to everybody, that the way that they're doing the process is referencing the Earth as the plane itself, and the distance and all that stuff, uh, or the angle itself, the zenith of the star, all that stuff is done with a flat plane in mind and treating the Earth as essentially the baseline of the angle, right? And so it's like, okay, well, then in celestial navigation, they're essentially using a flat Earth to get distances between points. It's the same thing as surveying, right? Where it's like they're measuring this flat. So what the Glober does is they come in and they talk about, number one, like Matthew said, oh well, they assume that the Earth is a sphere. Well, I don't care what they assume; they're still measuring the Earth and referencing it as a flat plane. So if what they're doing is a flat Earth, who cares what they assume? Oh well, they also assume that the Earth is curved, and that's why they're going to, assume that the zenith angles are reciprocal. Well, I don't care if they assume that. They're still getting plumb everywhere that they go. They measure it flat, and then later on, they slap it onto a coordinate system or a pre-assumed sphere, and then of course they create themselves some problems. So it's always the principles that actually are the damning thing, right? The condemning thing. It's like, well, if everybody's referencing the Earth and measuring it and treating it as it's flat, what do I care about the assumptions that are made afterward, especially when those assumptions create inaccuracies?
Well, I mean, supposedly the story goes is, they're using it like elevation angles to a curving sky. So you got non-Euclidean sky, Euclidean ground, and they found that there were some very complex mathematical problems associated with this. Number one, you're going to get corruption. You're going to get stretching and warping of ground distances and everything over time. And so, out of convenience to treat the ground is the same curvature as the sky is an elegant way to reconcile using the sky as a sphere and having it match on the ground. And then you just add a whole bunch of corrections because the Earth is actually flat in reality.
Right.
And that's what's going on. Yep. If you weren't able to add in those corrections to the ground, then you could probably add those corrections to the sky and retain a flat Earth, and you'd be in the same position that we're in now.
Yeah, and no one's going to try to even attempt to correct the sky. Like number one,
Yeah.
it does all kinds of crazy stuff, and number two, how could you possibly do that? If you have to try to treat it as like a material, where these stars are in like almost physical locations, right? Like we use this term free space, but they're in these geometrical locations and they all have like a relationship to each other distance wise and stuff. You can't do that with the sky. The sky is way too mysterious, way too crazy. Um, yeah, it's nuts. The sky is a wonderful thing. It's an amazing thing. All the all the crazy stuff that happens, even with the moon, for crying out loud. Um, and so, if we try to treat that like some kind of physical geometric system, we get jacked up big time. Like it's just weird.
I don't really have many questions right now. Honestly, I was just kind of gearing up to say that we literally have Jesus in the chat. So, I mean, here's our answer, right? We're going to get the answer right now from Jesus. Is the earth flat?
Measured so.
I didn't say Jim. I said Jesus.
Jesus will tell you that the earth is flat. He must be away from his mic.
Damn. Should I just take a disciple's word for it?
No, you should measure it.
Fact.
Have you ever done anything like that?
In school, yeah.
Really? In school you measured earth curvature.
Well, not necessarily that, but usually you can add up a bunch of things that you do measure and usually draw, I don't want to say assumptions, but you can draw pretty decent conclusions on those things.
Can you explain the methodology there?
Well, I remember measuring the acceleration of gravity. Not that that proves that the Earth is a globe, but it's just one of those things.
Okay, but you said you had measured earth curvature,
I
right?
didn't say that. No. But I've done measurements that lead me to believe that yes, the Earth is curved.
So how does the gravitational constant prove anything about the surface of the earth?
Well, it's just one of the things. It's gravity, right? How does it prove? I mean, it's kind of like a question of where does this come from?
Well, can you
And I
define
know
gravity
I
to
know the
start with?
definition you guys. typically use is density.
No, well, I asked you for the definition of gravity. We don't define gravity as density unless you're talking about specific gravity.
It's
And that's
like
not our definition, that's just the definition. So when you say
I would
gravity,
say
what do you mean?
so I know a
Okay,
lot of people don't like using the word force in this, but I think the generally accepted definition includes the word force between objects attracting each other based off of their mass.
okay, so if you're gonna go with that, can
What it is.
you demonstrate that's that can you demonstrate that happening? Can you provide an experiment that isolates gravity so that we know gravity is the cause of this phenomena you're describing?
That that's a big ask right now. I'd need time to think about that question because I've never really thought about that specifically in regard to gravity. But like I said, that's just kind of like one of the things that brings me to the conclusion that I have. Just like I'm
So
sure you
you
guys have a lot of things that
so
bring you
you
to.
don't believe a general downward vector could happen if the Earth was flat?
I just know that the flat earthers don't have an explanation that I agree with, right? I
Okay, but
think a
that's
lot of you
not
guys
what I
talk about
asked.
density.
Yeah, but that's not what I asked you.
Yeah. So what I'll say is that our current explanation of gravity has been consistent with like just other things I've experienced, I've seen, and I get that that doesn't prove everything, but it kind of just the consistency, right? Like it fits in here, it fits in here, it works there, it works
Okay.
there, it makes sense. It's
Okay, so what's another thing that implies that the Earth is a spheroid?
I would
Because
say
I think we can rightfully discard the concept that a downward vector proves anything about the nature of the surface. I think that's fair. It doesn't prove anything one way or another, it's just something we observe.
I think
So,
a lunar eclipse is pretty compelling. That is just
okay.
like another example, right?
Okay,
Um,
so why is
well, I
that
ask myself,
compelling?
what's casting that shadow, and the shadow is curved, right? It has like an umbra, I think they call it.
Well,
So
wait, dial it back.
it's
Why are
not
you
always curved, is what you're gonna say. There's an exception. Yeah.
No, wait, don't put words in my mouth.
All right, sorry, yeah. So
You just said it's a shadow.
so I'm assuming that it's a shadow.
Right. You're
It,
assuming.
it's been pretty consistent with what shadows are, to my
Well, actually,
knowledge.
no. A sphere casting a shadow on another sphere actually creates an S curve on it. So it's
Uh,
not consistent with the shadow.
this is your assumption based off of seeing this on a smaller scale, correct?
It's not an assumption, it's something we can test and observe.
Right, but this is something that you've tested and observed on a much
Yeah,
smaller
I mean,
scale than what we claim these planets are.
maybe someone in
So
the
that's not
chat can
necessarily
post
one
the
to one.
video. Pardon?
I'm just saying it's not one to one, right? And we talk about relativity all the time, but it's things are different depending on shapes and sizes and how big
Shadows?
they are.
Do shadows act differently when you scale the two objects up and down?
Do I know light can. Light can
Think about what I just asked you, though. Just think about it.
well, have we tested it before with shadows to that scale is my
Well,
question.
To the
That's
scale of
always
the
what
moon?
I've just been so you guys perform an experiment and say that this scales up to what we
Well,
claim the Earth and the Moon and the Sun
if
are,
I wanted
right?
to make a scale replica of the Earth and the Moon and the Sun, what would the
Correct.
equivalent sizes be if it was to be something that I could do on my own?
And
Can you give me
so
that scale?
I
I want to
appreciate
make sure
that
that the
question
scale is correct. I want to make sure
because
it's correct.
not to get off topic because I feel like this kind of is, but I feel like that argument is usually brought up when people say that what can I do to visually see that the Earth is curved? Because
well,
obviously I cannot fund myself to take a rocket out there, just like we
No,
can't get
we
these
already
large
went on the
planets to
rabbit
figure out
trail,
what these
got
shadows are
away
doing.
from curvature, and jumped into gravity. So I'm kind of just following you down the rabbit trail. You've
well,
given me a scale is necessary in order to replicate it properly, and I'm
Yes,
asking what the scale is. Can you give me a ratio that's appropriate for something that I can do at home for
I
the
would not
sun,
have that
the earth,
off
and
the
the
top of
moon?
my head. That would like I said, there's a lot to this that I don't know that we don't know, right?
Okay,
So
so in
I'm not
order
gonna
to have this
give you random
scale, right?
numbers and
In
stuff.
order to have this scale, you need to know the radius of the Earth. In order to know the radius of the Earth, you needed to have made a measurement of the Earth. Have you done the measurement of the surface of the Earth? Because obviously you can't dig the diameter to get the radius value.
I
So have you
not,
done
no,
that?
and that isn't
Okay.
possible, just like many other
Yeah.
things have spoken here.
And this
Yeah.
topic brings us back to the original point, curvature measurement.
Is that we don't know that that seems to be what it comes to, right? That we don't know.
You don't know what? The
Well,
radius?
like I said, we don't
You gotta
know
make
if
a
these
curvature
measurements are
measurement.
true about the circumference being 25,000 miles or whatever, the radius diameter. Like we don't know that. We have a lot of lacking knowledge here.
Well,
Hey,
I've
J Dog,
taken a
if you look just quickly, J Dog, if you look in the side chat, at 49 minutes past the hour, there's some information for starting at 49. There's some information for you as in relation to your lunar eclipse idea. Yeah, and I don't know if I'm hearing this correctly or not, but it sounds to me like you're saying a small scale model will could possibly show a different effect than the large scale, and the large scale being the actual moon. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying I don't know. Just like we don't know for a lot of these things.
Okay, so why should we assume that during a lunar eclipse we're seeing a shadow when we don't see shadows behaving like that?
Is it not in and of itself to make an assumption that you have all the knowledge too? Like that is an assumption in and of itself that you don't
Okay,
need to
but
worry about
you're
that.
missing the point. Why would we reject the knowledge that we do have in favor of a different idea that we cannot prove?
I feel like that's not a fair argument because I feel like flat earthers tend
No,
to
it's not
reject a
an
lot of
argument, it's a
information that's out
question.
there, and it's very selective on what we choose to use in our information.
So there it goes, bro. You
Yeah.
don't jump off and start to attack people. It's a very reasonable question. Why would you use assumptions when you already have data that proves otherwise?
Well, I'm not attacking people just by saying this is what flat earthers do, right?
Well, you
I'm
should hear
saying
your
It's a reasonable question for
information
anyone.
is omitted
Why
Yeah,
would you
can you
use the
all the time.
assumption when you already have data that shows otherwise?
Is there not data that shows otherwise against you guys though? That's the
No,
thing.
there
You guys
isn't.
have
Yeah, where
yes.
is it? Where is it?
Where exactly to what though?
You tell me. Give me an example.
So like curvature to the Earth, for instance, I could show you pictures, for instance, but you guys are going to say those pictures are fake because they're just pictures. But here's the
No,
thing: you guys are
no, bro,
providing.
relax,
Just let me
calm
finish my
down.
statement.
What's
You
wrong
guys are
with you?
providing
My
pictures in the
goodness
side
gracious. Don't
chat,
freak
which is
out.
your
My goodness
own.
gracious. Why are you
Go
freaking
ahead,
out,
get it
Showing me
out.
J-Dog?
pictures from 50
All
years ago.
right.
Yeah, let him get his feels
J-Dog.
out.
It is not necessary to come unglued. I asked you a reasonable question, and now you're freaking out. So I'm asking you specifically if you have data contrary to what we've published or has been published by the mainstream that proves a globe, please present it. Very simple.
Do you think these gifts on Discord is data though? Like I'm just.
I didn't say that it was. No one said that it was.
So then, what is the presented data? You said you presented data to me, and I just asked you
Yeah.
everything
All
that you
right.
guys showed
So
me on the Discord here
no
was the
worries.
presented. Like, what's going on here?
So the GIF of the moon being darkened from the top down.
Yes,
How would
from
that
the flat Earth
exactly
Discord, I'll
work?
point out.
Yeah, no worries. Are you saying, listen, if you have something to the contrary occurring, please present it.
I don't have all these gifs and things on the side ready to just throw into the chat.
Hey,
I'm just here to
You've
have a
got the
conversation.
internet at your fingertips, friend.
J Dog, you're asking us to believe in an idea that you have. You
I'm
want us
not.
to just accept it. You accept it, but you've never even questioned it or looked for evidence to support
I've
it.
very much. I've seen a lot of the laser experiments presented in this chat.
Well, wait, we were
I've
talking
heard
about the
David Oakley
moon.
talk.
Okay,
Well, yeah,
okay.
I've heard it all. What do you want me to say? Like, yes, I've been here for these discussions.
J-Dog.
Okay.
Then why can't you
Can you let
support your claims?
My claims to what exactly?
Well, you said a lunar eclipse
That
is a shadow on the moon. You were unable to support that. You're saying that the Earth's surface is curved, and you said you'd done experiments or tests to that effect, but you weren't able to produce those as well. So, and you're bringing up laser experiments and saying that they aren't proof that the surface is curved. So, can you present a laser experiment that does prove the surface is curved?
You understand that my word
Instead of trying to knock down, can you please present your own evidence?
So you realize that my word here and what I might post in the side chat is just as weak evidence to the Earth being a globe as these gifs and random things that you guys are posting for the flat Earth claim. And I think we're
I feel
always going to
that's
be misconstruing
disparaging
the other
because I
side's
think you're
argument
not.
too.
I think you're not really reading things when you're just mocking them as GIFs. I mean, a GIF is just a method of conveying information. It doesn't mean the information is invalid because it's in a GIF form.
You guys are presenting things created by flat earthers, though. Is there not a clear bias of a GIF
Genetic
created by a
fallacy.
flat earther with
That's a
no
genetic fallacy.
Can I?
Who created it has no
Let me
bearing
just.
on the
Can I
truth of it.
clarify? Can I
But
just clarify?
Jay,
No,
There's
it's a
literally
genetic
no
fallacy.
information to these.
It's a genetic fallacy. There's no way around it. The truth of the information has nothing to do with who created it.
So for instance, let me just reply to this one.
So
you
what you
provide me
keep
some
doing over and
documentation
over
on this GIF?
again is you keep
Hold on.
trying to disparage people as if the personality and people and things determine the truth of the information. They don't. And there's
I'm not
nothing you can
disparaging
do
people.
to fix that. But
I'm
that's your
asking for
whole
sources
shtick.
now. I'm asking for sources. Could you
It doesn't
provide
matter. Fucking Adolf Hitler made the gift.
Just send me the GIF so I can verify it, right? Send me where I
Dude,
can
I'll
verify
send you a
where
fucking
this person
video,
did this
dude. I'll
experiment.
send you a video. How about
A
that?
source for
Send you a
what?
video. The Selenalian eclipse from the Cohacky
Am I
Mounds
being a
in
bigot?
Ohio that a
How am I
regular
being a bigot?
glober took. Why are you over talking me? You
I'm
asked
just,
for
someone called me
something.
a
I'm
bigot in the
telling you
side
what I'm
You
chat,
going
want
to
to
and I
give
source
want to
you.
the
address it.
Selenalian eclipse?
Hold on. Someone's calling me a bigot in the side chat, and I want
Jay,
to address.
why don't you
Where
try
am I
Who
being a
to
cares,
hang
bigot?
out
You
dude?
handle
for a
that in the
Give us a
side
second?
chat, bro.
Like,
Can
for
I get a
real, let him
clarification on
finish a
that?
fucking sentence.
Let me get
Okay,
some
you have to handle
clarification.
that
You
in the
shut the
side.
fuck too, AG.
Jay,
You're the
can
one
you
who called
let
me a
people
bigot, so let's
finish the
back it up.
sentence before you interrupt them?
Why don't you back it up with evidence? Why don't you back it up with evidence? Where did I say something
Fuck's
that
You
sake.
know, look, bro, you just admitted we had evidence when you said you've seen the laser tests.
This is literally too. Okay,
So
I
what
asked
is
for
it?
evidence
We
of me
have
being a
evidence
bigot,
or we
buddy,
don't
not
have
evidence of the
evidence?
Earth
Pick a
being a
struggle,
flat Earth.
brother. Pick a struggle.
I said evidence of me being a bigot, bro.
Oh, who cares of that? Who cares, dude?
Well, clearly AG does because I'm being called one in the chat.
Yes,
So that's
what,
why
does
I'm
he,
asking.
because
what
you
does he mean by that?
anything a flat
You
earther
guys,
says and you talk over everyone. You can't be quiet and listen. How can you hear what anybody's saying if you're talking over them? You
I'll
should listen
respectfully
to
Let's try
as much as you
reset the conversation
If
and just have
AG just
Indio
apologizes for
only.
calling me a bigot,
J-Dog, just a second,
I'll
bro.
reset.
Look,
exactly.
Just apologize for
let's
calling me a bigot,
reset.
and I'll jump back in.
Okay, just talk to
I'm
Indio
sorry.
and then take turns
I'm
Hold on.
talking.
sorry.
I'm not walking out of. I don't want to have a conversation unless I get an apology now.
I'm
Okay,
sorry,
wow.
Jay. I apologize. Could you talk to
You know what-
Indio, please?
Hold on a second. Do you know what bigot means?
What does bigot mean?
You're offended by a word that you don't know the definition of.
Well, I'm asking you what bigot means because you guys were calling
Bigot
me
means that you have a preconceived judgment about a certain group of people. It doesn't matter what the group is. You obviously do. You're bigoted towards flat earthers.
I'd call it more intolerance, but sure, yeah.
Are you bigoted? Do you have a preconceived notion about flat earthers?
I'm
A
not
stereotypical
intolerant.
view.
I don't have a. I feel like I mean, all of us have a stereotype that we kind of have a bias towards other people, right? That's kind of a ridiculous question.
Yeah, that makes you a bigot.
I think.
Definition.
Hold on. I'm saying we all have bias here. Are we all bigots?
Yeah,
we
yes,
have
exactly.
like a
yes, we
range
are
of
all
what
bigots.
All right,
correct.
Great. We're all bigots. All right, what do you got for me, Indio?
Hold on. The Selenalian eclipse.
Yaga Bruno, I did that.
Do you
because
understand
I was
what they're telling you? That it's a geometric impossibility in your worldview.
It's a geometric impossibility for it to
It's
be
a
below
geometric impossibility for it to be three balls lined up in a row, with one ball blocking the other.
Why can't I just say it is?
Okay, because you see the sun above your head, the moon is also above your head, and the thing casting a shadow is under your feet, hitting the top of the thing that's supposedly having the shadow cast on it. That's geometrically impossible. That's why it's called the impossible eclipse. They've known about it for 2,000 years. And if you read that underlined part, it should be impossible to see both the sun at the same time. One would have to abandon this model unless an explanation could be found.
Where
That would mean that the
excuse me.
the model's wrong unless that they can come up with an explanation for why it happens. And
What
they
is the
did.
name of this paper or whatever? Just curious.
That's the history of astronomical refraction, published by 2 Canadian professors. I can get you the link to it.
I'd appreciate it, honestly. I do enjoy reading into these things. I like looking into it, but I think sometimes some of the argumentation that goes on here is a bit unfair, especially when people are really bad at talking, or people just aren't native English speakers in here.
Yeah, especially when they like to gish gallop and avoid the point of a discussion that's currently taking place.
Exactly,
Those guys
Jimmy.
make it difficult to have a conversation.
I couldn't agree more. The point being, you're not going to have a productive conversation with someone if you ask for their evidence of there being a globe and then they say one thing, but then they know to themselves that that's not just the one thing they believe themselves. Even if they don't have good evidence of it and they don't have a lot of knowledge on the subject, obviously it's not just the one thing. And I feel like that's one of the things I see in this channel a lot, where it's obviously not the one thing that draws them to that conclusion.
Why do you do so much meta, dude?
Why I think having productive conversation is important, so I like to build
by having a conversation about the conversations.
I think having good foundation for conversation is important. I think
no, you know what meta is? You're keep having the conversation about the conversation. It's like it's like your Howard Cosell giving color commentary about this chat nearly the entire time.
Okay, I'm just giving
fucking
you guys
boring, bro. This gossip shit. Just like you keep saying, I feel, dude. Slow down on the fucking estrogen, bro.
Whoa. Oh man. Okay, come on.
Too many fucking soy lattes.
Colors to that. Soy lattes.
Look, bro, I'm serious though.
Feelings in women.
Look, no fucking man starts sentences with "I feel."
Is that the connection you're making there?
Well, this is so we're talking about nature, and we're trying to figure out what's objectively true. Okay, feelings don't come into it.
Yeah, talking about getting off topic, huh? Feelings in women.
Yeah, women have feelings.
Come on.
Because of their hormone profile. You know what I'm talking about. I'm not going to get into that.
Said. Don't be obtuse with me,
dude. I'm not going to get into freaking well-known biology of fucking females, dude. Okay, that's not the point. The point is, what do you think is the best evidence for the globe? What convinced you?
The best evidence? There's so much, and I know you guys are going to hate this answer, but it's probably the logistics of just upholding that lie. Like that's, and I get that that's
how
not
many
a measurement or anything.
Okay, have you actually thought about that for 3 seconds?
I've thought about it a lot.
How many people do you think would have to be lying?
There'd be a lot of people, I think, a lot more than what I've heard.
So
in the chat.
You know what a lie is, right? When you know the truth and you're telling somebody something else that you know is not true. So who would know the truth? Who would know that the Earth is flat and be lying about it? So, Donald Trump, would he know? Would he know the truth and be lying about it? No, let's figure it out, dude. Let's actually explore your so-called best evidence of incredulity. Okay, how many people would it take? How many people would be lying? Let's calculate. Let's try to calculate a number, dude.
So I can't list every profession. Obviously, I don't think any of us can.
What do you mean profession? How would they know if the Earth is flat?
So for one, it would be the people who claim to have been to the ISS would be lying.
Okay, so there's 600 people.
Some lie, as well as the 12 astronauts that have been to the moon, as well as
okay, so there's 620 people.
There's
620 people.
And I get that there's logistics of running a company, so not everyone has to know and be in on the lie to actually operate something.
So we're up to 620 people, dude.
Let me just say, satellite launching companies.
Are you listening, brother?
Yes. Hold on.
You're up to 600 people.
So there are companies that launch satellites, right? And that would
go
against. So do you guys believe that satellites orbit the Earth?
No.
Okay, there you go.
So how would they know?
So
Hold on.
all of
How
those
would they know the
companies,
Earth is a globe from launching a satellite?
they're
What
claiming that
information
they
are
do
they
something
get?
that they
Hold
clearly
on,
don't
would you
do.
fucking answer the question? How would they
Because
know?
how would they know? The point being is that they're claiming they're doing something. They would have to be launching that into what is low Earth orbit, like 100 to 100, 150 miles, something like that. They're
250.
not. They have to not be doing that, right? These satellite companies.
How would they
these companies
know?
that. How would I know? How would they
How
know?
would they
I'm just
know?
saying they're lying, right? They're making a claim now.
How?
There's someone in that
No,
company.
no. Listen,
The
to
point,
be
there's someone who
lying means
takes in
they
that
know the
data,
Earth
right?
is flat.
Do
J Dog.
you know that
Are
someone has to
you on
take in that
fucking
payload
goddamn
and
meds,
then
bro?
say that they are shooting that off into orbit, right? And they'd be lying to the person that they're getting
No,
paid
if
from
they
to do that.
believe, no, you're confused.
Then
You
what are
can
they doing with
believe
the sector
something,
payload?
J Dog. You can believe something and tell it to somebody and not be lying. Lying implies intent, meaning you
So
know
what
the
are they
truth
doing?
and you're saying something different.
So you're saying that they can take in those satellites and then they're claiming to their client that they're making them orbit around the
That's
Earth.
what they
There has to
believe.
be right. So who at that company is putting those
Have you ever
satellites
talked
into
to
like
anybody
disposal?
involved, J Dog?
Who's putting
Have you
them
ever
in
talked to
disposal
anybody
unit? What is
involved,
going on?
J Dog? Have you ever talked to anybody involved in the satellite industry?
Have I, not personally, no.
Okay, I have many people. Okay,
Say,
and when I ask them what they actually know, they don't know fucking anything.
So
They get their
that could be selective
information from
bias.
third
Could that not be
parties.
selective bias?
They
Do you
don't.
seriously
No,
think you're
it's not
talking to the
select.
highest of people who are going to be the liars then? Because you wouldn't be.
No, they're not lying, dude.
No, but
You're
I'm
stuck
saying
on
that's selective
stupid.
bias. You don't.
What do you
You
mean
have
selection
spoken to.
bias? Look, one dude,
You are.
his name is fucking Stuart Gray. He was a subcontractor for NASA and thinks that he sent a fucking rocket to a fucking comet and took back took a sample and flew it back to Earth. When I asked him about what he knew specifically, him personally, what he knows, with their information, because I asked him a couple questions, same question I always ask. Said, how do you know the orientation of the satellite? How do you know where it is? How do you know its speed, its velocity? How do you know any of that stuff? It's told to him by quote unquote NASA's Deep Space Network. They give them all the information. They themselves who operate the satellite are not generating this information. It's being generated third party. Okay. So that being the case, there's also Josh Ingersoll, who fucking's been in this chat for he was in this chat for almost 2 years. He works for the Amazon Kuiper fucking project, which is supposed to create some satellite fucking internet like Starlink. Okay? He works for them. He's a fucking goddamn purchasing manager or some shit. Okay?
He's a
He doesn't
purchasing
have
manager.
any
So
information
then why would he if he's a purchasing manager?
because it's a small group of people. He has to sell the product to people, right? So he goes to people and say, hey, you want to buy some Amazon internet? Fucking Costco or whoever. So he has to know enough about the product in order to sell it to the people. All the
Yeah,
technical details.
the
He had a fucking
salespeople aren't
goddamn,
going
he
up
had
there
a
and doing all the
goddamn
work, dude.
master's degree in fucking engineering, right? He's not, but he also does the public relationship. He works for fucking the United Nations and their fucking the NASA or United Nations fucking space outreach program or some shit. But as far as the information that he has personally, it's nothing. So you're imagining what the people at these jobs do. It's literally your imagination. And saying, oh my God, I'm imagining they actually know a whole bunch of shit and they'd all have to be lying. But it's just your fucking imagination. When you ask, even back in the 60s, okay? So there's a guy named Ed Krantz. He was the mission director for the Apollo program. He wrote a book and he did an interview on Discovery Channel. He said that no mission controller could tell the difference between a simulation and the real thing.
That doesn't.
This is back in the 60s.
These are examples you have, sure, and I could bring my own examples of people saying.
Give me an example of somebody that knows something with direct
Do you want me to just
firsthand
post, like, an
primary
astronaut saying they've
information
been there?
that the Earth is a globe that works at a satellite fucking company.
Brother, so taking an astronaut.
What did I
who's
just
claimed
ask
to
you
been
for?
Hold
What
on.
did I just
Let me
ask you for?
finish it. So
No, repeat it
your
back to me what I just
sources,
asked you for.
you saying that you spoke to someone that worked in the satellite industry, 3 of them, is just as strong evidence as me saying there are 3 astronauts out there who have claimed to been
No,
to the moon.
no, dude. I have primary
Or me
information
saying
about
that,
what they said
yes,
they
it
know,
is.
and they don't know anything. You're imagining shit.
This
It's
is
my experience versus
extremely
your
weak evidence.
imagination.
No, I could find 3
You have
doctors
no
who claim
idea
that
what
brains don't
anybody at a
exist. Does
satellite
that mean
company
brains don't
does, dude.
exist?
Okay, what do you think that someone at a satellite company does on a daily basis? You have no fucking clue.
Does that disprove what I'm saying?
Yes, it means that your claim has no evidence.
I mean, I never claimed to be presenting evidence here necessarily.
You
I was
think
just
that
mostly
there's,
speaking
you
to the.
think that, bro, you think that there's people at satellite companies that would have to know that the Earth is a ball and be lying. You
I
think
think
that because you believe they know shit that they don't know.
so. The root of my question was really that there'd be a lot
It
of
has a
people
false
compromised
premise.
and in on it at
No, they're
all of these
not.
companies to
This
some degree.
conspiracy that you think has to exist is imaginary.
So what do they do when they get the satellite? So they hand it off to people. What is that final person satellite before they put it into storage or whatever? What do they know? Like they just
That's a good question.
exactly. They got to be really stupid and not think something's up. Why am I not
Look,
launching this
I
satellite?
worked at General
Oh,
Dynamics. I watched them build shit to put fucking quote unquote satellites together, put the electronics. Want to know what happens? The dude
what?
that fucking wires the shit, the mechanical engineer, puts it together, and then it goes in the cage and it goes off to someone else.
Yeah, I'm talking about that
And
last
then it
person.
goes off to someone else, and then goes off to someone else, and then goes off to someone else.
And people are just like, huh, this satellite was supposed to be launched a year or 2 ago now. Why are we still having it
Well, who's
mashing
going to
between us?
complain?
Yeah, that's
I'm just
actually
saying,
true. They do
Who's
do
going to
that.
fucking complain, dude?
They
I don't
do do
know. It
that.
would just be that would be a
Listen,
lot of satellites to be passing along to each other, right?
I've never seen a scheduled launch go off
Thousands.
as planned. It's always been delayed, and sometimes it's been delayed like a year
Yeah, we're just
or longer.
exchanging them between all these
So
people. and they're
J
all like
Dog, you know that
storage
like
lockers.
so there was a lawsuit. They fired this guy from Raytheon, right? Gemsy knows. I don't know if
Sure.
Gemsy's in here. So they fired the guy from Raytheon because he ratted them out because they had $1 billion contract to generate satellite data and give it to the Department of Defense, and it was all fabricated. All of it. $1 billion contract.
Sure, that's sketchy. That's not good. That could imply something for you guys, but
If this
once
guy
again,
didn't blow the whistle, no one would know.
that's not necessarily evidence that satellites aren't getting launched. The
Okay.
companies lie all the time to make money.
They could be launched with the technology we don't know about too. Who knows?
Absolutely.
The point is, that's not the point. The issue is who knows? Who knows the Earth is flat and is saying it's a globe?
Yeah.
Who? It's a very small group of people. It wouldn't be probably be more than 10,000 people, if that.
I'm
And
just
they
saying,
wouldn't. And listen, J Dog. To be fair,
go
they
for it.
wouldn't know. The only people who would actually know that would claim to have seen the Earth in its full fucking glory as a ball wouldn't be anybody on the ISS. It would only be the Apollo astronauts. Well,
Not
in the
yeah.
Artemis astronauts, right? They would be the only people that have seen the Earth as a ball. The people on the ISS are only 250 miles above the surface of the Earth, and they would only see 3% of it. So they
They'd
wouldn't
see
know.
curvature though.
No, they
They'd see
wouldn't. No,
curvature.
they wouldn't. Why do you believe that?
How do you know that? I'm
Because
just
the
curious
math
'cause
says no.
what do you mean the math? The
The
math that you
math,
can
it's not
determine
high
from what you
enough.
can determine from your
It's
eyes?
not high enough.
Where's the
It's
math on this?
250 miles above a ball that's 8,000 miles in diameter. It's not high enough.
I
Okay.
don't know where this
Let's say
information's
you had
coming
a
from.
let's
That's
say
my
you had a
issue.
beach ball, right? That was 6 feet in diameter. How high would the ISS be off the surface of that beach ball?
You tell me. It seems like you already have the answer.
2.25 inches.
Okay.
Okay, 2.25 inches off the surface of a ball that's 6 feet tall. You would
Sure.
not see curvature from that altitude, and it's not just me who says it. We have a direct quote from a planetarium director named Paul Larson, who was a finalist to go to Mars. The little NASA Mars thing that fell apart, that they were going to put people on Mars. He was a finalist in the choosing of the astronauts to go there. Even he says there'd be no visible curve from the International Space Station, that it's not high enough. It would only see 3% of the Earth. So when people say, hey, why do they see curve from the ISS? That's what I want to know.
I mean, that's his statement versus the people on the ISS.
Well, the
saying
Chinese
that they
space
do
station
see
doesn't
it.
show curve, and it's only 23 kilometers lower than the ISS. And they show a completely fucking flat horizon.
This is through you looking at through a camera?
Yeah, through a camera, yeah.
Okay.
No,
That's
through
through a camera.
ESP. How do you think they're looking?
No. I'm just saying that's not you on the Chinese space station.
The Chinese broadcast video from their space station that shows a fucking flat Earth.
And we know, what do we
You
know
know
about the
why?
camera that we're
Because
looking through as
Chinese
well?
people can do fucking math,
I mean,
and
I could say the
Americans
Earth is
can't.
extremely curved when looking through like an airplane window, right? But I mean,
No, what?
that's an airplane window, right? It's got curvature to it. It has that fisheye effect.
Depends on how close your head is to the window.
Sure, but regardless, it's not an accurate representation of the outside.
Yeah, I don't. Look, the point is, there's no way to even tell. Okay? If they're in the so-called ISS at 250 miles above the surface of the Earth, they're not going to be able to tell if the Earth is a globe or not. They're not high enough. They're only seeing 3% of the Earth. Can you see 3% of something and know what the other 97% is? Of course not. Okay?
I
So
think
we're getting
it would
down
be
to a very
difficult
small list of fucking
to.
people that even know the Earth, that even claim to know from firsthand information that the Earth's the globe. Okay? We got fucking, how many people were in Artemis? 5, so 27 plus 5. We're up to fucking 32 people now.
I'm going to be honest, and I'm sure everyone else can agree in here, that I do not have any solid frame of reference to equate 3% of curvature to what I should visually be able to see with my eyes.
3% of the surface area.
Right. I'm just saying that that's such a complicated thing to like connect to like what you should visually be able to see. Right? I don't know what I should visually be able to see on a curved ball if I only see 3. Like it's I have no frame of reference to start with that, and I don't think anyone really does. That's such a yeah.
And
Okay.
that's how they fool you.
The 3% would be if you could see the entire circle, the horizon, which you can't. Right? You're only going to see a certain field of view. So you're not even going to see 3%.
I'm just saying, I don't know if that's true or not, that I wouldn't be able to determine the
You
curvature
can
of
literally
something if I only
Google it,
saw
dude.
3%
How much of the ISS surface area is seen? It says 3%.
Yeah, I'm not denying that. I don't know what I should be able to determine from my eyes, is what I'm saying. Not necessarily that they can only
The
see
point is,
3%.
I don't want to get away from the issue. What you thought was such a strong issue is this vast fucking conspiracy that would have to exist in order for the Earth to be flat. This is nonsense, dude.
Well,
I don't know why you
that's why
people think that. I don't know what you think people do on a daily basis, but you're imagining shit.
I mean, yeah, they're all just in team chats for 8 hours a day conspiring, I guess.
They're not conspiring.
All
There's no need for a
600 of them.
conspiracy. They're all
I know.
believers in the same cult.
Yeah.
How do you think eclipses are predicted?
How do I think eclipses? You tell me. How are they predicted?
They don't use a globe. Sunrise, sunset, solar noon, all that shit. They don't use a globe. But if
Sure.
I asked any one of these people that you think know the Earth is a ball and would have to be lying, hey, dude, how do we do this? Do we use a globe? They'd all say yes. So this is like a myth. But if you look at the math, there's no globe in those mathematics. No physical Earth globe. There's a celestial sphere, but there's no Earth globe.
Here's the
But
problem.
everybody
Like,
thinks there is, and they just fill in the blanks with their imagination.
you say, here's the math. I don't even know what the math you're talking about is. What is the
The
math
mathematics that you would use to predict when an eclipse happens, or the mathematics that would use to predict when the sun rises or sunsets.
You're saying they use
that
the
mathematics
math that
does
doesn't
not
even
use a
include
globe
the
Earth.
I don't know who they is and what math they're using is what I'm saying.
If you go on time and date where you live, and you go on time and date and look up the sunrise time, the model they use to predict when that happens is not a globe model, is what I'm telling you. But everybody thinks it is.
So where's the calculation?
Including the people you think that would have to be in on the conspiracy. See, there's a model. Okay, there's a celestial sphere model of the stars, and people have taken that model and they've reified it into the Earth is the fucking sphere and not the sky. Okay, and then they imagine that they do all these calculations based upon standing latitude, longitude. That's on the surface of the Earth. Oh, I can go to the Tropic of Capricorn. I can go to the equator, and I can stand on it. No, dude, all that shit's in the sky, that entire coordinate system. They've inverted it. It's inverted. The point is that people believe a lot of things that just aren't true. And it's not my opinion that they're not true. It's easy to fact check me and see that they're not true by looking at the formulas that they fucking use to calculate this shit.
I'll agree with you on
And then
that.
you look for the, hey, where's the radius of 3,959 fucking miles? It's not in there.
Listen, I'm with you and probably all of you in terms of having my fair share of doubt between the government and just world powers in general, but yeah,
The government doesn't have an official position, dude.
To actually operate.
The government doesn't have an official position.
Do you believe in evolution
I
and
know
stuff?
the deep state and stuff. Do I believe in evolution? What do you think? I think you know the
I don't
answer to
know.
that. I do.
Okay,
Do you believe life can form from chemicals?
Do I believe life can form from chemicals?
Yeah, a chemical soup.
Under the right conditions, sure. I think chemicals is a very loose.
We've never seen it
term, but
happen.
sure, we've never
Life
seen it
breaks
happen. Is it
down
not
to
something that we
chemicals.
acknowledge happens over a long period of time?
No, we've
I think
never observed it. It's pseudoscience to say it's possible.
No. But you're saying I'm just saying, is it not something that we state happens over a long period of time?
You can
It's
state
obviously
whatever you
something that's
want, but observing it is a different thing.
okay.
Yeah,
But
time
just because you
is
observe
actually
something because it takes
J-Dog.
The
Time
that
fundamentals
doesn't
is
disprove
actually
my point, though,
conservation.
right?
J-Dog, though.
Just because
Joe
it can't be
J-Dog.
observed doesn't
Hold on,
mean that
dude.
it disproves it.
That
Is my point.
answer don't
there's-
work because time is
It's
the enemy.
contradictory things happening.
Tell him, Taylor.
Yeah,
Time is the enemy.
Yeah, chemicals like will cross react with one another in an open environment, like the Maillard reaction with amino acids and RNA. But they say like they can be in an open environment somehow form like complex machinery. You know, they've never seen it happen. So like but people believe this is possible, even though we see the opposite happen. We see like life break down to chemicals, and polymers break down over time. You know, but
Yeah. So you got a
like
prescription. And
there's a
there's
lot
an
of things that
expert.
they say are possible and happen that aren't true. Like what makes you think that we're on a globe other than the government says so?
Once again, just because I'm not able to observe something because of the time constraint doesn't mean it's not possible.
Well,
I
you
think that's
can
just not a
observe
fair
the
statement.
globe. There's no time. I mean, I think time's your enemy, but that's another topic. The globe is something we should be able to observe. We live in it now. What do you think? Is like, why do you believe that that's what we're on, other than the government says so?
I already kind of answered, but I think it's
He
pretty
said
difficult to observe
because
the globe.
he is incredulous about the vast conspiracy that would be required, and he can't believe that many people. Though he can't say how many people it actually is, he just imagined that it's some large number. That he can't imagine there's that many people in on some giant conspiracy.
You don't think there's any other conspiracies that the world powers pull off?
There are. I think this would be by far the most impressive, though.
Why?
Wait, what? I said there are. Oh, absolutely.
There are, but like this one's not. How do you conclude that?
I think this is by far the most impressive logistically to pull off. And that's just
so they can pull a lot
that's
off
one
if
of my
they-
examples. Yeah.
You know, like that they're academics. Like there's like a world forum.
Fucking right back to the
There's a World
beginning.
Economic
The World
Forum.
Economic
There's
Forum.
NATO. You have to be in on the like academia and in like basically teaching their same things and propagating their same lies to even be within these groups.
Yeah, they're all little cabals. Yeah, the deep state. You got the.
Yeah, I mean, these are
it.
world powers that even run the education system around the whole world.
Have you ever considered, J-Dog, that the globe is just like a religious tradition?
It was founded in philosophy. Originally,
And
the first people that acted like we're a planet, they said, okay, we see the planets, we must be one of those. Like that was philosophically based to begin with.
It's all philosophically based. The Copernican principle.
Originally, yeah.
The aesthetics of the perfect sphere. Earth must be a sphere because that's the perfect shape. All that shit came up from the Greeks
Okay.
2,000 years ago, and it had nothing to do with science. It had to do with a philosophical preference.
Yeah, they
This
don't
shit
want to
doesn't,
acknowledge that
J-Dog,
there's a
you're
creator.
misinformed. You probably think that the globe was formed over time from scientific observations. Nothing could be further from the truth. It did not come from that. It came from the exact opposite of that.
Just been indoctrinated in school.
Are there
No, if you look at the
observations that we
history of the
can do
globe,
to
it comes
prove the
from
globe?
Plato, Copernicus, fucking cult of Pythagoras. Who's the other
Guy
guy?
with the 2 sticks.
Yeah, Eratosthenes.
Yeah, the guy with
you
the
know,
two.
he did that test. He did that test, and you know what? There was still fucking flat earthers in Greece.
Fucking individuals, low IQ, who still
Yeah,
stuck
that's what your
in
mom
Earth.
said. Go on mute, bro. So
Fuck yeah, I'm
anyway,
with
the
that guy.
Chinese did the same test, J-Dog, the same sticks and shadows, but they just assumed that the rays of light weren't parallel, and they came up with the size of the Earth. Right.
Yeah, and I
So
get
they
it
did
that
the
you guys
same
just think
thing. The sticks and shadows it's not globe exclusive result. It works on a flat Earth and it works on a globe. He didn't convince people at his time.
that's fine. I wouldn't expect them to bring over everyone at once, but my efficiency at work has been absolute shit this last 20 minutes through this conversation.
Well,
So
I
I'm gonna
mean,
try and
that's
brief
sad
it.
to hear.
Thanks. I'm trying to still survive on this planet, just like the rest of us.
You're not on a planet, dude. You're on a plane.
But,
Why would you think you're on a planet?
Because they said so. And he
because
doesn't
that's
believe
what
they
my
could
teacher-
lie about it.
Because my 4th grade teacher told me that.
Oh, that's it. What did she know?
Yep.
How would she know you're on a planet? Your 4th grade
Yeah, well,
teacher.
Because she read a textbook that was made by the deep state.
Okay, so the person that wrote the textbook, how did they know?
Yeah, they're actually like interdimensional beings that are.
Yeah, that's so. Now you're spurging because you know that we're gonna just keep going back, right? We're gonna try to find the person who actually knows in this fucking chain. Like I just said, it's just a tradition that's just passed down like a fucking religious statement. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that you defend it. That's the actual. You're literally carrying the water for an idea you don't even understand. Think about that for a second. What possessed you to carry the water for somebody else's idea when you don't even really understand that idea in any detail?
Here's how I'd frame it for myself. I see it as more so.
I frame it for myself. I just framed it the way it is.
You have your own bias, buddy, just like I have my bias.
It's not a bias, dude.
So let me.
You don't know anything about the globe Earth, right, J-Dog?
Let's go with that.
J-Dog, you don't know anything about the globe Earth, do you?
Can I just say, I think it's disrespectful to the integrity of people that actually do work in these fields.
I didn't question your integrity.
What?
I didn't question your integrity.
Saying, I think it's disrespectful to the integrity of the people that work in these fields. Or not necessarily disrespectful, but I think it's worth defending their integrity.
Their integrity?
Yes. So do you
understand? Okay, I debated a guy with a hold on, J-Dog. I debated a guy with a PhD in mathematical physics. Yeah, okay, J-Dog. You're ignorant. You have no idea. You've never talked to anybody that works in those fields. I debated one in this chat, a PhD in mathematical physics that teaches at the University of Southern California, and want to know where he went in the debate? We can't prove we have hands. We could all be brains in a jar. He couldn't prove the globe, and that's where he went. Okay, so these people that you look up to, that you think magic science guy has the fucking answers, there is no magic science guy with the fucking answers, because we talked to the magic science guy, and he points us to some other fucking magic science guy.
You're just blanking it over all people that I might experience, right? So is everyone here like a flat Earth
I
Dave?
talked
Should I just
probably
something like that?
30 fucking
I've heard flat Earth
PhDs
Dave
in
talk, and he
physics,
sounds pretty
J-Dog.
stupid.
J-Dog, I've talked to about 30 PhDs in physics over the last 10 years.
I've spoken to my fair share of those types of people too.
Yeah, bullshit. You're a liar.
Go ahead, laugh it up. You guys are
lying.
I just think it's pretty funny that you don't laugh.
Tell me how one of these PhDs in physics would know the Earth is a globe. Tell me.
Yeah,
if you
I'm
ask
sure we're
them,
having
the people that you talk. Hold on, let me
real
finish.
formal conversations with PhDs in a Discord channel, right? Is that what we're having?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I've heard most
So
of
we
the
just asked them a
conversations
simple.
he's had.
Just to be clear, like my qualification is that I actually went to university for a science degree, and I've spoken to these fair share of people too. So, like, why the fuck does it matter whether or not you spoke to them or I spoke to them and whether or not you believe it?
Because they don't have
Because you didn't
answers.
ask them the
We're
questions
trying
I
to have a
asked them.
conversation on facts, not what we've heard from someone, right?
Yeah, they don't have any facts, J-Dog. You're just imagining. They don't
saying
know. They don't know anything about this topic. They don't know anything. Just like you don't know anything. I go, hey, dude, what's the circumference of the Earth? They got to Google it. Hey, dude, what is a reference ellipsoid? They have to Google it. Hey, man, where's the latitude, longitude coordinate system? What's it based on? They got to Google it. They don't know fucking anything.
Can I just say, I take that as a massive compliment, you saying I don't know anything as to, like, the Dunning-Kruger effect, so I appreciate it.
The point is, you just believe that there's these people out there that have this magic fucking knowledge, dude. You're just imagining it. It's literally just your imagination, J-Dog. You're just saying there's superhumans out there with this information. You just believe that, but they don't actually have the information. Like I said, who would know for 100% fact based upon their primary information, meaning their experience, that the Earth was a globe? That's 32 fucking people.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
He's never seen the Earth as a globe.
My favorite TV show.
32 people, J-Dog, claim they have seen the Earth as a globe out of the 9 billion people on Earth.
I have a question. For someone like Neil deGrasse Tyson, who obviously...
You stopped listening a while ago, dude.
He did.
So just to be clear, do you think someone like him is just completely misinformed and his life is built off...
Doesn't have first-hand experience.
He believes that look, dude, he'll recite the fucking dogma straight out of the Book of Job, just like any other fucking religious zealot, dude.
Do you think he's knowingly lying, or do you think he's just a fool?
He believes what he's saying is true.
Okay, so he's a fool. I was just curious. I'm not gonna...
It doesn't make him a fool. It means he's wrong.
Right, but he's falling for all these really bad assumptions, is what you're saying, basically.
Yeah, look, Neil deGrasse Tyson, if we want to talk about him specifically, is not a scientist. He literally just regurgitates whatever he thinks the textbook says. A lot of times, it's not even. So I'll give you an example. And he admitted that he fucked up. For 20 years, he was telling people that if you weighed something, right, at the equator and at the poles, that they would weigh different. Have you heard that before? Because of the rotation of the Earth?
I've not. No.
You've never heard that?
They're saying
because of the rotation of the Earth, things would weigh less at the equator.
Or just because of...
Because of the rotation of the Earth's centrifugal force, dude.
Okay.
Okay. He said that for 20 years. And then he realized that, oh, I got a problem. Because the Earth is supposed to have a bulge in it. So that would mean there's more mass under the Earth at the equator, increasing gravity, and it would exactly cancel out the centrifugal force that would make it lighter. That's what he's saying now. He don't know. He's just a moron.
It never looks good to walk back on a statement that you've held for 20 years, right? But I think that also shows a lot of...
No, the problem is the first statement and the second statement are garbage, dude.
I'm just saying that shows a lot of personal integrity, I think, to say that I was wrong. I don't know how he presented it, but...
Oh, my God, dude. No.
And I get it. I'm not trying to wipe away...
He had no evidential basis to make either claim. He didn't... Like, science is empirical, J-Dog. It's based upon data collected through measurements, experiments, observations. That's what it's based upon. It's not based upon theory and ideas and shit like that. A lot of people think that nowadays, that it's because they're always like, explain this, explain that. That's not what science is.
Now. It's whatever you
it isn't semantics.
You could say it applies to theories. You could say it doesn't.
No, it doesn't, because science is empirical.
No, but theories are usually...
Science is based upon empiricism.
Not always.
It is the foundation. Yes, all of it.
Yeah, which a lot of people would argue is part of science. It is building a theory based off of evidence.
It is the science. The science is the empirical information gathered from observations of nature. That's the science. The natural world informs us.
Ideally, everything would just be rock solid fact, and we wouldn't have to go off of theory. but and I
We
acknowledge
don't
a
have
lot
to
of this
go off
based
of
off
theory.
his theory. I get it. It's theoretical
The
stuff.
point is, he made both those statements not based upon any data that he ever saw. He's never seen measurements of fucking weights at the equator and the fucking poles. He's never seen that data. Both statements are baseless. Now,
I don't know the exact
one could be
situation, so I can't
true,
speak
and
to
the other
that.
could be true. The point is that he's making baseless statements. He's making statements, not scientific statements, because he hasn't seen the actual empirical evidence that either claim is true. How do you
If he
decide
basically
something's
said
true in
that's
science?
bad. I'll agree.
How do you decide
But I
something's
don't
true
know
in
the full
science?
details of that. How do I know? Sorry, what did you say?
How can you tell what something's true in science? What is the arbiter? Who decides?
Empirical evidence
Exactly.
is probably
You
the
do the
strongest.
experiment.
Yeah, I get it. Sometimes that's not always an option, though.
Then it's not science.
Once again, this is getting into semantics of
It's not semantics.
how strongly your thing is supported. Is it 99.99% because it's a theory with all this evidence, or is it only not like? Come on.
All this evidence. Evidence being what, dude? Empiricism?
I'm saying in general. I'm just saying in general.
The only thing considered evidence in science is the fucking empirical evidence, dude. The fucking words that come out of some fucking asshole's mouth is not evidence.
So let's say wind blows something that spins, right? And you can then calculate from that the wind speed. But the wind is just making something spin. So from that calculation, it's actually just the rotations per minute or whatever of the thing that's being spun. But I mean, that's not empirically observing that the wind speed, right? That's extrapolating information from something else.
Yeah, it's called an indirect measurement. Yeah, it's an indirect
I'm
measurement.
just saying, well, yeah, now we're kind of adjusting the goalposts.
No, I'm not adjusting the goalposts. It's an indirect measurement. But it's a measurement of fucking something in reality.
Yeah, but how do we know that we can equate that to wind speed now? Like, what are we doing? Like, we're doing all this other stuff to just know that the spin of this, the speed at which this spins, equals wind speed in some way? That seems ridiculous, huh?
Extrapolating wind speed from the rotation of a fucking pinwheel is ridiculous.
Because we're not observing the wind speed necessarily. We're just assuming that we can
Well,
calculate
you
the wind speed
can. You
from this
can
being
just
spun.
fucking put some smoke in the fucking wind and observe that.
And what, visually determine a number? I can't do that.
You're right.
So we have to use something
You can just film it with a camera.
Isn't necessarily empirical evidence of wind speed, I feel.
Empirical means experience, dude. Means you're doing something in the real world. You're not doing mental masturbation in your head, right? That is something physical in the real world. It's all empirical means.
Well, more so direct observation. I would call that more indirect.
No, okay. We're not getting a direct speed doesn't exist, dude. I mean, it's another layer of abstraction.
Sure. I'm just saying
speed is time over distance, right?
Sure.
What's actually being measured? Time and distance. It isn't fucking there is no speed being directly measured. You can't measure speed directly. You measure two other quantities. You measure the distance and you measure the clock. Which is what you're doing with a pinwheel, technically. The point is that, like Newton said, if it can't be settled by experiment, it isn't worthy of debate. The point is that these people that you are just magic science guys that you're defending, I don't know why you're defending them. You don't even understand. They don't even understand the idea. It's like you guys are all like, there's this, it's not even, it's like everybody has this different idea what their globe is supposed to be, but you guys all defend it like religiously. And you guys don't know why. It's literally like free labor.
Sure. I am an outlier, though, in terms of globe defenders, am I not? As is not basically everyone who comes into this channel. They are an outlier.
I mean, you controlled your spiral, so yeah, that's better. You recovered.
I appreciate
You
it.
recovered from, dude. I thought you were gonna spiral the fuck out of here, but you fucking recovered, so that's good.
Thank you. But yeah, this is not a real representation
But
of
why?
Globers in
But
here.
J Dog, is the globe your idea?
Is it my idea? No.
Yeah. Did you come up with it? Okay, so it's not
No.
your idea. Why are you defending it?
Come on, there's a lot of things that I know that are fact to me that it's not my idea to begin with, though. I
But
know I have a
why are
leg
you
and the Earth
defending
has
it?
existed forever.
I'm asking you why you're defending it.
Why am I defending it? I'm not defending.
Yeah.
I think we just kind of got into this conversation. I feel like, I mean, maybe you guys would disagree, but I feel like I'm one of the lighter guys in here that I try not to argue too much, and I try and just sit back and listen. I just think these conversations are interesting. I like having these conversations, but I think
I
flat
mean, we
earthers in
didn't even
particular,
talk about flat Earth. I mean, we're just fucking all over the place. We're like in
I enjoy
philosophical
a meta
land.
conversation.
Well, I mean, no, because you're like, I
Well,
seen
we
the
did
laser
talk about
test.
flat
If
Earth.
I asked you about the laser test, you wouldn't be able to tell me one fucking detail.
We spoke about all the compromised people. We spoke about lunar eclipses. We spoke about gravity for a
You
short
never
amount of
addressed
time.
anything that I brought up about the lunar eclipse, though.
You were saying
I
that
didn't
how
even
do you
bring up the
know
sunrise and sunset impossibility, the solar
sun
eclipse,
was
that
how it's
they're
not a
impossible.
shadow,
Yeah, well, there's no evidence it's a shadow.
or
That's
no
the
evidence of
problem.
it being a shadow? Yeah.
No, there isn't. So
So
you know that a circular shadow doesn't cast a circular a sphere would not cast a circular shadow on a curved surface. It would only cast a circular shadow on a flat surface because shadows conform to the shape of the surface that they're projected onto.
wait. So if you're saying it's impossible for a sphere to what? Let me see. Casting.
No, they don't. Look,
Uh,
if you had the sun was up, right, and you had a railing and a set of stairs, the shadow cast by that straight railing would look jagged when cast onto the stairs because the stairs are jagged. So if you have a curved surface like a sphere, which the moon's supposed to be, right, and you have a perfect circle like the shadow of the Earth's supposed to be casting, when it's projected onto that curved surface, it's going to get distorted. It's not going to stay round.
my question is, what do you think is going on there then?
Dude, I
And
don't
I know a
fucking
lot
know.
of time people just don't have the answer to that. What do you
Well, I
think is
mean,
the
nobody
most?
has the answer, Jay. You've been told
I,
a story, but that story is also not the answer.
what do you think is the
It's just
most
accepted
likely
to be the answer
explanation?
because everybody thinks everybody else believes it, and they're afraid to be called retard if they say that can't be correct.
What do you think is the most likely explanation, or do you not have one?
I don't calculate that. I don't do that
Like,
shit.
do
I
you
don't
think
figure out the most likely. It either is or it isn't.
do you think there's a possibility though that it could be a shadow being
I don't think
casted?
it can be proven.
Right. I'm just asking if you think it's possible that this is the shadow that we claim it to be.
No, it's not
the lunar
possible.
side. Okay,
No, it's not possible.
got it. I just want. All right.
And the reason it's not possible is for the geometric reasons I laid out. A, the Selenilian eclipse. B, sunrise eclipses that have been observed, right? So an eclipse right on the horizon, right? So the sun's rising and there's a solar eclipse at sunrise. Okay? This was recorded in Australia where there's a solar eclipse at sunrise. This is in the desert. So you got a nice flat surface, you got a sunrise solar eclipse. If you the horizon on the globe is supposed to have a 0.02 degree dip. So if you draw a line, a tangent line with a dip, right? A straight line, 300,000 miles, and then continue that line to 93 million miles, the sun, the earth, and the moon can't be fucking in a line because you have different you have different positions, right? You have something that's way closer, 400 times closer than the other thing. They can't be in a straight line in your line of view and lined up with the fucking horizon of the earth at the same time. That's a geometric impossibility. And there's, like I said, there's the round circle cast onto a fucking curved surface. So when that edge of that circle crosses from the center of the moon to the other side, you got to remember that's curving in the opposite direction. So what you'll get is a distortion. Part of the moon's so-called shadow would be on one side, one half of the moon, and the other side would be on the other half of the moon, curving in the other direction, and it would make like an S shape. I mean, people are posting, gifts of this shit in the chat. The point is that the methodology to even predict eclipses you cannot use the heliocentric model to even predict when they occur. It doesn't work. What we use is the same thing we've been using for thousands of years. It's called the Saros cycle because an eclipse happens. It's at the coincidence of 3 cycles. It's called the draconic year, the eclipse year, and the animistic year. Okay? Those 3 things, when those happen at the same date, you'll have an eclipse. We know this just from the cyclical nature of them. We don't have to use a heliocentric model. Now, you might not have known all this, and that's what we're here for, give you information you didn't have. I know that the globe story sounds cool, quote unquote, makes sense, but it can't be true because you have to ignore the falsified the information that falsifies it. Right? You can be like, there's so much. You ever heard the black swan, right? So your theory is
with
all
the 2 oil
all
rigs or
swans are
whatever.
white, dude. You look for the black swan. You don't look for the white swans. There's 3 anomalies that can't possibly work within that frickin' hypothesis of what causes eclipses. And I'm sure there's more that we haven't even discovered yet.
I quickly found this video, and to me, it looks like a shadow being casted from a sphere onto another sphere, and it is curved on a small scale. But I mean, I don't know how you could. This is 4 years ago too, so obviously probably not AI unless they had something we didn't know about.
It's not an equivalent experiment, dude.
Why?
She's way too fucking close. The moon is supposed to be 30 Earth diameters away.
So now scale does matter? Are you saying scale does matter now?
Scale always matters.
Okay, so it is possible now. So let's revise this statement that spheres cannot cast curved shadows on other spheres because that's not true. Spheres.
It is true.
There is.
No,
Hold on,
look.
this
You think about
literally
what
just
he's
proves
doing,
that.
dude. What he's doing. Have you ever seen an eclipse from off the surface of the Earth?
Come on, dude.
That's where the camera is.
I literally just
Is the camera
presented
on the surface of the Earth or not?
counter evidence to
No,
a
dude. Is the camera
sweeping
on the
claim.
surface of the Earth or not? In this equivalence.
The camera angle
Dude,
matters
if you were
now?
gonna claim, J-Dog, fuck you, dude. If you're gonna claim that this is somehow equivalent, it has to actually be equivalent. You can't stick the fucking camera, right, 90 degrees from the fucking sphere and say this is some sort of equivalent experience. You're supposed to be on the surface of that sphere. That's where the camera should be.
So then the other examples are bad too.
No, they're in line. This is off to the side. Do you understand that the viewpoint matters?
I'm not seeing really anything that should
Do
matter.
you understand that viewpoint matters?
Being casted. No, I don't. I'm looking at the one from 1:44 p.m. That is just a light shining from wherever. Pretty similar angles, honestly. Yeah, I don't. I click on random unsolicited links. Okay.
So who's in your DMs?
I'm not seeing why this matters.
So who's in your DMs, dude? J-Dog, who's in your DMs?
Who's in my DMs?
Who's in your DMs sending you Danny Faulkner shit?
Danny, I honestly found this.
Who's in your DMs sending you Danny Faulkner shit?
I found this myself through AI.
You're lying, dude. This is an obscure video. I've never even seen it before. And I know Danny Faulkner, another PhD that we've talked to.
I can't post the picture, but I can show you exactly what I put into the prompt to get this video suggested to me, if you want. I asked, are there examples of this in a video? I mean, I was asking other things before that, but yeah, it was through AI. Gemini.
Demonstration of Earth Shadow on Moon when he did this 4 years ago.
You caught me. I got Gemini to give me a link to youtube.com for a video that's 4 years old.
I don't believe you, dude.
I don't know so why does it even matter to begin with? Also, I don't even know who
Look,
Danny
all that
Faulkner is. Is he
matters
like
is
a
this is not
well-known?
equivalent. It's not even close to equivalent, dude.
I'm curious. Is he like a well-known person around here?
Danny Faulkner is a Catholic. He writes for Answers in Genesis, but he's a hardcore anti-flat earther.
That's funny.
So he believes in young Earth, no evolution, all that shit. What would it be called? What is it? Intelligent design, all that shit. But he's hardcore because he's an astronomer, PhD in astronomy. He's also a known liar.
I'm sure he'd call you a known liar too, though, right?
I can prove he's a liar, though, with his own webpage, in his own fucking words.
The point being is, here's a video disproving what you said
No,
before.
it isn't, dude. It isn't disproving anything. I'd really like to see what that fucking light source is, because casting a really diffuse fucking light.
Danny Faulkner.
See how the shadows aren't hard like that?
What's up?
See how the shadow edges aren't hard? They're not hard edges.
Sure.
He's using a diffuse light.
I fail to see how
That's
that matters.
deceptive, dude.
I just looked at it. There's a little bit of a sinusoidal as well, even though he tries to move it over.
I'm trying to zoom in on it. Yeah. I see some fuck ups here and there.
I mean, I'm glad I could show you guys this.
Yeah, just more ammo. Thanks, dude. You notice he won't fucking cross the meridian. You notice he's going down just like one side of it?
I don't know. I don't.
He's not like transiting. He's not like transiting. And there's another one. And listen, and there's another guy. This is actually a pretty long fucking video. It's like an hour and a half because it's very thorough. So he took a camera and put it on the side of his house and time lapsed the sun and moon for like 6 months leading up to a lunar eclipse. Okay? In the path of the sun and moon, the moon could not have been in the place where the sun is based upon the way its path was changing, because the moon was taking an arc across the field of view and the sun was taking an arc, and over time they either move up or down in the field of view. But they weren't moving. The moon's arc would not have intersected the sun's arc during that eclipse. And he made like a physical model.
I mean, yeah, I haven't seen that example, so.
Yeah, hold on. I'll get you want to fucking do this video with so fucking good, dude.
Blow my fucking socks
What this guy did is so good. Like, I mean, I can't give this guy enough credit. I mean, he took months, dude. He was like in Pennsylvania. He had a south-facing view of the sky.
Hey, PA represent.
Yeah, this guy. Okay, here we go. I don't think a lot of people have seen this, quite honestly.
Hey, dog's Amish.
I mean, I am around them.
Shit, man, you might be a
maybe
neighbor.
I'm giving away too much. Yep. No, we just use candles around here. No, I have my fucking car.
I'm in Lancaster. Uh-oh, mic drop.
I mean, I'm probably pretty close to you then.
That's pretty funny.
So, but yeah. It's all. I mean, listen, I disagree with you guys, but I'm not trying to have people hate me. I don't hate you
You don't
guys.
even, yeah, but you don't even know why you disagree with us. That's the funny thing.
I have
You
my
don't disagree with us for
worldview.
any rational reason.
Come on, dude. I have pretty okay reasons.
They're not rational, though.
I feel like your reasons are irrational. I
No,
could say
no,
that.
your reasons aren't rational. Your reasons are sociological reasons. The reason that you don't think people would do a certain thing is a sociological reason. Has nothing but your opinion
That
of what people would or wouldn't do. Is
that
not
was
evidence the Earth is flat or a globe.
that was one of my reasons. But yeah,
Yeah, but it's not even the subject.
I
Look,
mean,
do
while it's
you know
not a
how we know
measurement, it's
you
not
know how I
necessarily.
know that that's not a rational reason? Really simple. Because let's say the converse was true. All the people you think are lying, they all went down to the courthouse and they signed affidavits that they're all lying. Would that prove the Earth is flat?
Come on.
No, I'm serious. Would that prove the Earth is flat if they all confessed?
No.
Of course not. So their affirmation or negation doesn't prove it, right? So it's an irrelevant factoid of whether fucking everybody's lying or not. Doesn't answer the question.
I agree that it's never gonna. Yeah, it's
It's a
not necessarily
distraction.
evidence.
Well, I don't like that argument because it's a distraction. It's a red fucking herring, dude.
I know it's. I mean, yeah, it's probably the
It's
most
appeal to
difficult thing.
emotion, really.
Okay.
My God, you don't want to be in the out crowd. Everybody thinks this thing. You
I mean,
can't
listen,
believe all
people.
your brothers in your society are lying. Then what are you going to do if they're all lying? You should be scared. Keep believing the Earth's a globe. That's the message, dude. I'm an expert in fucking propaganda, dude. I hear it all the time. Different little propaganda tactics. You know, there's what's said with words, but then there's what the meaning that's trying to be conveyed. Which is, the last time we saw Josh, the other astronaut person in here, when I fucking ripped him a new asshole for fucking saying words, but really trying to convey a different meaning and exposing him, he never came back. After being here for 2 years. Reach for the train of your pasture. Will it dwell in your booth? I'm like a lamb that needs a shepherd. Because there's a lot of he is a trained, that particular person, he is trained in what do you call it? Public relations. And he tried to use all of these sorts of public relations manipulation tactics.
You thought that guy was acting effectively in here? He was trying to play a character to fool y'all? I do remember this guy a little bit.
No, I'm sure he
Like, he worked
believes
for Amazon or
exactly what
whatever.
he's saying.
Yeah.
It's called a Amazon Kuiper.
Yeah.
Kuiper or whatever.
But
it's like some fucking internet that they're supposed to be putting into space.
Be a phenomenal actor then to me.
No, he's just a propaganda dude. He's just a fucking PR propagandist.
Like, he's conditioned to talk this way. He doesn't really know what he's doing.
Yeah, and to normal, like average people that are susceptible to it, they just eat it up. Because he'll say things like, "Oh, dude, I know that person. I know that someone that works at that company. Oh, we can just go down there and talk to him." And he'll say shit like that. This is a tactic they used during like 9/11 and Sandy Hook or whatever. I know somebody that was there in the towers when they found my brother's cousin sister's uncle's dog. And don't you dare disrespect, that bullshit. It's bullshit propaganda tactic. That somehow they have personal information, they have personal knowledge of what's going on, or they know
There are a
someone
lot of stupid
directly
people.
that with personal knowledge.
I agree with you that there are a lot of stupid people on this planet, but I think that's kind of downplaying the cleverness of like at least some humans that exist on this planet that isn't like a small minority of people. Like people are more clever. Like you're not the most clever person in the world that's going to figure out all these things. Like everyone is kind of capable of this to
I
some
didn't
degree.
figure anything
Some
out.
people are
But
really
want to know what I
stupid,
figured
but
out, J-Dog?
no,
Want to
but
know what I figured
the
out?
fact is that you're kind
That
of
I can
saying that you
trust
can
my
see
own
through
senses.
bullshit, and you understand these things to a different degree because you think through all that, right? And I get that a lot of people aren't going to see through the propaganda, and they're just going to take what their government feeds them or whatever. But that's not everyone, and there's like a fair amount of people that are outside thinkers. Like they're not just going to accept what they're fed. They're not going to go with the status quo.
When I was talking about propaganda, I'm talking about people debating this topic. I wasn't talking about the general propaganda for the globe. I wasn't talking about that general thing. I'm talking about very specifically of people talking about this topic. They use propaganda tactics when debating this topic. Like for instance, yesterday, he made an appeal to authority, and I said, "Hey, that appeal to credentials, that's a logical fallacy." He goes, "Well, if Magnus Carlsen told you to make a chess move, and don't you think that what he told you to do would most likely be right?" That's the most specious fucking argument possible. Because even if Magnus Carlsen told me to make that move, it doesn't mean that is the right move. Regardless of how confident I am in that it's probably the right move, it doesn't actually make it the right move.
Right, but that's probably the strongest information you have at that given moment for what the best move might be. That's like not that it could be the best move,
but it's a false equivalence on another level too. Is that there's a whole bunch of data about Magnus Carlsen playing chess. There's not a whole bunch of data about some fucking generalized the scientists. With the topic we were talking about is terrestrial refraction, and what the evidence is that it can behave in the way they say it is, curve around a curved surface, make a curved surface look flat. What's the evidence for any of that? And he just said, scientists, all the scientists must know. They would have figured it out. Like, so we don't have the record of the scientists figuring out astronomical refraction. And in fact, the academic literature, they admit that they haven't figured it out. But now, Magnus Carlsen, we do know what his record is. It's public knowledge. We have fucking the historical record. We know what he's done, right? It's comparing apples to fucking oranges is false equivalence. But the tactic is a propaganda tactic to say, hey, my logical fallacy is okay, and here's an example of where this type of logical fallacy would be okay. So in all applications, it's okay. It's just a propaganda tactic because he couldn't. What I asked him for, same thing I always ask everybody for. Yeah, your stories are nice. Where's the evidence for this, that the story's true? That's it. I focus on data. So that's a nice story. Light curves around the ball. Nice hypothesis. What's the evidence that hypothesis is true? And I always get nothing. I get a big flat fucking zero. It's what often happens in this topic that you guys don't realize, that there's a story, an explanation, and it's all well and good. But then when you ask, what's the evidence that the explanation's true? There's no actual evidence to support it, or the evidence that actually exists. It is a twisted interpretation, or it's cherry picking, or it's confirmation bias, or it ignores anomalous data like the Selenelian eclipse, shit like that. So it actually doesn't. It's literally just I have an idea of what the world should be, and I'm just like I'm going to cherry pick information to support it, and I'm going to ignore all the information that doesn't support it. Like latitude and longitude. How do you find that? Hey, you can go to the South Pole. Yeah, how do I know when I got there?
You'll
How
feel
do you
it.
know when you get to the South Pole, J-Dog?
Yeah, it'll be cold.
Well, I mean, maybe.
And whenever
There's lots
it's
of cold
cold as
places. They're
ever,
not all on the
that's when
South
you
Pole.
know.
Yeah, but there's lots of cold places. They're not all on the South Pole. So how do I know when I get to the South Pole?
Yeah, I know.
I'm going to
I
look
honestly
around.
don't know.
What do I look for?
I'm not quite sure how to determine that. I've never looked into it.
Neither's anybody else.
But they have a specific point that they determined is the South Pole of Earth.
Really?
Or probably an estimate. No, I'm asking. I'm
How?
sure they have an estimate, right? So
Yeah, how?
I've never looked into it myself, so I wouldn't know.
Neither would they.
I mean, if I were to believe that to be true, then I'd be going off of what you say, which I don't know if that's true. Also,
Oh,
someone's
so you
screaming,
believe there's evidence, even though you have no idea what the evidence is, but you have to believe that it's there. This is what I'm talking about. You think there's some magic science guy out there that has the information. You don't know
there's
how they
evidence.
got the information. You don't know what the information is. You don't know who the guy is that got the information. You just believe that it's out there somewhere and it has to exist. That's why I'm asking you, why are you defending an idea you don't understand?
I never said I was defending that specifically.
But you
I
are
was more so. I am. You're right, but that kind of plays into the whole Earth being a globe thing. So I'm just kind
I
of
know that.
into the whole thing, not just one
But
part.
that's what I'm talking about. You're defending the globe and you don't really understand it, and we see this all the time. I'm trying to give you a clue, J Dog,
I
about
think I understand
about
it
that this
decently
is. Remember, I
enough.
said that this is kind of like a tradition that's been passed upon, passed down and passed down and passed down generationally. This is the evidence for that claim, is that we have people coming here all the time and defend somebody else's idea and they don't understand it. That is so unusual to human behavior. I can't even tell you. Like, that is very unusual for people to do that, don't you think?
So what do you think the impression is I should have on you guys then? Because you guys said that a sphere cannot cast a curved shadow on a sphere, and now I'm finding videos, or at least the one video, of that sphere doing exactly what you said couldn't happen. So now I'm thinking to myself,
No, I
these
said a
people are just
circular
lying to me.
shadow. I said a circular shadow.
Okay, a circular shadow, but that's what we saw there, right?
No, it's not what you saw. And I said it would distort when it crossed the meridian. Did you notice that he never crossed the meridian in that video?
That looks like a circular shadow to me.
Did you notice that he never? No, you're trying to cherry pick what I said, dude. I was very
You're saying
specific.
so, but now you're
I
saying
said it would distort when it crossed the meridian.
But you're
The
saying
meridian is the
shadow.
dividing point of halfway, right? If you took the circle of the moon and you cut it in half, that's the meridian, the thing that splits it in half. So when it goes from one side to the other side, it would distort. He never does that. He only goes up and down one side. Why do you think he did that?
So your theory on how spheres cast shadows
It's not a theory.
hinges on the contingency that the sphere does not pass the meridian of the other sphere when casting the shadow. Is that like
No, I
it's
said that's
contingent on that now?
Why are
Like
you
that,
straw manning what I said, dude? You're either not listening, you're not comprehending.
you said, did you see how it didn't cross the meridian? So as
When
long as it doesn't
his
cross
demonstration,
that, yeah. So
yeah,
as long as it doesn't cross that.
his demonstration doesn't simulate an eclipse. It doesn't simulate what would happen if the circle of the shadow crossed the meridian. That's when you would see the maximum amount of distortion.
So before,
and then there's all the other camera problems, the camera positioning problem, because that's nothing like observing it from the Earth.
So I'm like I said, I was bringing up different conditions, parameters that
You
were
keep listening in Graveyard that the
using
camera being out to the side is nothing like
1 foot
observing it from the
diameter
Earth.
sphere with another sphere that's like a half-foot diameter, and these large objects in space. So I agree with you on that. Honestly, it's not a good demonstration.
You don't know there's a.
You guys don't have good demonstrations either. Like they both fall apart. There.
That's
Let's
fine.
go with that.
Look, I don't need any of that because the Selenian falsifies the whole thing.
Because of an exception that can happen.
There's no exception. It's a geometric impossibility.
Exception in the sense that it doesn't
Okay,
happen.
look, dude. Imagine you're fucking standing on a chair, right? And you got a fucking light on one side of the room that's over your head, and a fucking something, a ball on the other side of the room, right? So on the north side's a fucking light, and on the south side's a fucking ball, and you're standing on a chair. Can your fucking chair cast a shadow on that ball?
I mean, we're going to talk about
Can your
refraction
chair
now.
that you're standing on cast a shadow on the ball that's over your head?
No.
No, exactly.
But
And that's
a
exactly
little
what happens in a
different.
selenilian eclipse.
Well, we're going to get into a refraction.
That's what happens
like
in a
that, but
selenilian
yes.
eclipse, dude. There's no way around it. That's what has to happen. If it's a shadow. You have sunrise, you have a moon, and here's the weird part. Imagine that it's the legs of the chair that are on the moon. Not even the top of the chair. Shut the fuck up.
Please don't shout.
So that it's the legs of the chair on the top of the moon, not the top of the chair, the legs coming down from the top. Even more impossible.
Don't shout, Indio. You are so annoying.
Can you stop interrupting,
Are you the
please?
guest? Bro, are you the guest mod? Did we appoint a guest mod?
No, I don't think we did.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Yeah,
didn't.
Bill, shut the fuck up. You're not the guest mod.
But have people observed this phenomenon with the sun?
I posted a video of it in the chat, bro.
Well,
I did.
Have they
I've observed it.
I've
observed it. Me too.
Have they observed that that isn't on a high point of elevation?
No, no, dude. Like
Why would
relative
that
ground
matter?
level, like from my bedroom window, up me. 2019, I think it was July or August. Observation of a selenilian, partial selenilian. Shadow was on top of the moon, passed from the left-hand side to the right-hand side, never touched the bottom.
Or flat area, but also like once again, I'm going to bring up refraction in this exam. And
Yeah, you always have to. That's not the moon or the sun now.
I know.
The shadow's in the wrong place.
The lights.
The shadow's on top.
The shadows are from light, though.
No, dude, if you're hiding behind something and you poke your head up, the bottom of you is going to be in shadow, but your head won't be when I see you. That's like the moon coming from behind the shadow of the earth. The shadow will be on the bottom, the top will be illuminated. The shadow's on the top and the bottom's illuminated, proving it didn't come out from behind the shadow of the earth, which is the thing that you're standing on your feet, by the way, when making the observation. So the shadow's in the wrong place.
Right, but because of refraction, just because the
now we're
source doesn't
refracting
make sense.
shadows.
Let me just finish this. Just because the source, the light that bends through the medium that it passes through. So obviously, it might not always be consistent with the source that's producing that light.
Awesome. So we're refracting shadows. Can you demonstrate that for me in an experiment?
I don't have one exactly right now. Like, what do you want
well,
me to
then
say?
we
I'm
don't
just saying
have any
refraction
actual
exists.
proof that the phenomenon that you're saying is caused by the thing that you're saying. Unless you can demonstrate it, you're saying refraction of a flipping shadow.
Jedi.
I want this guy to understand before I start speaking to other people.
You know we're not going to agree on this, right? Like,
so you're not going to agree
because I'm a flat earther, though.
It's not because you're a flat earther. I've been
okay, is this because you can demonstrate this? You can demonstrate this then, right?
Once again, so first off,
no,
I can't demonstrate this right now. I'm not I don't feel like looking this up on the internet at the moment, too.
Or ever.
Bro,
show me how it's geometrically possible for me to pop up from behind the sofa, but my face be in shadow, and you can see my fucking feet.
The other issue, you're asking me to prove something to you that I know you're not going to believe regardless. You're going to refute anything I might have to show.
No, you can't demonstrate it. This is you being scared. This is you being scared.
We know it's geometrically impossible.
You're appealing to, well, I don't have to go on the internet, and I hope that it's out there. But we're demonstrating to you geometrically that this is an impossible situation.
Look, if there's a light above your head and there's an object above your head and you're looking at that object and a shadow is being cast and it's coming down from the top of the object toward the floor, can that object be under your feet?
No.
No. There we go.
Holy
End of fucking story,
Hey,
bro.
thank you.
There's no way
I'm only saying
refraction
that to
can
appease
make
you
that
guys.
fucking
But,
possible because it would have to refract under your feet up around to the other side, dude.
I'm only saying that to appease you. But to be clear, let me find.
You're not saying it to appease me. Okay, how about this, Jay? Because this is always funny. How about you make a diagram in paint showing that this is possible? Should be easy. Just make a diagram.
This is like. Just find
Make sure you put the shadow on top of the moon.
Mm.
So you're under the sun and the moon, and the shadow of the Earth's on top of the
I
moon.
can't post this. I'll just post the full on Walmart. Oh God. Okay. Well, didn't think it would do that.
Oh wow.
All right. You know about those toys? Those fiber optic type toys where they cast light from the base and then it shines through, and then somehow you're able to bend that light to come out through the other end. You could literally bend the string cable things that are sticking out of it, and the light will still come through the tip, far away from where it's being
This is
cast.
the most. I almost feel bad for you, dude. This is a
Why is
crazy
it not a
cope.
good example?
It's a
This
crazy
is
cope.
reflected light through a fiber optic fucking cable, and you think that this is going to prove something?
Well, why is it not a good? It's showing light.
Is that what's
bending.
happening?
Is it
Then
not?
is it? Is that what's happening?
Light is not going directly straight from where
What,
the
through the
source
vacuum of
is.
space? What, through the vacuum of space?
The point being, though, is that light
Look,
is
the
not
light
consistent
has
to
to
what we're
go
saying it
around
should
the
be
Earth
here.
underneath it and come back up the other side.
Light is literally wrapping in that little toy right there, right? Through a different medium. But it is wrapping. It is not going straight. It is not directed
What
to the
medium's the
source.
moon in? What medium's the Earth in? And what medium's the sun in?
I mean, it's certainly not whatever this cable is, but
It's a
regardless,
fucking vacuum, isn't it?
it shows the
Is it a
different
vacuum?
properties of the medium.
I wonder if it's a vacuum.
You see
Is it a vacuum?
Yeah.
The light. Yes. Okay. So why are you talking about this
it's
then?
a vacuum
No,
until
dude.
Why
it
the
reaches the
fuck
Look,
are
I
you
atmosphere.
just
talking
looked at
about
your
this
little
Hold on.
then?
toy.
It's like,
Jay,
why?
that's not it, Jay. Jay,
Until it reaches the atmosphere,
Jay,
yes.
those things have to go all the way in a circle. They have to go around the Earth from the other side.
And just to be clear,
It's
about my statement,
illuminated. The moon is illuminated on the bottom and shadow on top. So that means the light has to go around the Earth, down around the other side, and come up to illuminate the moon.
Is that how that would work? I don't.
Yeah.
Is that what they claim is what's going on?
That's
the lying NASA scientists.
Who cares what they fucking claim? We observe a fucking shadow on top of the moon. According to you, it's a shadow on top of the moon. It's lit on the bottom of the moon. That shadow is coming down. Vertically down. As the moon is setting, the shadow's catching up to the moon and fucking blackening it. As it's going down. But the thing that's supposed to be casting a shadow and coming down is under your feet, which is fine, except for the sun is also over your head. So the Earth is in between the fucking moon and the sun. Do you understand? The Earth's not between the moon and the sun if the fucking sun and moon are over your head.
I mean, this is just going to go in a circle with me saying refraction.
It
I'm
can't.
post
Look, can the Earth be between the sun and the moon if the sun and the moon are over your head?
I think light can act in funny ways sometimes.
Okay.
We're going to disagree on
don't
this.
answer the question, dude. This is fucking cowardly, bro.
We disagree on this. We disagree on this.
You're
when
being
it comes
cowardly.
to the solar eclipse, I guess.
We know it's a geometric impossibility. Doesn't it bother you that they can't use the heliocentric model to predict when they happen? You can't even appeal to the model.
I don't know who they is, but yeah.
NASA.
Yeah, I'd have to look at what they do.
Technically, Fred Aspernak, if you want to know the guy who does all the eclipse predictions. You can't even appeal to a model. That's the thing. It's just a story. if you had a model of that was actually happening other than just fucking some diagrams, an actual like mathematical model that predicted when they happen, you'd have an argument. It would be a reification fallacy, but at least it would be something. Yeah, if we modeled this geometry, it'll mimic what we observed. But you don't even have that. You don't have a model, a geometric model.
Which side are you debating for?
Huh?
Which side are you arguing for, flat or round Earth?
I'm a flat earther, bro.
Okay.
Why wouldn't I be?
No, I was just wondering where you were coming from.
Well, we're talking about eclipses. And we're trying to tell them about anomalous eclipses, selenilian eclipses, called the Apostle Eclipse, that happened, that falsify the story of 3 balls. And I also named other things: sunrise eclipse, sunset eclipse.
Ain't living on no cartoon ball, that's for sure. Who's this? Can I speak now?
What's going on, buddy?
I think it's funny how did everybody see NASA's recent movie that they made?
What, Artemis?
Yeah. their recent movie, yeah. The newest movie from NASA Film Studios.
What's up? How are you doing?
So
Yeah, hold on a second. This dude still in here? So J-Dog, let's check this out. See this diagram?
I'd like to go to a listener at this point. I'm trying to wrap up some things at work, but what's this about? What is this?
See the diagram?
What's going on
98
there?
degrees, 0.00.
Why are you fucking interrupting, dude? I hate you rude motherfuckers in this server, dude. You guys are really starting to get on my nerves.
Who are you talking to?
You!
What did I do?
You started talking when other people were talking. Wait your fucking turn.
I didn't do it on purpose, pal.
It was an accident? Oh, people talk by accident now. Jesus Christ. Oh, why were you talking? Oh, it was an accident. I just fucking flap at the mouth like a chick.
Tourette's is apparently contagious.
So, you see this diagram, right? This is a top-down view.
Yeah.
Right? So, if the sun, earth, and moon were all in a line, right, for a solar eclipse, and you were looking down at the horizon, they couldn't be lined up so that you would see this. You could never see this. This would never happen. Because it's called syzygy when they're all lined up. The sun, earth, and moon could never be in syzygy with the sun and moon at the fucking horizon. And you can't say refraction because there's no fucking refraction in space, bro.
Yeah, but there is in the Earth's atmosphere, so.
Yeah, but there's no refraction in space.
Okay, but the
in
light
the
still
sun
has to
and the
pass
earth
through
and
the atmosphere.
look, the refraction that affected the sun and affected the moon would affect them both the same, and they would just be both displaced the same. They wouldn't be
Different
merged
mediums.
together. They wouldn't be merged together.
It's like looking at a fork passing through water in a glass. Like it's
No, it's not like
intense.
that.
It's much more intense. I get that, but the point being, you have
brother.
You have a
Okay,
vacuum
is the sunlight look, bro? Is the sunlight refracted?
There is some refraction going on. Yeah.
Is this okay? Is the moon refracted?
The light that bounces off the moon, a little bit, sure, if it reaches.
Yeah. Okay, so they're both refracted.
It doesn't cancel out though.
So, what do you mean it doesn't cancel out? They're both having the same effect applied to them.
Why?
They are not lined up in a line.
They're different.
So if they're both refracted, they're still not going to be lined up in a line.
They're different distances from Earth though as well.
But the refraction doesn't happen in space.
Yes, but the distance they're traveling from and the size of the objects do play a
The
part.
distance they've traveled from and the size of the objects do what?
They play a part.
How? What part is that?
I mean, how do they? Okay, let me ask you this. So I'll say I don't know. Hold on, Jedi. Come on, Jedi. I don't know. So how would they not play a part then? Because yes, I don't have the
No, he's
reason
asking
why.
me.
But let me ask you guys then how you know it doesn't actually.
We haven't isolated what it fucking is yet, dude. You're saying, it's going to play a
Just
part.
tell me.
We're asking you specifically what would it do, and now you're asking us. Well, you need to consider it. What?
I'm an idiot. Explain it to me. Explain it to me.
No,
Explain what to
it's your
you?
claim.
But no, I'm saying explain to me why it doesn't matter.
Explain my claim about nothing at all to me.
Hold on. Explain to me why it doesn't matter.
What?
Or I'll just go to Gemini.
I know why you're not productive at work now.
Why is that? And what are you doing right now, Indio?
I'm working.
Because of this.
I get paid to do this. I'm a grifter.
This is you make money by.
Oh my
by
god,
doing
he's
No, I
easily
don't
distracted.
fucking. There ain't no
Fucking
money in
gullible as
flat
shit.
Earth, dude. Are you crazy?
Can we not have people talk over each other, Jedi and Indio?
There's no money in flat Earth, J-Dog.
Who cares?
It's kind of difficult.
I know, it's funny. You're gullible. That's what I was saying. Sorry, Indio, to interrupt you.
No, it's fine.
Hey, we're not allowed to do bigoted statements in here, I thought. Because that's what bigoted means, right?
Dude, you've demonstrated this. I've been listening to you for fucking days. This isn't a fucking opinion I've just pulled out my ass because I don't like your fucking sound, your voice. You've demonstrated this, dude. Come on.
So, J-Dog, how, if this is the moon blocking the sun, how is the sunlight going underneath it?
Dude, we're gonna. I don't know what else to say. We're gonna not agree on this. I'm gonna give you the same.
No, I'm just wondering why
how
can the sunlight go underneath the moon? Because the moon is supposed to be in the way here.
I know. The distance.
Oh, it must be the thing that we didn't account for that's in the distance?
Yes.
So you got sunlight, goes through space with nothing in it, hits the moon, goes through space with nothing in it, and then they're both refracted, the sunlight and the moon. When their image gets to the atmosphere, they're both refracted. You have to be claiming that the moon was refracted into the refracted fucking optical illusion of the sun. At exactly the angular distance between the horizon and, difference of fucking 1 degree.
Damn. What do you have against me over fences? Why do you hate me? I'm just curious.
I'd have to care about you to hate you.
You care so little that you made that poll on the side and still been talking about me. I appreciate it. I appreciate all the honesty.
He's just jabbing at you, man. You deserve it. God.
I know, but it's just funny to say
freaking chat,
you
dude.
don't care about something you're making these random ass
Hey, let's
fucking
join the
polls.
chat and just yell hello.
I'm not trying to start. I don't want enemies in here.
Okay, J-Dog, take a break. Do some work. Let's talk to Catnap. He's chomping at the bit over here.
Appreciate it.
Hi, how are you?
What's up, Catnap?
Yeah, I wanted to ask, could you show me a Selnelian whilst the sun is at its meridian at noon?
Of course not. Then it wouldn't be a
No.
Selnelian.
Okay, so it only specifically happens during the moon set and sunrise, correct?
Yeah.
It happens also during a specific phase of the moon, being a full moon.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So
hold on. I'm not done yet. A full moon has the sun and the moon at opposite ends of each other in the sky. So if the sun is directly overhead, you're not going to see the moon.
the thing on the Selnelian that I've actually looked at when observed the history of the lunar and Earth on the chart, on the star chart and the simulation. But not just that, the sun is barely risen. Once the moon starts to go down, that's when 0.1% of the sun starts to rise during the Selnelian. There's never a Selnelian where they're both actually, either one of them has to be partially behind the horizon.
No, it's not what I observed in 2019. Both sun and moon above the
I
horizon.
don't know what you observed. I've never
the
seen it.
Selenian eclipse.
Seen one
Why
myself. Don't you scroll up the chat, dude? There's fucking videos, GIFs.
Yeah,
you
I've
name
seen
it.
them. I've seen them.
You saw the
I've seen them.
Kohaki Mounds one?
Yeah, is it somewhere in like
The
Illinois?
YouTube video that was posted in the chat.
Is it in Illinois?
It's Ohio or something.
Ohio.
Illinois.
That's
It could be
right.
Illinois. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Cahokia
Okay.
Mounds is in Illinois.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That
So
one. I just posted
yeah,
it again.
that one. Yeah, that one's weird.
Mm.
I don't know anything about that one, but
Well, the shadow of the
Other
Earth
one
is
on
on top of the moon, and the moon's
Yeah, it's on
setting, and
top,
the
yeah.
shadow, and the shadow's coming down.
Yeah, it could be the second moon. Who knows? But anyways, yeah. What I was saying is,
Fucking the cope in this fucking chat is off the chart today. You
there's no
guys are just
there's
the
no
biggest.
there's no second moon.
The heliocentric model. I'll raise you 2 moons. Fucking.
There's no second moon. Let me have a look at the video. Hold on.
You guys would do anything to keep the Earth a globe. It's so funny.
Let me see the video. Hold on. I'm just looking for it right now. Is the guy that's actually talking in this video, is he a globe or a flat earther?
He's a globe earther. This is just a random video from the internet, bro.
Yeah, I'm just looking. Hold on. Okay. So he's up high on like
watching
high
him try to
terrain.
explain it. That's the funny thing.
Yeah.
He's trying to explain it and he can't. And he's a globe earther. He's watching it happen. He can't. He's like,
Okay.
well, the light has to be coming like under the Earth.
Yeah. He's wrong. Let me explain. So what I'm
He's
seeing is
wrong,
well, from what I'm seeing, he's probably somewhere on the high altitude. I don't know if he's at sea level. Because if you're
How
at
does that
sea level,
explain the shadow coming down?
yeah, I'm gonna get to that point.
It's the only point.
Have you
Just
seen a
start there.
Selenian? Have you seen a Selenian eclipse at sea level? Like literally at sea level.
I think I'm maybe about 300 foot above sea level. Or actually, maybe not even that. I mean, I live in fucking Kent, dude. It's up and down round here, but yeah, relative sea level, dude. Not up the fucking top of a mountain. Why?
It is
How does sea level change the shadow coming down from the top?
It doesn't change the shadow coming down. Rather, the sun and the moon are not up at the same time. Either a portion of it is down of the moon, and a portion of the sun is up. On the horizon.
Speculating.
Yeah, but that's what happens at sea level.
So it's not a Selenian.
No, that's speculation, dude. You're just speculating.
My observation is my observation. I'll tell you what I saw. My observation is, well, dude, late summer, so July. So the evenings go on to about 9:30, 10 o'clock, right before the sun sets. Observing the sun in the western sky before it sets, and the full moon is rising on the eastern horizon. And then it starts eclipsing before the sun has started descending on the horizon. Right, so the sun and moon are both above the horizon when the eclipse starts. You understand this, right? And the shadows on the top of the moon going from left to right, never descending to the bottom of the moon, which is the geometric impossibility, because the thing casting the shadow, the earth, is underneath your feet. So geometrically, the shadow should be on the bottom of the moon. It isn't and never was.
Hang on. Okay, so the thing is, the whole word Selenian, it doesn't literally mean the sun and the moon are both above the horizon at the same time, because that's never happened before unless you're at a different altitude. That's why when you're at sea level,
to you when it was.
When you're at sea level,
dude.
If you go up higher, you can see the of the Earth.
You can see a bit more when you're higher.
How high?
I don't know. It depends on the guy making the video and where he was.
200 foot. Would it be
no
different to me if I stood on the shoreline or stood at the top of the White Cliff?
It'll be different if you're on the shoreline. It would be much different.
Would it be much different if I was to stand 200 foot higher on the top of the White Cliffs of Dover?
By like a fraction, yeah.
Fucking hell, dude. Are you pulling shit out your ass or what?
Yes,
please wash your hands.
Well, I'm just going based off what the video shows.
So here's a screenshot of the video. The shadow is on the top of the moon.
Yes, I know the shadow's on the top. I know.
Okay, where does the light come from?
The light on the bottom of the moon is coming from underneath the Earth.
From underneath the Earth.
Where's the sun?
The sun is the
Above
sun
the
is
Earth.
wherever it is. It's not
It's
above the Earth.
horizon.
It's still underneath the
It's above
Earth.
the horizon. It's above the horizon. You
And
can
why is
literally draw
everything
a
lit up if the
triangle out of
sun's
these
underneath
things.
the Earth?
It only happens at
Daytime.
sunrise and moonset.
Who cares? That's a red herring, dude. Why is the shadow on the top of the fucking moon?
Because the light is the Earth is covering the
So
sunlight
it's
from the top.
simultaneously lighting up the moon from underneath the Earth and the surface of the Earth on the other side.
No, you know what civil
So that's not
twilight is?
daytime right here. So we don't see
No,
this
no, no, it's
river.
not
We
daytime.
don't see
It's
these
not daytime.
trees. We don't see these smokestacks. They're not actually lit up by sunlight. They're lit up by imagination.
It's not daytime. It's civil twilight. There's nautical
That's
twilight,
great,
civil
but
twilight. There's astronomical twilight, and then there's
I'm
night.
well aware. I'm well aware,
Yeah.
dude. You're not
So this is
educating
at civil
anybody.
twilight. So this is when the atmosphere is lighting up. What's lighting up the chimney stacks is the atmosphere, right? Because
So
the other side, yeah.
So I guess you missed the part in the video where she pointed the camera at the fucking sun.
Yeah, but she's higher up in altitude. That's the thing.
But
You just said the sun. This was twilight and not sunlight.
No, the sunlight is not direct, right? It's not. It's the chimney stacks.
No
They're not
sun
lit
in
up
the
by
sky when
direct
it's
sunlight.
twilight.
They're lit
There's no
up. They're
sun in
lit
the
up
sky
by
when it's twilight.
they're lit up by civil twilight, not
You
by
you'll
direct
say
sunlight.
anything to preserve your fantasy, won't you? You'll just fucking say anything.
What is this like ad hominem?
You know that
I'm
this
saying
is geometrically impossible. Okay.
it's
Why don't
not.
you
It's not
diagram it?
impossible.
Catnap. Go fire up MS Paint and diagram it for us.
Remember that time I fired up Space Engine? I
No,
used to have that. And I showed
diagram it
you.
for us in MS Paint 2D.
I don't. I'm on my phone. I don't have MS Paint.
You know what a
Okay,
syzygy is,
then
don't you?
use frickin' whatever drawing app that you have on the phone. You know you can't draw this.
You
No,
know
I
what a
can.
syzygy, dude? You know what a syzygy is, right? A straight line between astronomical bodies.
I don't know what syzygy is.
Yes, a straight. I just told you a straight line between astronomical bodies. In this case, we got three: the sun, the Earth, and the Moon in a straight line, because the shadow of the Earth is behind the Earth, right? So there has to be a straight line between the sun, Earth, and Moon for the Moon to enter the Earth's shadow. This is a straight line. What we observe here is a fucking triangle, right? Both sun and Moon are above the horizon, right? So not a straight line
No,
between the
that's
three
wrong. That's wrong.
astronomical.
That's wrong. That's
Not,
wrong. They're not both above. They're not both above.
I just described my observation to you, where both sun and moon were above the horizon.
I don't believe you because you don't have any evidence.
Oh, okay, I can't continue this conversation then if you're going to call me a liar. Sorry.
Okay, you ask us for evidence, so I'm asking you for evidence. Like, what is this like double standard?
Dude, I'm telling you an observation. If you want to go back and Google and like astronomical date and time, then you can find the recording of the astronomical
But
event.
you don't believe in that stuff. You don't believe
What do you
in
mean?
astronomical date and time.
What straw man is this?
Look, if I show you the astronomical data,
No, dude,
if I show you
can't engage with
astronomical
you.
data
Fuck
on
off.
Space Engine, you'll just reject it.
It's not astronomical data on Space Engine.
Yes,
Stop
it is because
making shit up.
you can reverse time on Space Engine. You can find
So
the
what?
Salanellian.
It's
Yeah, you
not
can
a
find it.
simulation.
You can find the Salanellian, and the sun is never above the horizon. It's only partially above, and it depends on
What
the altitude as
ephemeris
well.
does Space Engine use?
I don't know. Ask them.
So stop making shit up. It's a toy.
Why does
It's not a
anyone who uses
simulation.
Space Engine need to know that?
Because
Like,
it's a
what the
toy
hell?
and it's fun to use for fucking NASA fanboys. That's why they use it.
I actually don't like NASA. I go by the USSR.
Look, if you wanted to aim a telescope or fucking do any astronomical observation, you would not use fucking Space Engine.
No, I'm just saying you can look at historical data on Space Engine.
Sure, cool story.
Okay.
It's not historical data.
It is because the moon and the sun were at that point. Or
You
it
have
shows you star charts.
historical data is the observation recorded. That's historical data.
Oh, you mean like okay that
actually
I'm
recording an event? That's historical data. Speculating on what you think should have happened in the past is not data.
You can predict when something's going to happen, like a solar eclipse and whatnot.
No
Post
shit.
dict.
What the hell? We just said it both at
No
the same
shit,
time.
If it's in the
dudes.
past, it's a post dict.
Yeah, you can go forward and back on like space engine and
Yeah,
stuff like
these
that.
shit have always done the same fucking things, dude. It's not a prediction, it's a post-diction. Funnily enough, the sun does the same fucking year. Do you think I'm predicting it? No, post-diction. Happened
Okay.
before, right?
Okay, wow, okay. Awesome. But yeah, I'm saying that
wow.
I want you to show me a Salnelian where the sun is at noon.
That's
not
impossible
observed.
because eclipses only happen at certain times.
Okay, so it's nothing to do with the Earth
Okay,
being
so
flat. At
solar
least
eclipses only happen during a new moon, and as Yoder was already telling you, lunar eclipses only happen during a full moon. So you're not going to be able to see the moon at all if the sun's at fucking noon.
yeah,
dummy.
this is the point. So the Salnelian doesn't prove that the Earth is flat. That's all I'm saying. That's
No
one
that's
said it
shit.
did.
Well done.
Who
Just
said it
disproves
did?
your model. One, it's
No,
a
it doesn't
geometric
it doesn't disprove
hold
my
on.
model. It doesn't
Hold on,
prove your
dude.
model.
I'll point it out to you.
Yeah, it
One,
does
it's a
disprove.
geometric impossibility to have
No.
that shadow casted on the top
No,
of
it's
the moon
not.
when the
No,
thing is
it's not.
casting it is standing underneath you. You try and recreate it then. Two, are you saying that that's the Earth's shadow upon the moon, the true curvature of the Earth? Then in this example, the moon must be flat, right? Or if it was a curved surface and a curved object casting it like the Earth, continually over time as the shadow passed over that curved surface, the shadow would be fucking distorted. So we're just ruining your fucking model.
It didn't ruin the model because I can do the exact same thing with 2 balls and a torch.
You're
Flashlight.
bullshitting. Show us.
He's just lying now.
No, I'm
What's
not.
the sinusoidal pattern?
No, I'm not.
What's the sinusoidal pattern?
You can get 2 balls and a flashlight.
What's an S?
Yeah. So when shadows are projected onto a curved surface, do they get distorted?
Yeah, slightly, but it works the same way the moon does.
Yeah, slightly, but cope.
Is the moon a curved surface?
Yes.
Okay, so
Bro,
if you
look.
said then it should be
Oh my gosh.
distorted, right?
No, it doesn't distort like that.
Why?
It only distorts.
So only distorts on curved
I don't know
surfaces
why you're
that are
laughing. I
not
don't
the
know why
moon.
you're
You know what
laughing
this
because
is
you haven't
called?
proven anything.
This is called
You
a
haven't disproven
special
any model.
pleading fallacy.
Oh my
That the
goodness.
moon is somehow different.
It's not. Nothing is different. They're all spheres. They don't distort.
No, then it behaves different than a shadow cast on a regular curved
It won't give a sine shape. It will not give a sine shape. It will just be
Why?
the same. It will be just because that's how the laws of physics work. I don't know what you're
That's how
talking
the
about.
laws of physics work. So it will maintain the same shape. I'm gonna write that in my next fucking thesis.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's how, like, the shadow of the moon will maintain the same shape because that's how the laws of physics work. Surely I'll be published.
Okay.
Probably cited.
Shit
Anyways, I'm still.
answers,
Okay.
No, these really are shit answers, bro. You can do better.
It will only disprove the model if it was noon and there was still a lunar eclipse. That's your
No.
fantasy.
No, dude, just the sunrise eclipse disproves lunar eclipses.
There's no sun. My goodness, there's no sunrise eclipse.
Okay, I already posted it.
Yeah, your model's the video is it's at a higher altitude.
This is in Australia in the fucking desert. What are you talking about?
You didn't post anything. What are you talking about? The last picture you posted was the chimney stacks.
Dude, are you just going to
Scroll
do
up
this
further,
like a
dude.
fucking bullshit coping now, as I said?
What bullshit, Cope? The last picture you
This
posted
is
was
what you've
chimneys.
been what you've been doing. This appeal to fucking altitude and all this bullshit. You haven't posted anything. Was the last bullshit?
Yeah, the last picture he posted.
Look in the
Okay,
chat.
yeah, you just posted it now. Okay, yeah, he just posted it now.
Reposted for your
I posted
convenience.
somebody else's. I posted a screenshot.
Yeah, this is the last screenshot you posted here.
Yeah, but I posted lots of screenshots in the
Oh
chat.
my goodness.
I'm talking about the one I posted at 2:34 p.m. my time.
That's what happens when you live in Massachusetts.
It's just a wanker.
What do you know about that? Nothing.
I know about you.
You don't know shit about me, bro.
Fucking hell, what is this?
You know the video you just posted here, this GIF. Why does it stop halfway? Can I see the full thing? Like, it just keeps going
No,
back
you
and
don't.
forth.
You don't deserve to.
Yeah,
Can I
because I know
see
it'll
the
disprove
full
the whole thing.
thing?
Yeah, I want to see the full thing. I want to see the yeah.
I have to pull the video. But that's irrelevant. The moon and the sun cannot be lined up with the fucking horizon. And
Yeah, they
be in
can.
syzygy. Yeah, they can. No, they can't.
Yeah, they can.
No, they can't. Because does the horizon dip because the Earth's a globe?
It can't line up with that sea level
Does the
zero.
horizon dip because the Earth's a globe?
Yes.
Okay, so if the horizon dips, your line of sight is 0.02 degrees dipped.
Okay. Well, I'm not at sea level.
That line cannot intersect at the fucking sun and the moon.
Okay. There's no cell. There's no
And I'll
cell
show
in the
you.
way you want at sea level.
I'll show you the math, the geometry right here. Sea level don't matter because the horizon dips.
There's no Salinellian at sea level, bro.
Yep, we're not on the Salinellian anymore. We've moved on, dude.
No, I am.
We've heard enough of your nut-ahs, dude.
There's no I was just like showing you how it doesn't work.
You don't know
the
if
way
there's
you
no
demonstrated.
Selenium at sea level. You have no idea if there is or not. You're just
Well,
saying
why don't you
that.
go to if you go to sea level, you will not see the Selenium that you
Prove
want it
it.
to be.
Prove it.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to sea level. When do you want to meet?
No, prove it, dude. It's your claim. Prove it.
Yeah.
Give one shred of evidence that that's true.
The impossibility is gone at sea level, bro.
Yeah, dude, prove it.
Yeah.
Okay,
well,
yeah, no. I'm making the negative claim. You're making the positive claim.
Well,
Show
you're
me
making the claim that it's impossible at sea level. I said,
yeah,
prove it.
you're making the positive claim. Can you show me a Selenium at sea
You're
level?
saying that something doesn't exist, dude.
Yeah, show me a Selenium at sea level. It's so easy. Just show me.
I don't need to.
Oh yeah, because it doesn't exist.
I don't know if it exists or not. I have no information.
Oh my gosh. Oh, let me see this. 98 degrees, 0.002. Okay. Is this a part of like the one in Australia?
This is what would have to happen. The angle to the moon and the angle to the sun would be different angles if they were aligned with the horizon. So this is the sun and moon in syzygy, and this is where the angle that would separate the sun and the moon in your vision, basically 1 degree.
Is this a solar eclipse?
Yes, dude. If the sun and moon were in syzygy, the moon at the horizon, if they come up over the horizon, they'd be separated by 1 degree.
Okay.
Okay? If they're lined up, they cannot be lined up with the horizon and be in syzygy.
It's funny how like these
Because let's extend that blue line, right?
It's funny how like these celestial bodies have to be so close to each other in order to make a phenomenon.
Extend the blue line, right? Extend that blue arrow line. Just extend it so that the sun's behind the moon and the sun is not in syzygy anymore. Or extend the red line so that the moon is in front of the sun. The moon's not in syzygy anymore.
I'll have to look at this part because I'm still confused.
It's not hard to figure out, dude.
No, yeah, but I want to see. I want to see on
grader.
3D model. I want to see like a 3D model of it and like use Space Engine to try and figure it out because I'm only used to
play with your
debunking.
toy. I'm gonna use Grand Theft Auto to figure out how to prostitute women.
I'm only used to debunking the Selenium. I haven't done this one yet.
You haven't debunked anything.
I have. I told you, show me something. Show me. I said, show me something at sea level, and you can't find it.
That does not. The absence of that observation does not debunk the fact that the shadow comes down. It doesn't address the shadow coming down from the top of the moon
Absence
at
of evidence
all.
is not evidence of absence. That's what I'm saying.
What if I'm 89 feet above sea level?
You can't even tell us. How does let's grant you a Selenium has never been seen at sea level. How does that debunk the Selenium eclipse being impossible?
Because if you see at high altitude, you might see like this weird phenomenon going on.
Okay, but how does that debunk the Selenium eclipse being impossible?
No, it debunks the claim that it debunks the globe Earth. That's what I'm saying.
How?
Because it's normal. It doesn't debunk the globe. The globe
because it's normal. It debunks it because it's normal. That's your reason.
Yeah. Yeah, it's normal.
You sound
Yeah, it's
stupid.
normal. No, I'm doing something. It's normal to happen on a globe.
Okay, so it's normal to happen on the globe to observe at some high altitude a stellian eclipse in which the shadow of the Earth comes down the moon as it's setting. That's normal.
Yeah, if you're at a high altitude, yeah.
Yeah, the shadow of your dude, I'm gonna fucking ban you. If you don't address the shadow of the moon coming down, I'm gonna fucking ban you, dude. You
The
just been
shadow's coming
fucking
down
dodging it.
because the shadow's coming down because the Earth's shadow is casted from the top.
From the top of what?
From the top of the moon.
How is the
Wait, give me
shadow
one
getting
second.
to the top of the moon and it being lit under the
Give me
moon?
1 second. 1 second.
Fucking bullshit artist. Should have kicked him out of here.
Congratulations on being such an incredible bullshit artist.
Big time.
Okay, so who made this screenshot here? Who made this? Can I see the video? Yeah, Matt. Okay, just give me a sec. I've talked to these guys before, Matt. It's okay.
What guy? Mike Bull?
Yeah, so I might be like leaving and coming back every now and then, but this video I want to see it.
I'll see if it still exists. It looked like his channel was deleted.
Who is he? Is he a glober or?
Oh no, it still exists. Here we go.
Who is he? A glober or a flat earther?
He's a flat earther. Doesn't matter, dude.
No, it does.
Why?
Because a lot of the stuff the flat earthers post just like is.
So we have to
confident.
consider the personality or the personal attributes of a person to determine
it's
whether
just-
their
no, it's
information
just-
is true or not. Why are you interrupting me? It's a fallacy.
It's not a fallacy. It's not.
It
No,
is
it's
a
not a fallacy.
fallacy.
It's not. You guys are
Personal
notorious. You guys are
Personal
notorious for lying.
characteristics of a claimant don't determine the truth of the claim.
It does because we can judge by the appearance.
It
You're
does.
notorious for lying.
No, you're a retard.
You're notorious. You guys are notorious for lying.
Judged by the appearance.
We're notorious. Tell me one lie a flat earther said. One.
That the
We're
Earth is flat.
notorious. You should have a fucking whole list. One. Give me one.
Yeah, that the Earth is flat.
Every fucking time you guys say the same fucking thing. How is it a lie? You know what a lie is, right? When you know the truth and then you say something else. So you're saying we know the Earth's a globe and we're just saying it's flat?
A lie is intentional deception.
Yeah, so we're intentionally deceiving people by telling the Earth is flat. Yeah, that's what I thought. Can't think of one fucking lie. You're the liar. Ain't that funny?
I can think of one lie, just a very quick search on AI and Google and whatnot. Yeah, it's perfectly fine to watch a selenium eclipse from sea level. The only problems would be the haze and the weather, but it's perfectly fine. He's been jabbering on for the last hour saying it's impossible to see one from sea level. AI would disagree. I don't know where you pulled that fucking from, dude.
Even if it was impossible, I mean, it still doesn't tell us how this is possible. Still doesn't tell us how the shadow can come from the top. Whether it's impossible on sea level or not.
You're talking about the solar eclipse thing you showed me? Oh, this? Okay, hang on.
Okay, the video was about the solar
I'd have
eclipse.
to use a 3D model to actually figure out what's going on.
You're using a toy. You saying like 3D model is like me claiming I'd have to use a 3D model and play Grand Theft fucking Auto.
What?
You're using a toy. It's not a simulator.
Okay, I still want to use it though.
Go play with your toy. You guys are fucking so weird, dude. You guys are just like some of you people your age are just so fucking weird. You think these apps are simulators. They're not simulators. They don't simulate anything.
No, they just you can just use it so you don't have to use like balls and stuff.
Do you think they're actually modeling fucking balls in that shit?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the code?
Why the hell would anyone need to see the code?
To see how what
Bros.
they're okay. So you have computer code, and that computer code generates, in this case, images. Now, underneath your interface that you're looking at doesn't mean that their calculations are using balls, spheres, orbits. They could be using any number of things.
Hold on.
But the thing is, to you, you're seeing this is like Google Earth, right? Does Google Earth look like a sphere?
Yeah.
Do you know that it's not a sphere?
No, it's a sphere.
That it's a cylinder?
Yeah, they use a cylinder to make a sphere.
They use a cylinder to make a sphere. What does that mean?
Yeah.
What does that
means
mean?
you need to model a cylinder shape into a sphere. I wanted to ask you something. What basis or what foundation are you using to
How fast you just tried to whistle, get past that.
Run as fast as you
By the
can
way,
do.
let's
Fuck
change
it
the
out.
subject.
No, I'm asking. Wait. What foundation are you using to judge? What criteria are you using to judge the code?
Here we go. This is definite deflection tactics, usually associated with the
Why
words
are you asking
tactic.
me that? I gave you an example of that. What you're seeing isn't what's actually happening underneath the hood. Okay.
Okay.
And the example of Google Earth is a cylinder, but it displays to you as a ball. But it's not a ball in the mathematics. It just displays it as you, right? It's the user interface. It's just a toy.
Okay. What's wrong with the cylinder?
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Do you think you live on a cylinder?
I mean, no, but like the poles of the Earth are demonstrated with like a cylinder.
Poles?
Yeah, the
What
poles
poles?
like on diagrams and on like simulators, there's like a cylinder. You need a cylinder to use it. What, bro? It's literally a ball. Like you can look at a ball in your hand and look at the one in simulator. It's exactly the same thing. I don't get what your point is, bro.
I know you don't get what my point is. That's the sad part. Okay. The actual mathematics, when they're doing calculations, they're calculating on a cylinder. Okay?
Okay.
They're displaying it to you as a ball. And then you're saying to yourself, hey, they're simulating the Earth being a globe. No, they're not. They're simulating the Earth being a cylinder, and they're displaying it to you as a ball. How do you know that frickin' sandbox universe space engine, whatever the fuck you're using, what it's doing underneath, isn't doing something like that? Like Super Mario Galaxy, right? You ever play that?
No, I don't play games.
Yeah, you do.
Not really.
Sandbox
That's some
universe.
BS right there.
I can I like my play something
That's
like
a
once.
game, dude.
Oh my gosh! I don't play
Sandbox
video games
universe
often.
is a game. It's not a
I
simulator.
don't. It's
And if
Universe
you
Sandbox is
dared,
trash. Space Engine's much better.
well, either one, that's also a game. Those are games. They're
Okay.
for entertainment purposes.
Okay.
Oh, you think NASA's using it to fly to the fucking moon?
Wait. Can we talk about the Russian space agency? Let's not talk about NASA.
Oh yeah, gish gallop all over the place, dude.
I don't know why NASA this, NASA that, NASA that. Oh my goodness! Like, chill out.
Yeah, but do you think Russian space agency is using fucking Sandbox universe?
No, but they can go to the moon if they want and take pictures of it. I mean, Artemis like
Why do you
recently just
believe
went
that?
to the
Why do you
moon.
believe that?
Bro, are you serious?
I'm asking you why
okay.
you believe that.
What do you mean? Why? Because it's proven. Like there's footage. There's people
Why do I
there. There's
believe
people
it?
recording.
Like, I love your answers. Why do you believe it? Because it's proven. That doesn't answer me why.
I just expanded on why it's proven. You didn't let me finish my
How?
sentence.
Okay, how was it proven?
Okay, so you know when you sit at home and you look on your television, how is
Yes, TV is proof. Wonderful.
no, I'm getting to my point.
No Plato's cave.
Yeah. So
Me.
how are you receiving signal to your television? Where is it coming from?
You're a clown.
I don't
Because
watch TV.
I have to do baby steps. I have to do baby steps with you.
I don't watch
So I have to-
TV.
Okay, so let's just, for hypothetically, you're on television or using your phone. You receive data that comes from another location, right?
Yeah, usually a tower or a receiver.
Yeah.
Leave
It's been
analog and
transmitted from a
radio
location.
signals.
That location is where the So this is baby steps because I don't know why we have to do this. I don't know why we have to do this.
Towers.
Yeah. So radio tower, and the radio tower receives that broadcast from the location.
Okay, so we're asking you how it's proven. We don't need your fucking goddamn
I'm doing it, but
level.
you're asking me to do this. That's why I have to do it baby step.
My father literally was the cable guy. I know everything about fucking transmission of communications and telecommunications. You're not educating me, dude. Okay.
Okay, so that's how you.
I'm trying to ask you how it proved Artemis. Let's hear it.
Yeah, whatever your dad did proves Artemis.
No. Whatever you're claiming, some radio frequency transmission proved Artemis.
Yeah, because Artemis is proven from footage that was and live footage. Live footage and observations.
How do you know it was live footage?
Oh my gosh, there was people standing at the launch pad. There was people standing at the observation deck.
No, not the launch, the space part.
Yeah, the rocket was followed. It was followed.
Who followed it?
Yeah, people on Earth, human beings. I don't know.
People on Earth followed it.
Yeah, it followed with telescopes, followed with cameras. No.
And then where'd it go?
It went behind the moon, came back.
First
they had to go high Earth orbit first. People would have seen it go high Earth
what
orbit.
did people on the ground see?
Why do I have to explain this to you step by step? We already know how it was done.
Because you said it's proven, and you haven't proven a fucking thing yet.
Guys, I'm sorry to interrupting, but what you speaking about?
Artemis, moon mission.
Oh,
flying to the moon. He says it's proven, and I'm trying to get out of him how it was proven, but he can't tell me.
Yeah, he wants to tell us.
Yeah, because I don't know what proof. I don't know what proof you need. That's why. That's literally why. I do not know what proof you need.
How Artemis
what proof are you looking for? Who is this? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know what proof you're looking for. That's why I have to pick apart every single thing.
Okay. What do you think proof is?
No, I'm asking you what proof do you need? You're just saying proof. Like, what do you need?
Telemetry data.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah, that's tough,
isn't your
huh?
story good enough?
Telemetry data would be a good start.
Okay, telemetry data. Okay, but we already have that, so
Oh, we do? Where's that?
Yeah.
You know, I asked somebody, someone on X said, I got telemetry data, and they posted a link, and then I clicked on it, and it was a fucking animation.
Okay. How do you think we saw
telemetry data would be the position of the rocket, where it is relative to Earth at all points in time, or at least some interval, every hour, every 2 hours, I don't know. So we know where the rocket is relative to where we are.
Didn't you see the capsule on re-entry?
Didn't I see the capsule on? Yeah, I saw that TV show.
No. Did you see the capsule on re-entry?
Did you see Blade Runner?
Did you see Artemis on re-entry?
Did you see Blade Runner?
Come out of the sky.
What has Blade Runner got to do with anything? I'm asking you.
It's a movie. It's a fictional movie, just like Artemis on re-entry.
Yeah.
How do you know that's what you saw on the screen isn't complete fiction?
You know, there was people there that were
How do you know that it's not complete fiction?
Because there were people there on the boat.
Do you know
that watched it come down from the sky.
There on the boat.
That's how they got them, and that's how they got them. There was a camera filming it coming from re-entry. The guy with the camera. Do you know there was a guy literally with the camera filming it coming through the sky?
Yeah, like Titanic. Got people out to see, didn't you?
Yeah. So that it was filmed. The people literally saw it. They were using camera. They were following it coming through the atmosphere with a camera.
Okay.
They were following it.
You're exaggerating what's shown.
Oh my goodness, bro! There was a cameraman following the capsule coming through the atmosphere.
There was a camera. What was he in?
I
Was
don't
he in
know,
the
a boat
atmosphere, and
or a
then did
plane or
he
something. I don't know
get
what he was
sight
in.
of it and
He
then
was
watch it fall to the
following a
ground?
capsule going 25,000 miles per hour in an airplane.
Yeah, like, bro, if you were there, you would literally see it with your own eyes. You'd still
If
deny it
I
if you were
was
there.
there, yeah, you would believe. I'm sure you believe that.
If you were there, you would deny it. Like, literally, you would deny everything.
No, what would happen is I'd be in the aeroplane and wait around until the object came into view and watch it drop into the sea. I'd have no information. I'd just wait until I saw the object until it went into the sea from the aeroplane, right? That's all I'd see.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, so you'd see it coming through the atmosphere. You'd
Yeah,
have like
exactly. I'd
What do you
see it
mean
coming
see
through
it
the
coming through the
atmosphere.
atmosphere? What does that mean? What does something coming through the atmosphere look like?
So you would see it coming
Tell us what
from
that
the sky
looks like,
above.
dude.
I don't
Just
know,
tell
the
us what
sky
that looks
above.
like. Now tell us
Oh my
what that
goodness.
looks like.
Bro, can
Coming
you
back
stop? You're
through the
acting like a baby.
I'm
Like, this is
asking you a
crazy.
question. I'd like an answer, please. What is it you said? You would see it coming through the atmosphere. What does that look like?
Yeah, so
Describe
something
it to
that
us.
is coming something that is coming out from the highest sky. I don't know, like the highest sky, and then
Coming
it's
out from the highest sky. How high can you tell the fucking sky is by looking up?
You can't do that, bro.
I know that.
Okay, so you'd see it come on the re-entry, following with the
You're just a
camera.
ridiculously crazy cultist believer, dude.
I
My
know.
goodness.
That's what the
Yeah, we
facts
can
of
see it
the
on the
matter
iPhone.
are. You're just like they could tell you fucking anything, dude. You want to believe it. You obviously want to believe it because you're a fucking fanboy of this shit.
No, I'm not. I'm just
You
going
think a
against the
fucking
facts.
toy, you think a toy, a game is a fucking simulation of reality.
Stop arguing. What is it about?
Oh my god, who the hell is this Indian? Anyways, what I was saying is,
Where's
Look,
the
you have
Indian?
look, bro, you have no method available to you to evaluate whether their claims are true or false. You either believe them or you don't believe them. I have no reason to believe what they're saying because they claim to do things that are physically impossible and that the basic parts of can't be replicated in any experiment on Earth. So why
okay,
should
if it
I
was
believe
your
them when
job,
they
if it
claim that
was,
they violate the second law of thermodynamics?
would you
When they
would you still
violate
deny
the things
it?
fall when you drop them.
Would
When
you
they
still deny?
violate
Oh
fucking
my fucking
thermodynamic.
days.
Well, listen, you're not listening. They're claiming that they do things that you can't replicate on Earth. I don't believe that shit. Why do you believe it?
Okay, what I'm saying is, you'd still deny it if you had if it was your job to film the re-entry.
Oh God.
I don't know it's re-entering, and what I would film is it. I can't tell if it's a re-entry or not from just
Okay.
looking at it.
Okay, what? Okay, from your
You think you
from
can
what you
just look
believe.
up in the sky and
Do
tell
you think?
if
Okay,
something's
what would
falling
you?
from the sky? Shut up, dude. You think you can just look up in the sky and just say, "Oh, that's re-entering Earth's atmosphere," by just looking at it?
Okay, what do you think it was?
Yes or fucking no, dude.
I don't know.
Yeah, you
I don't know what you're
can't.
saying.
If you look up in the sky, can you tell if something is re-entering Earth's atmosphere by just looking at something in the sky?
Partially.
How? Tell me what you look for.
Well, you need other tools to, like,
Okay,
determine
so
this.
you can't tell from looking at it. Congratulations.
Well,
What are
you
the
can
other
measure it.
tools?
So when you see the
I know what your
capsule
other
up
tool
close.
is. I know what your other tool is. The idiot on the fucking screen said it's re-entering Earth's atmosphere. That's your
No.
other tool.
Wait. Hold on. So we know how big the capsule is. Like, if it was in front of you, it's probably the size of the size of a living room or something, right? And then you can measure it with the camera, like say, okay, it's this far away now. Oh, well, now it's this far away. That's how
You can't tell from just looking at how far away something is.
Well, you know how big the capsule is. Let's say it's the size of let's say it's the size of a living room.
Well, apparently it's
right?
re-entering and it's on fire, right? So.
Okay, but you know if it's re-entering by how far away it looks on the camera, because we know how big it is up close.
It'll look bigger. It'll look bigger because it has a high temperature.
What the hell? Hello?
No, they like moving people into this chat for some reason.
Okay, can you kick that guy out? Just interrupt him.
It's a girl. So other channels like moving people that have open mics into this chat to fucking irritate us. Yeah, you would think that's funny. So,
no,
you ever seen a red hot poker that's been heated up?
Yep.
They look bigger than they actually are, don't they? Why?
Yeah, because it expands.
Because they're hot.
Yeah, it expands.
Yeah, no, it's not because
It
the
does.
fucking poker's expanding. It doesn't expand 3 times its size.
No.
It looks
It
bigger
depends on what.
because it's heating up the air around it, causing that air to make it look fucking bigger because of refraction. So if
Okay,
your little
well, I think I'm
thinking
thinking
capsule
of something
heats up
else.
to thousands of degrees, it's gonna look bigger than it really is. So that ain't gonna work.
No, bro. No.
Yeah,
Okay.
bro.
I can grant that. You can still determine like how far away it is because you can like calculate. Oh, how big would it be if it heats up? All that kind of
Oh
stuff.
boy.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Again, the stuff you keep pulling out your arm.
Okay.
Can you give us a calculation? You
Minus,
wouldn't even
can
know
you give
where
us
to
a
look.
calculation?
You wouldn't even know where to look to even find a place that could possibly do that calculation. Now, I'm going to ask you the thing I asked J-Dog because it's important. Why are you carrying the water for somebody else's idea?
I
Why are you
just
defending the
want to.
globe as if is the globe your idea? Did you come up with it?
No, I'm just saying it's
Okay, so
logically
why are you
possible.
defending somebody else's idea?
It's because the globe is a logical impossibility, and I don't like it when people are being illogical.
I know the
so
globe is a
refute them.
logical impossibility.
I said possibility. I didn't say impossibility.
Give us the logic then. What do you mean?
Yeah, give us the logical syllogism that supports
That's
the
why I'm
globe.
defending it because I'm defending logic. Well, okay, what are the 3
You're
laws of logic?
defending
What
logic.
are the 3
So
laws of
give
logic?
us the silly. Look, bro. I'll give you
Hey,
5 bucks.
hey! What is the 3 laws of logic?
Okay,
Law
who
of
cares?
identity.
I want a
Laws
logical
of excluded
syllogism.
middle. Law of
Yeah, I mean, fucking
non-contradiction.
this is like absolute amateur shit, bro.
Okay, you want a syllogism? Okay, P1.
We want a syllogism that supports the globe.
Okay, I'm just arguing. I'm giving you a formal logic. Not this is not informal, right? Okay, so P1.
Yeah.
P1.
Mm-hmm.
Earth exists. P1. Earth exists.
Okay.
P2. Logic. What the hell?
No.
Logic
No,
is what we use to determine.
You don't need a statement about logic in there, dude.
No, not at all.
I do.
No, you don't.
Okay.
We understand the premises of logic, so give us some truths to add together.
No.
I've given you the first truth, Earth exists. Give me another one.
Okay, we use natural reasoning. Reasoning to determine the world around us.
That's a statement about human beings, not the Earth. So, your premise is about human beings. We use natural reasoning. Who's the we? Human beings.
P3, we see the sunset and the moon rise. P4.
Okay, and? Therefore, Earth God.
Yeah, he's not done.
Okay, P4, we come to know this through a turning ball.
What the fuck is this shit, dude?
I don't know.
I'm giving it this.
Do you know what logical syllogism is?
I'm giving you the syllogism, then I'm going to give you the C1, C2.
Okay. Why are your premises so shit?
Why are your premises not about the subject?
Why are you guys parroting each other? It's like, what the hell? This is like some Disney bully thing. What the fuck?
Dude, you said you got logic. I asked you for logic.
I'm doing it right now.
Because you haven't given it yet.
Yeah, patience.
Reading off the internet.
Dude, patience.
I'm
He's going to
literally
need like
typing.
92 more premises to frickin' even get this close to Earth as a globe.
For sure.
P5, we come to know this through everything.
Okay, you know what you're trying to prove, right?
Denial.
No.
I don't get what you're laughing at.
Okay, you can't. Well, let's just stop this. You can't create a logical syllogism for the globe because it's not perceived. You understand?
I'm talking about natural reasoning. Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
Yeah. This syllogism is proving that natural reasoning you come to know of the Earth being a globe through natural reason.
What does that mean?
Oh my gosh, I don't.
How does
Let me
natural
finish the
reasoning
sentence.
lead to geometric forms?
That's why I'm making the syllogism.
Okay, how would you get from natural reasoning to the fact of a geometric form?
Yeah, I'm
You can only
giving the
know the Trinity
syllogism.
for natural
Give
reason.
me a second. Let me finish it.
No, I'm not going to let you finish it because you're wasting our time.
This should have been really fucking simple. Should have been said with 20 seconds.
A logical necessity.
There's no logical statement you can make to support the goal because you don't
I'm nearly
start.
done. I'm on C2, conclusion 2.
This is going to be a fucking train wreck.
We use empirical reasoning, to know if the Earth is flat or a globe, right? I don't know why you're using just logical stuff,
He isn't using logical stuff.
You know what I mean?
Okay, here we go.
I don't know the
This
term.
is it. Okay, P1, Earth exists. P2, we use natural reason to determine the world around us. P3, we see the sunset and the moon rise. P4, we come to know this through a rotating sphere. C1, natural reasoning proves the globe is a logical necessity.
No.
Why are you nervous? Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous.
You
I know
need
you're
true
nervous laughter.
premises, catnap.
Yeah.
No,
We come
no.
to know this. We come to know
Was
this
it-
is terribly specific.
Why is this with nervous laughter?
We come to know, what was that? Premise what? 4?
You know, we come to know is English. That's the standard English. I don't get it.
No,
It's a
we
statement
come to
about
know
human
because
beings,
of
dude.
sunrise and sunset that the Earth is a globe.
Premise 4 is unjustified.
Yeah. You can come to know of it through a rotating sphere. You just get
Look,
two
why even create a
spherical.
syllogism? Why not just state that in the first premise and just be done?
You
Right?
you asked for a syllogism.
Well, you don't need one if
You
you're
were
just
begging.
gonna
No, you were
fucking-
begging me for you were begging me for a syllogism.
I
That's
thought
why I
this
did
was
it.
the
because
fucking
you,
if you're just
You
gonna
should not
claim
call
if you're just gonna claim the premise as the conclusion, then fucking just say that. Just do ipsy dixit like you just did. Earth's a globe because Earth's a globe. Or just say that.
The Earth exists. We lose logic and reason, and because sunset and sunrise, we've come to know the Earth is a sphere. What bollocks
Therefore,
is
Earth is a
this?
sphere.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's logic.
it's fucking not.
So let's go back to the beginning. Let's go back to
Okay, don't ask me for a syllogism.
no. Well, you said that you were defending the globe because you were protecting logic. That's not true. So why are you defending the globe?
Which premise do you deny?
The one that we've come to know the Earth is a spinning globe, but because the sun rises and sets.
Yeah, so you can
You don't
let's say
know
if you're-
that because it's an inductive inference, so you don't know it. Your
No.
premise, even if true, is an inductive inference.
No, listen. Let's say
Even
you're
if
in the
you
stone
know,
age.
there is no listen.
Let's say-
Even if your premise is
Okay.
taken as true,
I can't
it's
even
an
speak.
inductive inference, and you can't construct the logical syllogism with an inductive inference. All the premises have to be
Okay,
true.
can you prove it's inductive?
They
Can
can't
you
be
prove it's inductive?
possibly true.
Can you prove it's inductive?
Yeah.
Yes. Because
go on
you're
then.
looking at the thing that's not the thing that's in question.
What is the thing
You're
in question?
looking at the sun to deduce to figure out what the Earth is.
No.
Right? So that's an indirect observation.
No, buddy.
You said sunset.
No.
You said sunset.
No,
You said we've
no,
come
that's
to
not.
know.
No, bro, no. Oh my goodness, we come to know is not because of the sunset.
Oh, what was it?
We come to know. We're trying to figure out why is the sun setting. So we come to know of that through a rotating sphere, right? Right. For example, P4.
I thought that was supposed to be the fucking conclusion.
No, the C is the conclusion.
Yeah, the conclusion that the Earth is a sphere. Right,
How did you come to the conclusion that the Earth is?
You're defending that logical conclusion, right, with your logical syllogism because you've got logic on your side, which concludes the Earth is a sphere. Shut up.
P4 is an experimental
This is your
analysis.
conclusion. Your conclusion shouldn't be in your premises. Your premises, when added together, should reach the conclusion
go
that
in a
you're trying to
syllogism.
reach. Fucking dickhead.
No conclusions don't
Conclusions
go in
go.
syllogism.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
No,
The
there's
C1,
one
C2.
conclusion
Yes,
at
they
the end
do.
of a syllogism.
That is
It's
at the end
like
of the
math,
syllogism.
dude. Hold on. It's like math.
It's premise
right?
4.
You add 1 and 1 together and equal 2. This is what a logical syllogism. You add one truth together, and then you add another truth together, and you reach that logical conclusion based on those truths.
Loki,
Truths have to have a relationship.
I'm Loki gonna stab myself in the eye. P4 is experimental analysis, right? So let's say you're in the Stone Age, you can light
Experimental
fire.
analysis.
Yeah,
What is
it's
that?
an experiment, it's an analysis, right? So if you're in the Stone Age, you can light a fire, you can get like a fucking rock, you can like rub or get your ball sack and use those balls, right, to prove like the sun is setting because the ball is rotating, right? So you rotate the ball. Oh, okay, look, the fire is no longer in view, right? So this is what P4 is.
No, it's not that.
Yes, it is.
Look, how did you reach the conclusion that the Earth was a rotating ball?
Because no one in the Stone Age will know what the fuck refraction is.
How did you reach the conclusion that the Earth is a
Because
rotating
the sun
ball?
cannot set without it being a ball.
Says who?
It's from natural reasoning. This is the whole point of the syllogism.
No, that's a bare assertion without evidence.
Okay. Can you prove that the Earth is flat from natural reasoning alone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, from natural reasoning alone. Not from
there you go.
Not from extending your dick to about 200 meters and measuring the Earth with a laser.
I just gave it to you. That was easy, right? I just did it.
Yeah.
You know why I can do it and you can't? Because I follow you.
No. Because when I ask you, how does wait, hold on. When I ask you, because when I ask you, how does the sun set on a flat Earth, you have to use mental gymnastics to like say, oh, it's because of refraction. Yeah, you do.
No, I don't.
This is the whole point of the syllogism.
And that's just and you saying mental gymnastics means what? That you don't like the answer?
Or doesn't understand the answer.
That's more like
you need to keep on psychologically projecting, Catnip. Keep on.
The whole point is you are inferring Earth being a sphere from seeing the motion of the sun. That is an inductive inference. Because you're not looking at the thing in question directly, you are looking at something else and inferring from its behavior that some other thing is something.
Yeah, you have to use mental gymnastics to say it's flat. To say it's flat, you have to use mental gymnastics. You have to say, oh well, the sun is actually moving further away.
That's
and
ironic,
it's actually,
dude.
The air density is making it disappear and all that kind of stuff. No one in the Stone Age.
Your mental gymnastics, my friend Catnip, your mental gymnastics for the cause of sun backwards, isn't it?
You know what? Wait, hold on.
So that was your mental gymnastics. Hold on, you will literally do a somersault if you keep rotating on the sphere whilst you're doing your gymnastics. But the reason why the sun sets is because the Earth is in motion and you are rotating backwards. The sun disappears over the curvature, the physical obstruction of the Earth. Right?
Okay.
This is your mental gymnastics.
Okay. In early antiquity, people thought that the sun. No. Listen, people never said that the sun got further away. They said that the sun set in a crack in the Earth.
Did you ask them all? I swear the Egyptians said that the sun was traveling on a fucking chariot.
In ancient literature, they said that the sun sets in a. They would say that the sun sets in a lake.
Yeah, the sun was moving though, wasn't it? On a chariot.
Yeah, but they'd say it sets in a lake.
Yeah,
not
so the sun was
getting further away.
Then. Yeah, the sun was
but
moving.
they never say. Yeah, but they
sun was moving, not the Earth.
Not once did they say it's moving further away. It's only you guys that say
that. Catnip, what does it matter what they said?
I mean, we have to forgive those people. They didn't have the tech we have today. Why are you stuck with the 2,000-year-old shit?
I'm just saying that the people,
citing a single
the ancients. No. The ancients that
all the
ancients,
the Earth was flat. The Chinese.
Which ones?
Did they say that the sun's moving further away?
Which ancients? The Greek ancients, the Roman ancients, the fucking American
Every single one of them. They said that the sun sets in a lake.
The ones in South America.
The ones from 2,500
years ago. The ones that we know. The ones that we know about. The ones that have literature about the Earth. Right?
Okay, the
they
Mayans.
All say that the sun
Where
sets.
did they think the sun went? Where did the Mayans think the sun went?
Bro, I'm talking about the one. Oh my gosh, I'm talking about the
They
ones.
wrote astronomy
the majority,
books. They wrote the Dresden Codex. They
Yeah,
could predict
They said
eclipses.
that the sun sets
They
in a
could
lake. They said
predict.
the sun
Look,
sets in a ravine.
they made astronomical predictions more accurate than the heliocentric model using a completely different fucking paradigm. So where did they think the sun went?
In a ravine. They said it sets in a lake, in a ravine. They say it sets in a crack in the
They
earth.
said it
That's what
sets in a ravine. The Mayans.
I'm not talking about the Mayans.
I am.
Okay, what is the Mayans?
The Mayan. You don't know what Mayans are? The Mayan civilization?
Oh, the Aztecs?
No, the
No, the
Mayans.
Aztecs are the Aztecs. Fuck.
I don't know what Mayan is. I only know about like
the
Aztec.
culture into Aztecs. This is great.
I don't know what Mayans are.
Okay.
Wow.
I only
Mayans
know
are South
people in
American natives
late antiquity
that wrote stuff, and the Spanish burnt all their books.
Okay.
But one of the books of the 3 books that survived was an astronomy book called the Dresden Codex.
Okay.
That Dresden Codex shows astronomical predictions that are more accurate than what the predictions the Europeans were making based upon their fucking globetard.
Is that what so the Mayans' demonstration of the Earth, is that what you believe?
I don't have beliefs.
Okay, is that what you take
No,
as
it's
a position?
just counteracting your claim
I
that
haven't
all
made a whole
ancient cultures.
cosmology, bro.
I know,
You
Jedi.
haven't got a clue.
I'm just asking a qualifying question. Is that
It's
the
not
position
qualifying.
you
It's
take?
distracting.
I'm not advocating any cosmogony or cosmology. Okay.
Okay, I want to see what a picture of what you think the Earth looks like.
From where?
And there's the deflection.
From anywhere you want. Choose anywhere you want. From above.
Just keep
I don't know.
deflecting away from your
From the
claim.
beach?
No, from above. Like let's say in the outer space or whatever. Whatever you want to call it.
There is
like
no outer space.
Okay, wherever from the position of the moon.
You can't go to the moon. There is no outside, brother.
Okay, but I want you to demonstrate. I want you to show me a diagram or a picture of the Earth. To like hypothetically, if we were on the moon and looking back, or at the moon looking back with the camera. I want.
How would I know what that looks like, dude?
Why are people giving nervous laughter? I don't get it. I'm just
asking you.
No, because it's a stupid fucking question. How
would I know what that looks like?
No, I want to
because
see.
he hasn't got the God's eye view.
I want to see a picture of the flat Earth.
You want to see a picture of a flat Earth taken from a photograph taken from a place that don't exist? I'm sorry, I can't provide that.
Okay, so when I see the moon in the sky, it doesn't exist.
The moon
is India
exists.
going
It
there?
doesn't mean you can go there.
Oh my goodness! Wherever it is, I didn't say we could go there. I want a hypothetical. Let's say you had like some god powers,
Wherever
right?
it is, you're assuming it's
Let's say
some
you had
fucking
god
space
powers
rock, dumb
or
fuck.
something.
So is the moon just
let's
an
assume.
illusion?
Oh my goodness!
What do you mean? Is it an
He's
illusion?
not following the
Giving me a
logic.
headache.
He doesn't
You
even
can't go
follow
there.
his own logic, guys.
Matt, are you
Guys,
still here?
Uh-huh.
sir, are you kind of
Would you
like
call for backup?
thinking logically about this, sir? Because
I don't need his
I've been listening. I've been listening, and your brain
Yo,
is
who is
not
this
braining at
Pakistani
the
guy
moment.
that's talking, bro? What the hell? Bro, shut up.
Cut it out, dude.
He's waiting to speak. He's not listening. He's not acknowledging. He's just waiting to speak.
Yeah, you're right.
All right, thank you. So, anyways, I'm asking.
We're waiting for that logic,
I
though.
noticed he was just
No, we're
waiting
waiting
to
for the
speak
logic
as well.
Let's go back to the logic, though.
I want to see a picture of what the Earth looks like as a whole.
Nobody
That's
knows
I
what
want.
the Earth looks like from that far away. Not you, not me, not anybody.
Okay. I want to see a picture of what the Earth looks like as a whole.
Nobody knows what the Earth looks like from that. Why do I have to repeat myself? Repeat back to me what I just told you.
So you don't even know. So you don't even know where the sun goes.
Exactly, and neither do you.
Yes, we do. It's you that don't know.
Yeah, no, you just believe you know.
No, your beliefs have shaky foundations. You don't know.
Because I don't have beliefs. You do.
Oh my goodness.
You're asking me what the Earth looks like from a place I don't think exists. And why do I think that
okay. You have beliefs you don't.
Because there's no evidence that place exists.
Okay. So you don't have beliefs, right?
And that you're telling me that I'm the one with beliefs, because you think that place does exist, but you have no evidence it exists.
Okay. You don't have beliefs, right? So do you trust your senses?
Yeah, why not?
That's you that doesn't trust your senses.
If you so you trust your senses, you trust your hearing. Okay, the Earth is a globe. You have to trust that.
There's nowhere in my senses tell me the Earth's the globe.
I just told you heard it. Could you trust your senses?
No, dude, your base senses.
Dude,
everybody
I heard it. That doesn't mean the words,
Earth.
the information you conveyed is accurate. Dude.
Okay, so you have
Those
a belief.
Those are two different things. Are you retarded?
You have a countering belief then.
There's a
So you
difference
do believe
between
in something.
sound and the meaning of the sound,
Okay,
dude.
so you have
Are
a
you
counting
dumb?
belief.
He's weird.
Dude,
Everyone
no,
has a
you're
belief
Said
in
something
something.
else.
Do you know what
yeah,
belief means by
I
definition?
believe you're starting to spiral and you're resorting to trolling because you don't want to
Yeah.
face
My
the
goodness.
fact that you're carrying the water for somebody else's idea and you have to tell yourself it's for logic when it's just because you're in a fucking cult.
Well, we could say the same about you.
What cult
No,
am I
you
in?
can't. No, you
Did
can't
you
say
make
the
up
same
the
about
globe?
things.
Did
You
you
know
make
why
up the
you
idea
can't
of
say
the
the
flat
same
Earth?
thing about me? Because I can
Wait.
just walk a fucking mile and see a
Wait,
flat
Matt.
Earth.
Matt, say that again.
I just told him we could say the same about you.
No, you can't.
How?
Because you didn't make the idea of the flat Earth. Like you didn't make it
No,
up.
we measured it. We measured it.
Flat Earth
Water.
isn't an
The
idea.
idea of the flat Earth is not something made up. It's more an acknowledgement of a measurement and a state of the matter. The actual
Acknowledgement of a measurement.
mathematic is where we operate, and it's a description of a surface that we operate across, build upon, travel across, experience.
See, you have ideas. Flat Earth isn't an idea. It's the way you experience the world. It's not an idea. You perceive the Earth as flat. You don't have to
Okay,
think
well,
about it.
it's not flat. The reason why, because you say, oh yeah, you experience the world,
so
right? But we don't. Yeah,
rationalize.
but we can't catch the sun, so we don't know where it goes. Therefore, it's not
Rationalize.
flat.
Yeah, rationalize.
Okay. Since you say you don't know what these things look like, you said we don't know. Okay, so the Earth
Nobody
isn't flat
knows.
or a globe. Okay, so the Earth isn't flat or a globe.
No, we measure
What
a
is
flat
it?
surface.
The Earth looks like. We can measure it. We don't need to know what it looks like.
Okay, well, it's not flat or a globe.
But we can measure that it's flat,
surface.
brother.
You
Are you
guys,
not
you guys
listening?
want flat. You guys want flat Earthers. You just don't know what the Earth
Hold
looks
on.
like.
I do apologise, but we measure a flat surface, don't we? Water
Okay, you
at
can measure.
rest is
Okay, flat
horizontal.
surface. Does that mean that the Earth is flat? The entire
Well,
Earth is
if
flat?
70%
No,
of the surface...
You just said you don't know. So how do you know the entire Earth
Hold
is
on,
flat?
dude, listen. We're not talking about shapes. We're talking about surface descriptions. And 70% of the Earth is water, P1, and water is observed, P2, measured, P3, and practically used, P4, as a horizontal reference datum. Conclusion, the surface of the Earth is flat.
Okay. So Earth is flat.
Yes, because it's observed, measured, and practically used that way. Also
Did you
stationary.
measure the entire Earth? You just said you don't know.
So, Cat, I was
No,
gonna
dude.
touch real quick. Catnip.
Okay, so
Now
you
you
haven't
asking.
measured the entire Earth yet. You said the Earth is flat. Wow. Okay,
Yes,
that concludes.
because we measure over
One reply, guys.
entire
One quick
debate is
reply.
concluded. That
Damn,
concludes
he's
the entire
emotional.
debate.
Catnip, can you stop being emotional? Just relax. Take
Bro,
a deep breath. Bro.
who is this paggy bastard that keeps
You are
talking, bro?
approaching this like some later girl or something, bro. Just
You're gonna
relax.
say racist stuff, you're gonna get banned real quick.
Okay.
So,
my bad. Listen.
Catnip,
You just
you
concluded the
asking
whole
about
debate.
if people have checked under, right? So the deepest point on the ocean is about 7.5 miles, something right there, right? And the highest point is 13 miles from the deepest to the highest of the highest mountain, right? And then the surface of the Earth is 197 million square miles, 197 million square miles. So when you put that into perspective, all that surface is not curving. So from the highest point to the lowest point, and then all across the surface, it will make the Earth flatter than a pancake, flatter than
I have
almost
absolutely
anything you can
no
think
idea
of.
why you're telling me this because this is completely irrelevant. I'm saying
You
that you haven't measured the entire
you asked
world.
about below
We
the
don't
surface.
need to
You asked,
catnap. This is a
Go ahead.
specious fucking argument, dude.
Then it's not flat. Then you don't know if it's flat or not.
Okay, no, because the surface of the Earth is mostly water, and because water that's all
How
connected
do you know
into
that it's mostly water? How do you know it's mostly water?
because people have sailed across the water and they know how long it
Okay,
takes.
how do you know that they're telling the truth?
He's just descended now. Someone else.
No, I'm using the same kind of like double standard that you're using
You're
against me.
asking reasonable
The
questions.
same double standard.
No,
It's
we're
the
not
same double
using a
standard.
double standard, dude.
This
Not
is
at
weird.
all.
No, I'm using that same double standard that you used.
No,
against
you're
me,
not,
so.
because when we measure over any and all distances of water that we can observe and measure across, that water is horizontal, demonstrating no curvature, especially at 8 inches per mile, which is the rate you need for the Earth to be a sphere of the radius given.
No, he
Don't
is
measure
asking the
that.
same kind of questions you guys
Okay,
ask. You
now
guys
I'm
don't
gonna
know
ask you
that the Earth
again.
is mostly
How do you know
water.
that the entire Earth is flat?
It's mostly water.
Okay, how do you know it's
You
mostly
don't know
water?
that. You don't know that.
Because I've flown across it.
Okay, but how do you know you flew like the farthest?
Let's put it like
where's the
this.
end? Okay,
Show
where's
me
the
the
edge?
Put it like this.
Where's the end?
Let's put it like
Guys,
this.
You're just spiraling
guys,
now.
can we let Cat take a nap and talk to the other guy that's trying to talk?
No, I
Because
just
Cat,
told you the whole
Cat
argument.
is
How
not
do you know the
listening
entire
or
Earth is covered in
acknowledging
water?
anything. So
I just
Cat,
told
How
you.
do you know
You're
the
doing the
entire Earth
ask,
is
ignore,
covered in water?
repeat, Cat.
Cat,
How
go
do you
take
know
a
the
nap.
entire
Cat,
Earth is
go
covered
take.
in
Okay,
water?
I'm on
I
mute.
told you how. I told you how.
Yeah, but
All right,
I
he's
didn't say the
muted.
entire
Go
Earth was
take a nap.
covered in water, so try not to straw man next time. The majority of Earth is covered in water.
According
So
to
Cat,
you,
take a nap, and the other guy can
72%
speak
of
to
it is.
the panel.
But he was doing so good. Hey, Catnap,
He was just fucking.
you can measure
Spiraled into
you can
madness.
measure curvature on any section of a sphere. You don't have to have a long ass
okay,
measuring
so the
tape.
majority of the Earth is flat, but not the entire Earth. Got it.
No, but if you have a ball in your hand, you can measure any section
Well,
of
okay,
it
no,
to see.
don't deflect. Don't deflect. You
You
said
can
okay. You
measure
said
any section of it to see if it curves. You don't have to have a measuring tape that goes
okay.
around
We're
the
not
whole
talking about the
ball.
globe now. We're talking about the Earth is
Do
flat.
you
Why do you not want to
understand
prove your
that?
own syllogism? We're not
Do
talking about the
you
globe.
We did.
understand?
We did.
We're not talking about the globe. How do you know the entire Earth is flat?
Because of water.
Yeah.
Okay, you said the majority of it's covered in water. What if there's like another 90% of it that's
Do you
not?
believe that flat's a shape?
Yeah.
How do you know it's not? How do you know that 70% is covered in water?
Do you
What if,
believe that flat's a shape?
According to your
What if
opinion
Grandma
of
had
it.
a penis? Then she'd be Grandpa. Okay, cut it
Okay,
out,
how
dude.
do you know 70%? Where did you get those measurements from?
From you.
I said majority. I didn't say 70%. And the
Oh, so you have to
70% is
depend
your
on the
number.
globe. You have to depend on the
This,
globe measurements to make the Earth
that's
flat.
Yeah,
That's
your
because
not.
that's the
What
thing that
globe
we're
measurements? You don't have any
trying.
globe measurements.
That's the
that I
thing.
just said from you. How do you know the Earth is covered in 70%
Trying
water?
to falsify that idea, right?
I'm asking you, how do you know it's covered in 70% water? Why
Because
is it not
that's the
90 or
claim,
why
isn't
is
it?
it not 90? Why is it not 120?
Because why
Because
are
it
you
hates
doing
you.
this, dude? It's fucking
Okay,
embarrassing.
how big is the Earth in order to say
Why are you
70%
not listening?
water?
I've told
Not
you
as big
three
as your
No, it's
times.
because
mom.
You haven't listened to the answer.
you're caught in a trap. You're caught in a trap. How do you
I've
know how big the
answered
Earth
you
is?
3 times.
This isn't the bring your own
No, you
balls
didn't. You didn't answer
channel.
it. You didn't answer. You
We
just
are
said, "Oh, it could be this. It could be
times.
that."
dude,
It's
we're
you're using
falsifying the
conjecture. It's
claim.
all from conjecture. It's
We're
conjecture.
falsifying the
Define
claimed radius
conjecture.
and the claimed amount of water. Okay,
Oh my
this
goodness.
isn't the bring your own ball channel. You have to deal with the shit that they tell us about the heliocentric model on the Earth that they tell us. They say the size, they tell us how much water covers the surface. That's what we're dealing with here. That's what we're falsifying. If you want to bring your own ball and add water, you can.
Okay, but we're not talking
that's
about
not
the globe right
channel
now.
for
We're talking
that.
about the flat Earth. I'm asking, how do you know the entire Earth is flat, not a portion of it?
I told you how. What did I say,
Okay, so
Catnap?
okay, it's
What did
okay.
I? No,
It's,
no, Catnap. If you don't repeat what I told you, I'm muting you.
you said it's flat
Repeat
because
what I
70%
told.
of the Earth is flat, water.
You said, "How do we know?" And I gave you an answer. What was it?
That the ocean is flat. 70% of the Earth is water.
No, that's
You
not
said
what
that.
I said. Try again.
That is, you said we know because the ocean is flat.
What I said was the majority of the surface of the Earth is water, and whatever the surface is doing on
Yeah,
a connected
I
body,
just said that. I just
it's
said
doing it
70% of
across
it.
the whole thing.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so 70%
So we know
of the
that
Earth is flat.
we know across the ocean that it's larger than the land.
Okay.
We've known this
So
for hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of years.
Okay, cool.
If you
So
ever
70
left your mom's
my
fucking
goodness.
basement and went somewhere, you would know that this is the case. This is not a fucking controversial fact.
Okay, so 70% of the Earth is flat?
I'm not coming. No.
Good
It's
grief.
not what I said.
Okay, so you can determine that it's flat. But no, the thing is, how do you hello?
Catnap, do you know what the definition of flat is?
Yeah, it's just like a smooth surface or a level surface.
No, flat does
Yeah,
not
but
mean
there's a
smooth.
tolerance to it.
I don't
There's
think
a
you guys know what
tolerance
flat
to
is actually. I should be asking you that question.
Can spheres be smooth?
Yeah.
Are spheres flat?
If you're using that no, they cannot be flat. Flat is a shape.
It's your fucking definition that flat means smooth. Stop being a retard, dude.
It's just the definition. It could be something that's level.
That is not a shape.
be something that's level? It's a shape. Flat is a shape.
Flat
Oh
is
my
not a
gosh,
shape.
dude.
It
You
is.
serious?
Says
Draw
who?
me a flat
I want
real
to see if it
quick.
What
says
you
who can
should be
talk
calling
sentences,
yourselves,
dude.
what you should be calling yourselves are level earthers, not flat earthers, because flat is normally like a disc shape or
Level
something that
earth.
Yeah,
serves like a flat
horizontal.
wall.
Yeah,
The floor is
horizontal.
flat.
Yeah,
Okay,
horizontal. Yeah,
Now he's
horizontal.
gonna tell us what we should call ourselves. The fucking
Yeah,
dipshit
because
who
you don't
fucking
li- you don't you
put the
don't you
conclusion in the
don't
premise of the syllogism.
you don't live up to your name.
Brother,
This is
We
a weird quote,
flatness
dude.
has to do with a tolerance, right? A surface that essentially rests between two parallel planes.
Okay. Anyways, look, let me get back to the point
And it
about
has
the
to fit
ocean.
between those two parallel lines. But
Yeah,
that
I
is
know.
what flatness is. Just I want to clarify it for you. So now, flat Earth has to do with tolerance and horizontality, right? And also it has to rest between those 2 points. So it's not a shape unless you can draw me a flat. It's not a shape.
Okay. So so we determined the Earth is level or flat, whatever you want to call it, based off of the ocean. So how do you know, like, how much of the Earth is flat? Because what if you go further out and then
We
you
don't.
see, like, it goes straight up into the sky,
We
like
don't.
we're inside a hollow cylinder. Okay,
We
you
don't.
don't, right? So we don't know
what
that
if
the
you go
interior.
through the wardrobe and go
We
into
don't.
Narnia?
So let me grant your position. We don't know as flat earthers that the entire Earth is flat. It might not be.
Dude,
Well, let's put it this way. Everywhere that the globers have measured, they've measured it flat. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Well, we're not talking. We're not like doing this. We're not gonna do this two quote fallacy.
first of all, you're not a flat earther, and you're not gonna tell
It's
us
not a
what we
two-quote
think.
play.
Okay? Let's just iron that right out. So that little
Okay.
shtick, you might as well bury that shit in a grave because it ain't never gonna happen.
Okay.
Okay?
Well,
You're not the fucking ringleader of anything.
But how do you know that the entire Earth is flat? What is the entire Earth? Where's the end of it?
We don't know.
How far out? How
Who
far out
said
can you
there's
go?
an
Okay.
end?
So you don't know that the
Who
entire
said
Earth is
there's an
flat.
end? Who said
I
there's
didn't
an
say
end?
there's an end. I didn't say there's an end. I said
You
how
asked
far
us
out
where
you
the
can
end
travel.
of it is. That presupposes there's an end. Why would you ask that question?
Okay, so do you know that there isn't an end that's entirely flat and that keeps going on forever?
And what? Who said there's an end?
I didn't say there's an end. Does the Earth go on forever? Is it just flat on forever?
What
You
does
can
it
just
mean
keep
to go on
traveling?
forever?
Yeah.
It means that there's no edge. There's no like part where you can,
Whatever.
come back in a circle unless it's a globe.
So if you go halfway to forever, can you go the other halfway?
No, because that's not
Okay, what if
infinity.
you go halfway to that forever?
Okay, no. Why can't you actually get to the point instead of like using these semantics?
Never
Because
ever.
you're asking a stupid infinite regression fallacy.
Okay, so you don't know that the Earth it could be entirely flat because what is entire? It means the whole thing, right? And you don't know if there's like a hole.
All the parts that we are on are flat.
Okay, so it's not flat.
Oh, that is not a logical conclusion from what I said.
It is for me. That concludes the whole thing.
It is for you because you're brain dead and you're irrational. It's been
So Earth
demonstrated
isn't
by
flat.
you like 15 times already.
So what you should be saying is where you are is flat, but the Earth isn't flat. Because when you say Earth
Don't
is
tell
flat,
me what I should say.
You're saying that the whole Earth is flat.
Well, the
Don't be
Earth that
telling-
you know, hold on, the Earth that you know, yeah, that. The bit that you call Earth, the bit that we call
This
Earth,
is a two
yeah,
quote
that.
fallacy. Can you stop doing that? You keep doing this
The
all the
Earth
time.
that we know is flat.
He didn't do it
I
too
don't know
quote
about
You
any
keep doing
other
a two
Earth.
quote all the time.
No, he did not.
We know
You
that
don't know
our
what that is,
whole planet is a
obviously.
globe. We know the whole planet is a globe, but you don't know if the whole Earth is flat.
You don't know anything, dude.
Okay, how do you know the whole Earth is flat? Then the Earth isn't flat. You don't say the Earth
The
is
bit
flat.
that we
You say
call Earth.
the country I'm on is flat. Where I am is flat, not the whole Earth. Earth means the whole thing, the whole. Earth is a whole.
Well, the whole Earth that I know.
The whole of the okay. So you're living in Fantasyland.
That's the only part of the Earth that I know is the Earth that I know.
Fantasyland.
I know.
That's ironic. The dude that thinks he can go to the moon is saying we live in Fantasyland.
Bro,
because he literally got his worldview from a television screen.
The reason why we keep thinking when you say
is to watch TV.
The reason why we keep thinking that when you say flat Earth we see a disc is because you say Earth. That means the whole.
The Earth is not in outer space, genius.
This?
that's why you
Outer
shouldn't say Earth
space
is flat.
vacuum. Look, bro, outer space vacuum is a physical impossibility.
Okay. So the thing is,
Yeah, address
we
that, dude. So stop straw manning. We don't think Earth is a disk in space. We don't think it's inside of something. We
okay,
don't
it's not.
think
I'm
any
not
of
saying
that.
that. We think that you think that because you keep saying Earth is flat.
No, you think that because you think that we just took a fucking globe and swapped a fucking disc out for it. Because you think all the other stuff surrounding the globe,
We do.
such as the
We do.
heliocentric orbits
You're
and
right.
all that shit, are true.
You're
So
right.
you think
You're
that?
right.
Yeah, that's because you're dumb.
No, you're right. It's because the reason why is because you keep saying Earth is flat.
Yes,
Brother.
Earth just means the ground, dude.
Yeah,
Earth is just where we
Yeah.
live.
Yeah, the entire ground that we live upon. When you say Earth, that means the entire ground, the entire Earth. Let's just say Earth is the ground,
Yeah,
right?
and can
The
we
entire
say
ground has to
anything
be
about the
flat.
ground that we don't know?
Then Earth isn't entirely flat. We don't know if it's
How do you
entirely
don't
flat
even
then.
know? How do you know that?
How? No, I'm asking. How do you know it's entirely
So
flat?
all the ground. What I said was, and I'm gonna say it
That's such
again
a
for the
doodle.
third fucking time. If you keep doing the ask, ignore, repeat, I swear to God, I'm gonna fucking ban you if you do it one more time. We know the tactic. It's called ask, ignore, repeat. You keep doing it. You ask a question, we give you an answer. You ignore the answer and repeat the question.
Should I just conclude
That
it?
isn't getting you anywhere. Okay?
I'll just conclude it then. I'll conclude then.
There is no fucking conclusion, Weasel.
No, conclude the whole debate.
Yeah, unmute you will. We don't need no parting fucking gifts.
All flirts run, all flirts hide.
Where are we hiding? Dude can't form a fucking coherent statement.
We're here 24/7. How are we hiding?
Well,
Not responding. Would that be running and hiding? I mean, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, he made a dishonest statement just as bad as that other guy's arguments. Man, that was crazy.
What was the dishonest statement?
All flirts run, all flirts hide.
Oh yeah.
And then he hid.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
I know
I
better.
wonder. You think he
keep my
can?
listening privileges before you guys rage quit on me too?
Do you think you can tell us the answer that I gave him? Can you tell us? Were you listening? That I gave him 3 times?
Yeah, I was listening. He
Okay,
said,
so
how do
give
you
me
know
the
the
answer
whole,
I gave
the
him.
whole earth?
What was the answer I gave him?
I don't know. The parts you
I
measure
know
are
you
flat.
don't.
The parts over
But
water are flat.
so you guys always, because you're just fucking like home team
You had a good
fucking.
point though. You don't know
You're
that the majority
you're
of
just
Earth's
virtue
surface is
signaling
water.
for your cult, dude. You're just virtue
Yeah, okay.
signaling for your
You
cult.
don't know the majority of Earth's surface is water. He was right about that. You shouldn't claim that
How do I not know that?
because you haven't checked.
So I personally have to check the entire surface of the Earth to see if it's water.
You have to verify it somehow to claim it.
Well, we do have massive amounts of fucking records of people sailing the 7 seas. And we do know from airplane flights that there's more water than there is land. Way more. Not even close.
Sounds like he's denying the globe.
He's denying his own model. I mean, mainstream claim is that it is covered with about 70, 71, 72, whatever percent. That's their claim. I don't even care if that's true or not, but we can debunk Earth's spherical form easily just by measuring water.
Yeah, and that's him squirming because he can't refute the fact that water measures flat, you know?
Well, this is just another one of the propaganda tactics I was talking about, right? He's trying to drag us down into his cesspool that we can't know the Earth is flat because we didn't measure every inch of water. So we're in the same boat as him as believing images from space or flying to the moon is real. Because we asked him, how do you know that it's real? And they can't say how. And he's trying to say, Hey, dude, how do you know that the Earth is mostly water? You're just like us. You have a faith-based belief system. It's just a gimmick. It's lame.
Well, let's
Fucking
pretend for a
lame.
second that maybe that's the case. Maybe the Earth isn't covered in 70% water. So the water that is there, is that water flat?
Maybe they could just show us the not flat water, wherever that is.
Yeah. Is that dude still here? He didn't run or hide or anything, did he?
Oh, Catnap, you want to talk to him? I'll unmute him.
No, the guy that was talking smack afterward. I don't want to talk to Catnap. That guy sounds exhausting.
Fucking is.
No,
2 hours
dealt
of
with
that.
enough clips. I'd like to keep my listening privileges. I don't want to make you guys rage out.
Why would we rage out? Oh, because you just keep making just nonsense claims?
You're raging out.
You just appealed to, we know because of airplanes and pilots say that the Earth is mostly water. That's
No, not because I bet in airplanes.
Yeah, me
and
too.
I own a watch.
That doesn't prove the Earth is mostly water, bro.
And I own a watch.
Okay.
And I can time how long it takes to fly across the water versus the land.
Good proof for the Earth being mostly water. Well done. In 1 second,
It
you
is.
proved it.
It is good proof for the Earth being mostly
Like
water.
I said, you guys argue like this.
There are a couple of sailors in
What do you
here
think
as
it's
well.
proof? What do you think it's proof of? Of it not being mostly water?
That's a false equivalence. Just because something's not proof of
Dude,
something
you don't
doesn't mean
even
it's
know
proof
what
of
false
something else. And
equivalence
here you come
is,
with
dude.
the interrupting, and this
That
is why
wasn't an
I leave on
equivalence
mute and laugh at you
statement.
guys.
Look, that wasn't an equivalent statement. That was a statement about the converse. If the one statement's true, then the converse must be true. Okay? You're saying it's unreasonable to conclude that if it takes me longer to fly over water than it does over the land, that it's unreasonable to conclude there's more water than fucking land. And if that's not true, then the converse has to be true. It's not a false equivalence. And the converse is, oh, it takes longer to fly across water than the land, therefore there's more land than fucking water, which is stupid.
Well, you don't, just because you're flying doesn't mean you know that you're going at a constant rate and you have access to the mile per hour of the plane. This is like the same as when Globers try to argue their flight patterns prove the globe Earth. You can't verify it.
They don't know what the flight patterns are. They just make baseless claims about what planes do. They don't even know. Planes fly great circle routes. They don't. Fucking easy to verify that they don't. Nobody claims they do, except for retard fucking anti-flat earthers on the internet. You anti-flat earthers claim so many things that are against your own crap. Like there's not more water than fucking land. You'll throw your own side under the bus.
Catnap claim that? I didn't hear him claim that.
Did he say that he did?
I don't think anyone's claimed that.
Side under the bus.
Evantron, I'll come with you down there into your cesspool. All right, no worries. I guess we don't know how much water is on the Earth, but for the water that is on the Earth, is any of it curving like a ball?
You got a coin. The meniscus is curving pretty severely. Yeah.
Kiss on this motherfucker.
I asked you if it was curving like a ball, not about meniscus. Not like, come on, dude.
Yeah, I'd say
gotta pay attention.
Like a ball. Yeah, it curves like a ball.
Okay, can you show me that?
Just get a dry surface and do the smallest water drop you can. It's a very sharp curve. Very round.
Okay, so you got little water droplets that are shaped like little balls. All right. Now, does that mean that the Earth is a ball?
No.
No, no. Okay. So, how about the large bodies of water? Are any of those curving like a ball?
All of them are.
Not all of them? Which ones
I
are?
can't prove it. I can't prove this.
Oh, you can't prove that. So you make a claim, but then you go
is
out.
level.
All water is level. Okay. So horizontal, no part higher or lower than another. So all the water is flat, level, horizontal.
No.
No. Okay. So not level.
This is why I stay on
Not flat.
it.
Why? Because I'm asking you simple questions. You don't answer simple
No,
questions.
because
Can't?
you're doing the thing that Indio just muted that guy for doing, which is asked, answered, and repeated, and it's why I stay on mute. Hypocritical.
Well, either I
annoying.
haven't been hearing you. Maybe maybe your mic's been cutting out. Maybe I'm not hearing you. Did you say it is level or it's not level? I'm just trying to clarify, dude.
For the third time, all water at stasis is level.
Okay, so it's level. So if the water's level, then how would we conclude that we live on a sphere if the water that we do have is level?
How would we, if we only went off the water, I don't know if you could conclude that just because water is a sphere, we live on a sphere. Because you have the land.
Okay. All right. So I guess we're not using like the horizon or boats going over horizons or disappearing into horizons or disappearing bottom up is going to help us adjudicate whether or not the Earth is a sphere, right? So we can't use water. What should we use to make sure that we know that we live on a sphere then?
I don't know.
Okay, so if you don't know, do you think there's somebody that does know? Like maybe they have some kind of Earth curve measurements on the surface that tell you live on a ball?
Maybe. I think it's mostly inference.
Maybe.
Because it costs time and money to go out and measure. So.
Well, yeah, that's why they have map makers and surveyors and stuff. A lot of money has gone into this. So I'm just curious if any of these people out here that are getting paid and all that expensive equipment they got is helping us understand that we live on a ball. Because as I understand it, and all the surveying manuals that I've looked at, they're measuring the Earth as flat and referencing it as flat.
If they're making a map for the purpose of navigating, why would you try to infer the shape of the Earth out of their map that they're making that isn't meant to determine the shape of the Earth? Who went out
so
and
notice that I said surveyors. I didn't say cartographers, I said surveyors. There's a difference.
Yeah, but I don't think surveyors are doing it for determining curvature or flat.
Well, I've read the manuals. You can read them too. They're referencing and measuring the Earth as a flat plane.
That's okay. That's
okay. So then where's the curve bit? Where's the ball bit? Where's that come from?
For me, it's the sunrise, stars, and the moon. I don't.
So the sky is telling you that the Earth is a ball?
No, it's not proof. The Earth could be flat, but it just doesn't seem like it is.
It doesn't seem that way. So when you kind of like live on the Earth in your everyday experience, and you deal with things like up and down and azimuthal angles, north, south, east, west, these are all horizontal, right, directions, coordinate systems. vertical, up, down, right, horizontal, left, right.
Right.
The way you experience the world, the way that you talk about it is of a flat, stationary Earth. It doesn't feel that way to you. It doesn't seem that way.
It doesn't seem one way or the other. At the scale that the mainstream model is, it would make sense that day to day we would treat 99% of things as if the Earth is flat, because the Earth's not the size of Texas. The Earth is the size of the mainstream model of Earth, which is
okay. So where'd that size come from?
Seems flat.
Where'd that size come from?
I guess Eratosthenes, and then refined.
You think that they got the size of Earth from Eratosthenes?
Yes.
3959 radius
Originally.
came from Eratosthenes? That's incorrect.
Oh, I thought it was correct.
Now you know. So the size of this ball, we need two things. We kind of need to know if the Earth was a ball, and then we'd have to figure out how we got the size of that ball. And you think that came from Eratosthenes. So Eratosthenes, who pre-assumed the Earth was a ball and pre-assumed parallel light rays, and then measured angles using a flat Earth, and then created a great circle, which is a flat Earth, but assumed that it was around a ball. You think that's a measurement of a ball?
No, I didn't say that. You said, where did we get the size of the Earth? And I said, Eratosthenes gave us that number first.
Right.
And you said that's
yeah,
not
he
true.
gave a number, but that's not the correct number.
Okay.
So I'm still wanting to know where we got this size from.
What size?
Well, I mean, it's not even a matter of disagreement. It's not even a matter of disagreement. I mean, the Earth has been measured. There is no curvature to measure. So it can't be a ball.
And why, this is a waste of time to ask me about all these things that you all think are not accurate. Who cares?
It's not even a matter of whether or not I think so. It's provable. This is the way everybody measures the Earth. There is no curve.
Have you talked to any long distance shooters?
Yes, I shoot long range. What are you talking about?
You don't shoot, you don't take into account Coriolis?
Absolutely not.
And you haven't met any of your peers that do? Because
no, in fact, the guy with the world record for the longest shot, which is somewhere in the ballpark of, I think, 2 miles, maybe even a little farther than
4
that.
miles.
4 miles. 4 miles. He accounts for 0 Coriolis.
That's hard to believe, because at 1 mile it becomes a factor. Well, I mean, it's a factor
Oh,
at
really?
10 feet, but really. Yeah, what's his name? I wanna look that up if you don't mind.
What's that guy's name, Indio?
Yeah, I'll post it in the chat. It's like it's called I can't remember the name. Black Rifle something or other. I'll post it in the chat.
His name's Shepard Humphreys, and it's a 4.4 mile shot. And yeah, we even emailed him and got a reply, and he did explain that he didn't account for Coriolis or Earth curvature. I don't think any of them account for Earth curvature.
Was this like live combat, obviously, or was this target?
No, he hit a target 4.4 miles away, and I think he had to hit it 3 times in a row to get the record or something like that. But yeah, he was able to do that. I think the bullet was in the air for 30, 40 seconds or even longer.
I want to look into it, but in sniper school, they teach you about the Coriolis, and this is a guess, but if you have the opportunity to account for wind and take a lot of shots and zero in, if you're hitting the target 3 times in a row at 4 miles, you're accounting for Coriolis, even if you didn't actually account for Coriolis with your practice shots. You're grouping with the Coriolis happening, whether or not you write it down.
Bro, you're making this stuff up on the spot.
Yeah. But this guy not accounting for it is not relevant. They teach you it in sniper school when you only have 1 shot. You only have
Have
one
you been to sniper
chance.
school?
No.
Then how do you know what they teach in sniper school?
Have you flown over every continent and every body of water? No. Then
this is something very specific and specialized, dude.
Surface is water.
Evan, Evan Tron, what you're doing here, this is called anecdotal evidence. The thing that we would actually need to do first is to prove that the Earth is actually in motion. How are you going to
you
do
guys
that?
are fine with anecdotal. Didn't you hear Indio about him flying over water and continents?
Sometimes it can be
a
used.
lot of times, bro.
Sometimes it can be helpful, but right. So what we need to do, like I said, is actually prove that the Earth is in motion. How are we going to do that?
Don't really think it's possible. It would literally take going to outer space, and if it's either you can and you're Superman and you can see it is, or you can't and you run into the firmament or something up there. I don't think it's a prove or disprove thing. It's a take the totality of evidence and phenomena.
Okay, so the phenomena is we don't feel any motion. Which phenomena should we point to about the Earth spinning?
Yeah, that's
right.
We shouldn't expect to feel motion. It doesn't. That's something that
Okay, so you don't feel it.
Can I feel it or
well,
not?
I'm asking you about the phenomena that we can point to. What phenomena are you pointing to as far as the Earth's motion is concerned?
The fact that the night sky and the day sky appears to move around us. That makes
so the motion of the stars.
Mm-hmm.
So you've decided to take the thing that you observe and invert it and say, well, I see this happening, but that can't be right. Therefore, the Earth must be moving?
That's right.
Why would you do that?
Because I can relate it to small scales on Earth.
When? Because when I'm, in motion, I know I'm in motion. When other stuff is in motion, typically I know that the other stuff is in motion.
I'm not sure the word analogize this by saying if I went into the woods and spun in circles and all the trees appeared to be dragging across me. That's
yeah, you know that you're spinning. You know that you're spinning.
Right.
Right, you know that you're spinning.
To feel myself spinning on Earth. Why should I expect to feel that?
I'm not even talking about feeling it. I'm talking about measuring it, detecting it in any way. In your scenario, you know that you're spinning. In the other scenario, you're telling me, I actually don't know that the... Yeah, so the sun moves. That's the phenomena, the sun moves? Okay, so the phenomena is the sun moves.
Spinning in a circle with my feet, the trees would move. The sun does the same straight across the sky. So I can could be this.
You're not paying attention to the thing that we're trying to concentrate on. You know that you are in motion. You're spinning yourself. Bro, I don't even know why you're talking through me.
Yeah.
You know that you're spinning. So if you know that you're spinning, then this is a false equivalence. In this case, you see the sun move, and you do not experience or measure the Earth itself having any motion.
Yes, that's correct.
What is the most reasonable conclusion that you can come to?
The most reasonable conclusion is there is currently no way to verifiably prove that the Earth is moving or that it's not.
Right. So you can't verify that the Earth is moving. But what you can do is measure the transit of the sun.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, this is kind of an Occam's razor situation. The most reasonable explanation is probably true. The Earth is still, the luminaries move.
I mean, you gave him the observation. His conclusion was to say, "Oh, we don't know anything." That's nuts.
You think?
Usually, you take an observation and you know more.
Occam's
You don't know less.
Occam's razor's best guess. I mean, okay, you can say that's simpler. I can say something else is simpler. Occam's razor is just a practical thing. It's not a proof or not proof.
I didn't say that it was, but in a practical sense, the sun is moving and the Earth is still.
It could be. The Earth could be flat. I'd fucking shit a brick if I was Superman and found out it's flat, but it seems like everything else lines up to it being sphere.
So the fact that the Earth is measured flat, the fact that it does not move and we can't prove that it is, those are the things that you're pointing to that say that's overwhelming evidence that the Earth is a ball?
No, I'd be on your side if the Earth was measured flat. That was a factual statement.
You don't even have any clue whether or not it is or not. It's almost like you're ignoring the evidence that is available. It's like, well, I don't care that the Earth is measurably flat, but the overwhelming evidence that since they measure it flat, you know, is that it's a ball.
You don't measure,
I mean, you're out of your mind.
You don't measure. You shoot lasers and stuff. You use your eyes.
No, I'm talking about the surveyors.
And say how far you think.
I'm talking about, yeah, we're using lasers, we're using targeting systems, we're using the surveyors, we're using everybody that has all the equipment.
Lasers, right, buddy? You know you can measure with lasers, right? They are measuring instruments.
Got a lot of air in there.
Oh yeah? How much?
Best to measure with a ruler. It's best to put something physical up to something
cool.
else.
That is fucking awesome because that's how the laser was measured. So the height of laser was measured with a tape measure at both ends of the laser beam, and they were both the same height instead of being 440 feet in the air.
Yeah.
Yeah. We measured with it. Was measured with a tape measure.
Up flat. This is a measurement of where the laser ended up hitting.
It means the laser was parallel to the surface of the water.
Yeah, which would fit the globe. If the laser's parallel to the surface of the water curving, or the laser's going straight, then it's flat. If it's curving, then it's round. Obviously, globers contend your laser's not going flat.
Yeah, but they have no evidence of that. And they would need to have had that weird one-off observation. One observation. It was done again 3 weeks later. The test was replicated with different weather conditions. You know how they know that? Because they had meteorological stations. So, what's the justification for saying, hey, dude, there was a special weather condition that were completely different, but they had the same physical effects to make the laser go parallel with the fucking globe?
It's not.
It's absurd.
It's normal weather conditions for refraction to bend light towards the surface of water.
Okay, you got any evidence of that?
It's normal for that to happen.
You got any evidence of that? Data, evidence,
that
data.
The water,
data,
the air above
data
water
to support the claim that that's what light does. It bends around a curved surface. See, we always get to the same thing. You guys make the claim, and there's no evidence that this not only is even possible. You can't even demonstrate that it's even possible.
Air gets thinner as you go up. Air near the
cool. That's all theoretical, hypothetical. Yeah, that's great. Do you actually have any evidence, dude? It is hypothetical until you produce evidence.
Tell me I'm wrong.
There's no evidence for it.
That's different than saying I'm wrong.
Well, what can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. And you are wrong because we have the data that shows you're wrong.
I'm wrong that denser air is at lower latitude. And
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether it is or not. You're claiming it has some effect. Okay? That effect
and you're not saying
you're claiming is not observed.
You accept refraction. I know you accept refraction.
Yeah, I accept it as a general phenomenon, correct. I don't accept your claims or everybody else's claims that terrestrial fraction of some temperature gradient does something. There's no evidence for it. It's hypothetical. You know how I know it's hypothetical? Because all attempts to model it, quantify it, or do anything based upon this theory, this hypothesis, have been wrong. They don't work. How do I know they don't work? Because that's what all the academic literature says. Here, I'll read to you. A simulation study of the refraction effect. Casey Bessett, School of Surveying, University of New South Wales. Abstract. The atmosphere, an optical environment of electromagnetic observations, has an unstable and chaotic structure, which is also seen in the refraction effect of electromagnetic wave propagation. For over 300 years, Hundreds of models were created describing the influence of the refraction effects on the results of geodetic observations. So far, no universal solution has been found. That means when they actually go out and they test their hypotheses, their models, they don't work. So whatever you read in the textbook is wrong. Whatever you heard on the internet is wrong. It's all wrong.
Sounds more like they were saying they can't make a formula to describe
because the formula is based upon a presupposition that a vertical temperature gradient is going to bend the light down. Now, if you come up with a model that uses that presupposition and then you go do an observation and the model doesn't match observation, that means your fucking model's wrong and probably your presupposition is wrong. But they won't let go of it and they keep trying for over 300 years. It's wrong. There's no evidence it's correct. All the measurement data that exists that I've seen, I've never seen any measurement data that supports the globe claim of how fucking light bends around the curve. None, ever. And no one can present me any. It's just a hypothesis that's been falsified, in fact. You can't just say, oh, refraction bent the laser around the curve of the Earth. You have to justify it. And how do you justify it? You don't get to just say, well, it could because I have a theory. You have to show some data that shows that it's even possible.
If you deny that light bends towards thicker air.
What am I denying?
I just stay on mute.
What am I denying?
That light bends towards thicker air. If you're not denying that, then you have no measurement. And
there's no evidence
in that case as well.
There's no evidence. How do you know light bends towards thicker air?
Is that your claim?
Do you know? Listen, do you know light bends towards thicker air based upon empirical evidence or based upon on theory?
Do you claim that it doesn't?
Answer my question.
This is when I go on mute, pussy.
Yeah, you answer a question with a question, and I'm the pussy.
You have you don't claim anything, so there's nothing for me to counter.
I'm asking for your.
You don't have a measurement.
Look, there's no evidence for your claim.
Then
do you want me to post evidence that your claim is wrong? Do you want me to post evidence that your claim is wrong? Measurement?
Post evidence, yes. Post evidence that light doesn't bend towards thicker air.
There's no evidence it does.
Then it should be easy to prove that it's wrong.
Okay, I will.
You realize this is called the burden of proof reversal fallacy.
I know.
Are you claiming? Okay.
I'm just claiming there's no measurement.
You don't think they ever tried to measure refraction?
No, not refraction. The surface of water with these laser tests. You're not accounting for refraction. You're not measuring.
You can't tell us how to account for it.
Yeah, you're shooting a laser over miles of water.
Tell us how to account for it.
You cannot account for it.
Tell us how.
No such thing.
Of course we can't account for it because there's no reason to account for it.
You need to be God.
Look, here's an idea. Here's an idea. You do it. Hold on, dude. You do it correctly. You account for refraction. Tell us how to do it. I'll do the math for you.
It's not
Just
possible,
tell us how to do it.
A person
tell us
can't
how.
do it.
Repeat to me real slow. What did I ask you? Tell us how to do it. Yeah, tell us how.
Repeat to me my answer. It is impossible.
Oh, so you can't account for it.
Correct. You can't.
Why can't you account for it?
Over miles of water.
Why can't you account for it?
What are you gonna do? Fucking put. No matter how well you account for it, you're still gonna have intervals. You can still have someone asking for more intervals. Fucking set up rings with barometers on them for fucking 1 million intervals along your path of your laser. You just can't do it. It's not a measurement. Shooting a
Okay,
laser
so
is not a measurement.
so you're saying you can't account for it at all, or you can't account for it to the
No,
necessary
you can
precision?
account for it.
How?
You can account for it, but it
How?
fucking
Give me the
barometers,
formulas.
dude.
Let's play pretend in that I have a thermocouple spaced every fucking 6 inches. What formula do I use with those measurements to account for refraction?
Well, I don't know what a thermocouple is. Is that 2 sensors?
Thermocouple measures
one?
temperature.
Well, wouldn't you need and one below? You'd need to know 2 different densities if you're
So we'll
doing
make it. We'll
refraction
put
math.
as many fucking sensors as you want. What formula do I use to
I'm
account
not
for
sure.
it?
I'm not sure
Yeah,
what the
it doesn't exist,
something about
and
smell
that's what I
maybe.
just read to you. It doesn't exist.
Yeah. So this is why I don't contend
There's no
that
way to account
I can
for it.
prove the Earth is a globe. I'm just saying you're not measuring. You have known air that you're just not
No, there
accounting
is no known error. That's the point. There's no known error. You're just claiming there is, but you have no evidence there is. Your evidence would be the fact that you could tell me how to account for it. You'd say, hey, there's this refraction thing, and this is how you quantify it. Now, this might not even be accurate, but we know that this is what happens empirically. And here's the data that shows that this happens. You're not saying none of that. You're not saying, hey, this is the empirical data we're using to say, hey, there's this refraction thing. You don't have any empirical data to support your claim that there's refraction that needs to be accounted for in the fucking first place. What am I accounting for? The shit you don't fucking know what it is and can't prove it exists? Refraction exists as a general phenomenon. Terrestrial refraction does not exist as a general phenomenon that fucking curves light around a ball. It does not, and there's no evidence that it does. The evidence is this. So here's LiDAR laser tests that were done in Switzerland. What does this show? This is variations of the vertical angle. That means the angle of arrival of the returning laser, its height, and the angle separating it from where it is physically to where it appears to be. If you notice, this is the blue, right? These units are MGON. Now, 1 MGON is 0.0009 degrees. Now, you see the variation here? The max variation is 4 MGON, which is 0.0036 degrees. That's the max variation. That's the maximum variation. That's the maximum variation. But you notice that it's not all. Hold on, shut up, dude. You notice that it's not all biased to being picked up. Is that it's all deviating centrally about a mean value, the 0. So light scintillates, but it doesn't curve around anything. The light's not curving.
The height of the incoming light, the angle of the incoming light on the sensor.
Look, it's a LiDAR sensor. They shoot it off a reflector. They know where the reflector is. It bounces back, and they measure where it returned to on the return sensor. And they can measure the displacement as an angle, right? So that displacement angle is quantified, to the 10,000th of a degree.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And if it appears, say it appears 1 MGON above where the center would be, then it would be a deviation of 1 MGON. Now, these are continuous measurements that happen over an entire day. So every 6 seconds, it's taking a measurement continuously. And if the light was getting bent in a curve, the returning rays would be displaced upward, right? And you would see an upward bias in this. And because that's what you guys are saying, that fucking refraction is lifting the fucking Earth up visually.
Yeah, but if we presume it's going over a curve, we would expect the incoming angle to be.
You don't have a straight line of sight. You don't have a straight line of sight. You have the light is coming. Something that would be straight ahead is going to appear higher.
Then what?
Then straight ahead.
Something that's straight ahead is going to appear higher than
It's
straight
going to
ahead.
appear higher. That's what terrestrial refraction says, that it's the light is bending. But that means the angle of arrival isn't a straight line, right? Like a straight line going from point A to point B. It's a curved line. So that curve is like an arc, right? So that arc has to come down, right? That's how arcs work.
Right.
It's like shooting a basketball. So that ray of light goes up and then comes back down and enters the telescope. They can measure that angle of arrival and how much it's displaced from the center. Okay. If shit was bending around being refracted up constantly, then the measurements would be biased in the plus angle.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think so. I know so.
If something's curving perfectly around a sphere, let's say it's perfect, it's going to hit you at a 90-degree angle every time.
And how is it going to look higher?
Or if it's going straight, it's going to hit you at a 90-degree angle every time on a flat
Then how would it look higher? They go across Lake Michigan. They see the Chicago skyline. They should only see the frickin' radio tower on top of Willis Tower. But they see the buildings. They say refraction is lifting the Chicago skyline up over the horizon.
Yeah, that's what we think.
Okay, well, it's not a straight line, right?
No, it's not a straight line.
Okay, so is the angle of arrival versus the straight line a higher angle or a fucking straight line?
Not sure what you're asking. It'd be 90 degrees.
Okay, if I draw a fucking line straight through the fucking earth that's supposed to be hiding Chicago, right? But the ray of light I see jumps over, goes over that earth in a curved arc, and then arrives at the telescope. So the angle of arrival of that light is different than the straight line path, and that difference is in angle. It's called an angle of arrival.
Yeah, it should be near 90 degrees in any scenario.
It wouldn't be near 90 degrees, dude. These are LiDAR measurements of a landslide where they're making measurements of known features, right? They're making basically like a point cloud, a 3D fucking map, and measuring over time how the quote unquote refractive conditions make it change by measuring the angle of arrival. Sometimes the rock appears higher, sometimes the rock appears lower. But that can be equated, the difference between that and the actual straight line of sight where there is no refraction, that is an angle. And they're quantifying it as an angle. This shows 100% that refraction, as you claim exists, does not exist. And there's other reasons. The main reason being, if it existed in the way they say, that you guys say, you'd see dispersion. Why don't we ever see any dispersion? Why don't we ever see any chromatic aberration?
That's a good question. That is a good question. I am going to look into this. This one's getting copy pasted into my notes.
Well, there's chromatic aberration correctors for telescopes when you look at planets. And no one's ever looked across fucking,
The dispersion part is what I'm saying. I don't know how to answer that. I have to research.
Yeah, well, no one does. Because all the other effects of refraction somehow disappear, and the only one that exists is some weird displacement that picks shit up over the curve. Magnification doesn't exist, shrinking doesn't exist, vignetting doesn't exist. All the shit associated with making lenses and cameras, you should see when you frickin' look out there into the distance, because the air is acting like a giant fucking lens. Well, the only fucking effect we see is shit being lifted up over the curb, and all the other effects, they just don't exist for some reason. Even though we know they exist as soon as we make a lens. That's why I'm telling you, how do we what's the justification for this? Oh, I saw it in the textbook. Heard some other anti-flat earther say it. There's no physical evidence for it. There's no measurements of it. There's no observation. There's nothing. It's just a hypothesis. And the data I've seen falsifies the hypothesis.
I find it hard to believe that refraction without two
incredulity is not
separate,
actually an argument.
Non-Snell's refraction has never been evidenced. It's something hard for me to believe, but I'm at work. I'm gonna sit this out until I can actually argue about this.
It's not like non-Snell. It's called the principle of least time. It's Fermat's principle. Okay? And it would be a gradient index medium. That's all fine. The point we're talking about terrestrial refraction, which is something very specific. The air is not a spherically symmetric fucking atmosphere that just has a vertical temperature gradient. It's not that simple. That is an oversimplification of how the air acts, and then taking that overly simplified model and saying light would do this. Well, the air isn't like that.
Isn't it almost always denser the lower you go?
No. There's inhomogeneities that permeate the air. Air pockets of all different temperatures and sizes. Typically, it's classified as turbulence. But turbulence can be static. It doesn't have to be moving around. When we think of turbulence, we think of like wind or something like that in an airplane. But that's not turbulence in the air. Turbulence in the air is just an inhomogeneous structure to the air. Where there's pockets, say you have a pocket of temperature that's 33 degrees, and then it's fucking, say, from 1 meter off the ground to 5 meters off the ground and 10 meters wide. And then you walk past that 10 meters, and then the air has different properties. And another 10 meters has different properties. What it makes the light do is oscillate up and down, just like that graph, that it bounces up and down. It doesn't take a continuous curve. It doesn't go straight, but it doesn't curve either. Not a continuous curve like that. It undulates. It's called scintillation. It's twinkle, twinkle, little star, right? You look at a star through a telescope and it dances around. That's what happens. Shit dances around. It doesn't do any continuous curve. There's no freaking evidence for any of that. The sad part is we've been arguing this for something without evidence for over a fucking decade.
I think it's just, Globers, once they figure out light usually bends towards denser air,
they never figured it out.
Together about how denser air is usually closer to your feet and lighter at your head.
That's just a claim, dude. You understand?
It's not none of those two things I said are like, you would tell me I'm wrong, would you?
Yeah, you're wrong. Why would you think it does? Oh, you heard it before.
Why would I think that the air is denser at my feet than at my head? And why would I think that light deviates?
Yeah, why do you think light would bend?
Why would I think those two things?
Yeah. Why?
I feel like you would. Which one of those are you saying is not true?
All of it.
Usually, denser air is not at my feet compared to my head, and usually light will not deviate.
What about the temperature?
And that's a factor, yeah. But
that factor
can you tell me
4,000 times greater than the density? And when you see, what do you mean? Do you density or matter per unit volume?
But you're asking more questions.
When you say density,
wrong, and then I asked you which one of them's wrong.
All of it.
So say what I said.
Because when you say, I'll tell you why it's wrong. I'm telling you why it's wrong. When you say density, you mean matter per unit volume. And that's not what density is when it comes to electromagnetic radiation. Maxwell's equations, density is the electromagnetic properties of that medium. It's optical density. Not mass per, which has nothing to do with mass per unit volume. Nowhere in Maxwell's equations are mass per unit volume. It's the polarizability of that fucking medium. That's what determines the refractive index. And the temperature has 4,000 times greater influence on the refractive index than fucking regular air pressure density. So these guys, these are just slogans and just like shit that sounds cool, but it's not even correct.
I feel like you're not lying and you're saying true things, so I appreciate it. I'm gonna look into it.
Google is mass
I
density.
didn't know that the mass
Is
per unit
mass
volume
density
wasn't
and
the
optical density the same thing? Okay, that'll be your first
no.
fucking
Yeah,
clue.
yeah. 4,000. How would you equate the 4,000 to 1 when you're using? Aren't you using different units? Dude, like how could something
It's
that's
the changes.
not
It's the gradient. It's the changes of the gradient, right? So what I'm giving you is from Understanding Astronomical Fraction from Andrew Thomas Young. It's free. You can find it on the internet. He talks about within their models, the model of quote unquote refractive index is gradients. That changes in temperature, right, have 4,000 times the effect as changes in density. Because it's not the density's absolute value, it's the density gradient, right? And the temperature gradient changes the refractive index 4,000 times a greater amount
isn't
than it
yeah, but
changes in
like
the
still
density gradient.
the gradient from 1 to 5 of density and the gradient from temperature in degrees. Doesn't that still seem weird that you would say it's 4,000 to 1 when you're using
That's
totally
how he
different
put it. It's
gradients?
not my phraseology.
I'll look into it. I appreciate it.
Understanding Astronomical Refraction, Andrew Thomas Young. That's the source. I think it's about halfway through, or maybe a third, that he talks about it. But he will also say that he's using an idealized spherically symmetric atmosphere, which is not how the air really is. It's a toy model. Don't actually exist.
Thanks for taking me to school, Indio. Can you repeat Andrew Thomas Young? What's the title? Understanding what?
Understanding astronomical refraction. I was just thinking maybe we should rebrand. We should just rebrand into Biggie Earthers. And we'll use all the long distance observation to argue that it's just it's a bigger ball in NASA's line. They'd all believe us then. Show them the Rampion wind farm, be like, yeah, dude, this means we're actually on a ball. It's got a 1,000,000-mile radius. Be like, yeah, man, you're probably right. It's just a giant ball. They're lying to us. Just as long as it isn't flat.
Yo, April, why don't you open up your mic, bro?
Oh, she's in here? Yeah, April. The globe does have an edge. You think you're walking on it all the time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So April, how come we don't fall off the edge?
April asked, "Where's the edge?" I said, "Over there." He said, "Where's?" I said, "Over where?" Bro, it's over there.
You know, whatever you say, they'll say, "What's after that?"
Yeah,
Doesn't matter what you say. Where's the edge of that, though? Do you believe that, April? Is that what happens? Do you fall off the edge?
We got a bunch of Glovers in here. Nobody wants to talk about it, huh? We have what? 1, 2,
Is that me?
3, 4,
Shut
5,
up.
6,
Am I
7.
scaring them away? Should I like go hide and just pretend that I'm not here?
Yeah, I'll get them talking. They can jump in.
Actually, I kind of want to listen. I'm freaking sick of talking at this point.
I was typing right now for like 2 hours, dude. Is it like the thumb Olympics? My thumbs are tired. Oh man, April, come on, bro. No other Glovers want to help out April, huh? He's dying in the side chat right now. Somebody save him.
April's not new. They're a troll.
Surprised there's no white knights in here though. White knight, anybody?
We don't believe there's any edges, April. Get it through your little skull. The Earth isn't a disk floating in a giant fucking void. It's not floating in anything.
April, the Earth is not a cartoon that you have in your head. You saw on the TVs. No, that's not what the Earth is. It's not a cartoon disc. Nothing like that.
Oh no, the freaking sausages and ball guy's back. Let's see. Oh, he's not even in VC. What the heck? Okay, never mind. He stopped typing. Does anybody else think the Earth is a ball, donut, cube? Want to back up that claim? Anybody? Does anybody else not hate the sound of their own voice that wants to pipe up?
Somebody mute Candyman 8, or did they come in muted?
They came in muted that I know of.
Hey,
So
thanks for unmuting.
I have the confusion about like the shape. Like if you are claiming the Earth is flat, okay, then you are also claiming that it doesn't have any kinds of shape. It doesn't have any geometrical structure. But if we think about it, like I believe in Earth is, what can I say, round. It's like orange and it have a shape. Okay, so it does have it doesn't have any kinds of edge. So
What's the shape of a rock, April?
and then it's shaped like what can I say?
Yeah, what's the shape of a rock?
Rock can have different kinds of shape.
Doesn't have a shape.
Why not? Rock does have.
It has a form, but not a shape. Okay,
It
shapes
depends.
are like there's the
Very-
platonic solids, there's the non-platonic solids, right? There's cubes, there's spheres, there's dodecahedrons, right? Those are shapes. The Earth doesn't have a shape. It has a form, and the question is that form, does it extend forever? Is the Earth inside some giant void floating around like you think that the Earth is? We don't think
It's a
the Earth
globe.
is inside some giant void.
Why
If I
not?
ask you,
Like
what's the shape of the
you can
universe,
no,
April?
no, it's not a good example. Like why you are giving example as a rock? Like every
It's a
rock have
perfect
different kinds of
example.
structure, different kinds of form, different kinds of what
Just
can
you don't
geometry,
find squares and
everything.
triangles and
Okay,
shit
like
like
it's
that in
like
nature.
what can I say? Cube, like a cube, like
Yeah, do you
four.
find
Show me a
cubes in
cube in
nature?
nature.
Fourth, what can I say? Fourth dimension. So we can't even judge a rock with a proper geometrical structure of flat Earth. So I'm asking the structure of it, and you are giving me an example of rock.
No, it's an analogy. I'm giving you an analogy that there's some things that don't have a shape, an idealized shape, but they have a form. Okay?
It's
So
a
rocks,
deflection, not an analogy.
what's the deflection? What am I deflecting from?
The answer, what is the shape of a rock? That's not an answer to what's the shape of the Earth. It's a deflection. The Earth's a globe.
How is it the Earth's a globe only on TV, dude?
Indio, you crack me up because clearly you've read a lot of this stuff and you still believe the Earth is flat. You should be
That's
the one.
why because unlike you, I've read a lot of this stuff, and that's why I don't believe it.
But that makes you the dumbest of everybody because
Oh
you have
wow,
all
this
the
is just
information.
weird.
I researched it and I don't believe it, and you haven't researched it and you do believe it, but that makes me dumb? How does that work?
I've researched it. Just watch the Discover.
Really? So
watch
what's the deflection of the
Discover
vertical?
satellite, Watch the Discover Epic, and you can see the Earth rotating. Not only
How do
you
you
see the whole
know?
Earth,
How do you know that that's the Earth
Bugs.
rotating? That imagery. How do you know?
of course.
Oh,
I know
because
it,
they
and you
said
know it.
so. Oh yeah, they said so. That's how you know. And I
So how do I
believe
know
them.
How do I
That's
know
how
you're
you
right?
know.
How do I know you're right? Because you said so.
Because you can fact check what I said.
Oh boy, you can fact check Discover all day.
How?
You're going to find it's real.
How?
How?
You guys are amazing. It's a real spaceship.
You're just
and
asserting
you guys,
yourself over and over again. You can find out it's real. How? Because you can find out it's real. How? Because you can find out it's real. How?
Let's find out how much this dumbass actually knows. How
go
fast
to
does
the
the Earth
internet
spin?
and go to the
Oh,
internet.
go to the
and look it
internet
up.
to go compare it to other fucking fake pictures. Great.
Do your own research.
What's the radius of Earth?
Okay.
I did.
He doesn't know.
How fast
35,
does the Earth spin? We have a
35,
well-read
49.
guy here, right? He has read a lot.
2,000
39,
miles an hour.
59, dude.
You guys are having the same speaking points. I know them all, so don't worry about it.
Do
Tell me
you?
why.
So,
how fast does it
so
spin?
Candyman, can I falsify the images from Discover?
Yeah.
Is it possible to show that they're incorrect?
No, it's not possible to
Oh, so
show
they're
incorrect.
unfalsifiable.
No. It said it's not possible to show they're incorrect because they are correct, but you can falsify them. You guys
Okay,
are
what
pretty good at
test? Tell me the methodology that I would use.
not playing your game. Just go look at it.
Yeah,
It's proof of
just
the
go
Earth.
look at them is not a test.
So I'm going to believe you and
No.
just agree that the Earth is flat. I've seen
No.
the Earth.
Who said that? Who said that, Candyman? Who said that?
You think the Earth is
Who
flat, right?
said for you to do that?
Do you think the Earth is flat, right?
Answer my fucking question. Who
Answer
said for
my
you to do
question.
that?
You think the Earth is flat, correct?
I know the Earth is flat.
Okay, well then now we have.
How do I know? How do we? Have you asked me how I know that?
No, I didn't ask you
No.
that.
I know you
There's
did.
no way for you to know that because it's not true.
There's no way for me to know it, but you can know the Earth is a globe.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so
100%.
tell us, how do you know the Earth is a globe?
I've seen it. So have
You've seen it with your eyes. Where did
I've
you go?
seen it.
Because I want to, Candyman, I want to go there too. Where do you go?
You can literally go on the website and watch the Earth spin in a time.
Okay, no, that would be how somebody else knows. That wouldn't be how you know.
No,
I want to know how you know.
That's not how knowledge works, Indio. If
That
was
is
the
exactly
case,
how knowledge works.
where did you
There's
get
knowledge,
your knowledge?
There's knowledge and
Where did you
belief.
get your knowledge?
Experience.
Where did you get your knowledge?
Experience.
Where did you get your knowledge?
I'm going to answer again. Experience. That's 3 times I answered.
Yeah, you've never gone to the internet and never read a journal article on the internet.
Dude, want to know
And
what's
you
on the
believed it.
internet? Videos that I took.
Yeah.
At the beach.
Yeah, but you guys always misinterpret them. Go look at the Discovery satellite.
And then what?
What is your answer for the Discovery
I know
satellite?
the Discover satellite images are not real. Do you know how I know that?
You can't say that. That
Yes,
just makes you look
say
dumb. It makes you look dumb.
Okay,
And
that's
you're
not
dumb.
that's not an actual answer, and it's not a counter argument, and it's not a refutation. Do you know how I know that they're not real? 2 reasons. I got more than one reason. Do you know how I know they're not real? Because they depict something that's physically impossible, namely curbing oceans, which we measured, and we know they're not curbing. And number 2, you know the GIF that they show of the moon that was taken by Discover going in front of the Earth? Have you seen that before?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Why doesn't the moon rotate?
It's a pretty quick transit.
No, it's not. It's over a period of hours. It's over a period of hours.
Yes.
You can do the calculation to how much the moon should rotate. The moon doesn't rotate from Earth's perspective, but it should rotate from. Shut up. It should. It should rotate. Shut up. It should rotate from. Why are you interrupting me for the 3rd fucking time? It should rotate from this. It should rotate from Discover's perspective, but it doesn't.
No.
And you can calculate how much it should rotate. And I did the calculation. It should have rotated 5 degrees.
No. Well,
no.
Maybe it did.
It didn't. Doesn't rotate at all.
That's your proof that it's not real.
That's my proof that the images that they make are fake.
They're not fake.
They can't be real.
Why not?
I just told you, because the moon doesn't rotate.
The moon is tidally locked to the Earth.
Not to the fucking satellite.
Did you watch the timeline?
It's not tidally locked to the satellite. It's tidally locked to the Earth.
As something goes by you and it's rotating at the same time, you're going to
It's not rotating with the fucking satellite. It's rotating with the Earth.
That's your claim. The fact is...
Shut up, dude.
You said it's tidally locked.
Just shut the fuck up. That's my claim. Yeah, the moon's tidally locked to the fucking Discover satellite now. Hey, that's news. That's news fucking to me. There you go, Candyman. In the chat, the moon doesn't rotate. It's easy to do the calculation from the vantage point of where the epoch is, which is supposed to be L1. It's supposed to be 1.5 million miles away from Earth. From its viewpoint, the moon should fucking rotate. It is not tidally locked. How could it be tidally locked to the Earth and the fucking satellite 1.5 million miles away? Unless that satellite was in a geosynchronous fucking orbit, which clearly from this GIF, it couldn't be. So fucking try again. You're just a silly fucking believer. Any image that passes in front of your face, you want to believe.
Oh, I'm back. Cool video. I've seen it. The moon is tidally locked.
To where?
You need to know how many degrees of. I mean, maybe you can't see the rotation.
I
but
told
the
you
fact
how
is,
many. 5.
5 degrees over what?
From the
What's the angle?
viewpoint of where the Epic satellite would be 1.5 million miles away.
No. A million miles away. A million miles away. It's 1.5 kilometers away. A million miles away. It doesn't. It's at Lagrange 1, so it really rotates around Lagrange point. But all of that is impossible in your world, right? You don't believe in space.
Yeah, that's how we know it's fake.
No, that's why you believe.
This is called a internal critique, Candyman. So try a new gimmick.
No, that's why you believe it's fake. I understand.
What's an internal critique?
If it can't.
What's an internal critique?
I'm not answering that question.
Of course you're not, because you're a fucking sophist.
No, I tell you, I've got a source. I've given you the source. It's a satellite or a spacecraft, whatever you want to call it, that sits at Lagrange 1.
That's what you believe. All you're telling me is shit you believe. So what?
Belief?
You have no idea if it's at the place they say. You have no idea if those images are authentic. You have no way to fucking validate them because you have no reference from which even to know if the Earth looks like that. The Earth could be fucking purple for all. The Earth could be purple from space for all you know. You have no idea if that's what the Earth looks like. It is complete faith. So tell me, since it's obvious that you take this on faith, why should I believe this?
No.
Why should I? Why should I believe this is real?
He cut out.
Hey, Candyman, check your satellite connection.
He disconnected.
He was bouncing the signal off Discover.
No, he's bouncing his signal off of the globe. So it's not
Catnap, did you came back from your nap? Catnap?
No, I get kicked. I try to chime in, but I get kicked.
Nobody kicked you, dude.
Candyman, you're kicking yourself, Candyman. You're kicking yourself.
You're going to be flat earthers. It's just, I don't understand.
Why should we believe these are real, dude?
That's what I'm asking you. How would you, in your world, how would you verify that?
You can't. It's impossible. All you can do is what the image depicts. You can check if that really exists. So in the images, they depict curving water. So you could come to the water that's actually on Earth and see if the actual water is curving.
No. Yeah, because you're
Yeah. Oh, so we can't measure the curvature of the Earth from the surface of the Earth?
No, you can, but you guys refuse to do it.
Okay, how?
Really? So 40-mile laser tests are refusals to fucking do it.
You guys, don't you remember me? I'm the LIGO guy. You guys refuse to deal with that one too.
We know who you are, Donald. Chill.
Who?
The LIGO guy? I'll eviscerate anybody on LIGO.
Yeah, the LIGO, which they had to take into account the Earth's curvature.
No, they didn't, dude. No, they didn't. I have the civil engineering drawings. No, they didn't.
I looked at the drawings. In fact, I gave you guys a reference, and they did.
No, you didn't. Oh, so the civil engineering drawings, the strip.
Yes, they're on the LIGO website, which is what I guess I sent. Probably it was Yoder, and maybe it wasn't you. I'm sorry. Fact is, they're there. It's stated in their description that they had to take that into account, or the laser would be off by 1.5 feet.
Yeah, but
4 kilometers.
That's nonsense.
Well, no,
it doesn't matter what they say. It only matters what they surveyed.
It doesn't.
How many survey teams? How many survey teams did they use?
The fact that they said it.
Who cares?
That it was a factor.
The people that said it didn't survey the fucking site. They didn't build the apparatus.
What are you talking about?
The curvature that they would have factored in would have been measured, right?
The curvature was measured. The laser beam would have been off. The laser beam goes flat. It doesn't go level, it goes flat. And they would therefore be off by about a
Doesn't
meter
go
and a
level,
half
goes
at
flat.
4 kilometers.
That's the
Doesn't go
claim.
level, goes flat. What?
It's not my claim. That's their explanation for why they had to take that
Yeah, and
into
it's
account.
wrong. And it's wrong.
Well, you're saying it's wrong. The people at NOAA
Because I've read
are
the
saying it's
documentation. Look, the
No,
documentation that you read, you're reading the, like, I don't know what you're reading, the face on their website, but they
Yeah, I'm
actually
reading-
have documentation that they published. See, first they published like a first before they started building, they published a white paper on the geodetic surveying, but there's two addendums to that.
What did you say? Geodetic surveying. I like that.
Yeah, on a geodetic survey, yeah. They published two addendums to that in which their original survey was all wrong based upon what you're talking about.
No.
It ended up being all, don't say fucking no.
The plans that I read have different elevations above sea level for the two ends of the
That had to be
bonds.
changed.
No, this is as it exists.
I'm gonna post the documents that say, hey, dude, everything we did was fucking wrong. So we hired this outside fucking group to fix it.
All right, and post the one that says we didn't have to account for Earth's curvature. That's the one I want to see.
Fuck you.
Well, I mean, they can make corrections.
I mean, the
They can make
blueprint is
corrections in
the
their
chat.
survey.
Oh, post the one that says you don't suck dick.
Wow, you're really losing it. That's
The
pretty good.
blueprint
I
is
know.
in the
No,
chat, dude.
bro,
Just look at
you're a fucking sophist. Trash, dude.
You
don't want to have an honest discussion. Show me the one that
more-
says they didn't account for Earth's curvature. Why would they write that down?
Well, because
why would they write that down?
If the one that did have to,
why would they write that down, dude?
If the one that did account for it was wrong, they would have to say why they had to correct.
Did they write we have to account for Earth's curvature in it? Did they write that down? Did they write down in the documents we have to account for Earth's curvature? Did they write that down?
The Earth is a globe. LIGO was built.
We heard your chanting earlier. We don't need to hear it again. Does it say it explicitly in the documents?
It's true that they had to account for Earth's curvature.
Okay, you believe that. Okay, we know you believe that. Did they say it explicitly? No, they didn't. So what you asked from us, you don't have yourself. You're a piece of garbage and stay on mute. So I'm going to read from the fucking document. I'm going to post it in the chat. California Institute of Technology, Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory, LIGO project, Zucker, Sibley, Warden, mail code, all of that. Subject determination of the as-built LIGO global coordinate axis for Hanford, Washington. Final analysis of the LIGO BTVE interface survey monuments. Revision B corrected a typographical error in pages 1 or 2 or 3. Revision C corrects calculation error involving the distortion of the Rambert conformal projection, easting northing grid coordinates of a sphere. The effect changes slightly by greater than 1 centimeter, but not negligible. Axial displacements of benchmarks along the arms, angular orientations are negligibly affected. The description of the correspondence between XY easting and northing are also corrected. So this paper goes through how they had to survey, resurvey, because their initial survey was wrong. It gives the that can actually shoot something. So the max, you said 1.5 meters. They literally have a meter of fucking play within the instrument itself. So I'm sure you knew all this before you started talking. Now I'm going to post the document in the fucking chat. Fucking pretender clowns. Up the yang, dude. Now, Candyman, there's the updated survey fucking calculations.
No, I'll read that. But what you just described.
Read it. You wouldn't comprehend fucking a goddamn thing about it.
What I heard you just read is they had to make an adjustment of somewhere around 1 centimeter. Is that what I heard?
That was for a particular thing. That was not the only correction they made.
Yeah.
That was for that
I
particular note. That was at the
think
beginning.
this is a classic case of a flat earther misinterpreting.
Yeah, I don't think you'll just get hurt, dude.
The Earth is a globe, my friend. You can see it on
Not
Discovery.
here.
Listen to him chant, dude. It's like you're in a fucking cult.
Well, because
Say
I'm
it
trying to
again.
get through.
Say it
I'm trying
again.
to get
Say Earth is a
through to
globe.
you.
Oh, I'm gonna touch myself. Say it again.
I'm mesmerized by the Earth, by the moon's transit. By the way, why is the moon transiting? Why is it going past
That's not a fucking
satellite?
photograph, genius. It can't be a photograph within your own model.
It's a time lapse, right?
Yeah, it's a 3+ hour time lapse.
Right. And they take,
Yeah.
I don't know how often they take them, but why isn't the moon just stationary above the Earth?
That's not the fucking moon, dude. Are you retarded? No, it's not.
It is the moon.
It's not the moon.
But why is it moving across the camera?
Candyman, are you not understanding? It's not the moon.
It is the moon.
I told you why it's not the moon, and you haven't addressed the problem why it's not rotating.
You're the authority. Indio,
okay.
You're the authority, right?
He's not listening.
I'm just getting rid of this guy.
Yeah.
Fucking just soapist bullshit after soapist bullshit endlessly. Are we in the politics server?
Feels like it, doesn't it?
Does feel
Ain't
like
he
it.
from there?
Sounds like it.
Look, I posted some numbers in the chat there. There's about a foot difference from arm 1 in the middle towards the ends, which are exactly arm 1 beginning 64.12, arm 1 at the end of it 64.09. It's almost the same height. I mean, there's a difference of what, 0.3 inches. It's insane, really. And if anything, it curves inwards. So they're building this on a concave Earth. Plus, you can adjust every section, every few meters. They have adjust screws for this to make it perfectly straight, right? So it's ridiculous.
They have almost a meter of play inside, right? So because it's a vacuum, they don't have to worry about scattering or any of those other things. But they have baffles and other things that are on the inside of the tube. They have a meter of play.
Yeah, inside of the tube. Yeah, that's
inside of the tube. Yeah, external of the baffles, because they count for how much space the baffles would take up, how much space all this other stuff would take up, and they still have a meter left.
Oh, did he leave? He couldn't take it, huh?
No, I disconnected him.
Oh.
Dude, you're not going to get anything honest out of him. Anytime you pin him down, it's going to be, I'm going to get off to something else, bring up some irrelevant shit that has nothing to do with anything.
Super annoying. It feels like we debunked LIGO several years ago as well already. Still have to deal with it.
Oh, why is the moon transiting the Earth? That's not the moon, dude. That's how we started. That's not the moon. Do you think he thinks everything that he sees in an image is real? Think he's out there right now looking for Superman's Fortress of Solitude?
Yeah, man. It's just next to your Uncle Snowman's house.
Yeah, I got yeah, fucking Frosty the Snowman's crib. Then the North Pole. He's gonna make the whole journey, man.
High five the Easter Bunny on the way around.
Where does the Easter Bunny live? Fucking
Easter Island.
Easter, yeah.
Hello? DJ.
Yeah, I muted you, Catnip. I don't know why you're laughing at that, endorsing that shit.
No, that candy guy, I don't know. DJ, I'm asking, like, I want...
Shouldn't endorse dishonesty, is what I'm saying.
I don't endorse that. I was just trying to get him to make another argument, not the argument he was using. It wasn't sufficient.
Yo, what's up?
Wait, hold on. Yeah, DJ. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you're saying about 70% of the water. No, I was asking. I want to know what percentage of the Earth is flat. Because if you say 100%, then there has to be like a model of it.
Yeah, we don't know. We're not claiming to know the entirety of the Earth. Okay, so approximately 70% of the globe is claimed to be flat. So we would say the majority of the known surface area, right, that we've, that we can check ourselves is covered in water. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. But then when you say Earth, is Earth that 70%, or what is the other 30%?
Land.
Seabed.
Yeah.
Land.
No.
Talking about surface ratio.
I'm asking, like, if I need to see the 100%. Oh wait, is 100% of the Earth flat? But you say no because 70% of it is like water or whatever or something like that.
You think 100% of the Earth is known?
I'm asking, is according to you, is it known according to you or not?
I don't think it's
a
known.
mountain flat.
Okay, so if it's not known, then how can we say the Earth is flat? When we say Earth, that means 100%.
Dude, not everything has to be
horizontal.
quantified. The Earth is flat. Good. This was already explained to you 4 times. You got muted on this very question when I asked you what I already told you, and you're doing it again. Why would you do it
I know
again?
what you're saying. You're saying I don't know, but then you cannot say the Earth is flat. You just say 70% of it.
But you
or
can't tell
90%.
us why we can't say the Earth is flat. Why can't we?
Because you said you don't know how much of the Earth
So
is flat.
what?
Then the Earth is not flat because you don't know. You're just saying
So
portion
what
of
I-
this ground. A portion of this ground we observe and stand on is flat, not the Earth.
So when someone says, "What color is your car?" I say it's red because all of my car isn't red.
This is a false
I have
analogy
to say, "Fucking my car's not red."
No, this is a false analogy fallacy.
Oh
I'm
no,
saying
that would be a false equivalence, and it's not a false equivalence.
No, that's a fallacy.
Because flat is a
Anyways.
property, right? Flat is a property of the Earth, of the great expanse of the Earth that we know. Okay, you have to suppose that there is a quantity of the Earth outside our purview, which is at least equal in size, which has a different form, and is not flat, and it's something else.
Okay, so when you say the Earth is so when you say the Earth is flat, bro,
This is
just going
semantic
in a
bullshit,
circle.
catnip.
It's just going in a circle.
Yeah,
You
because
refuse
this is
to
a
hear his
bullshit semantic
continuation of the
nonsense.
sentence. You refuse to hear that India told you that we know of. He added that. You just break that off like he never said it.
But you guys are saying I don't know. That means you're not certain whether whether the Earth is flat or not.
No, I don't know why you're jumping to that conclusion.
Okay, then what is the Earth?
Look, we know what you're trying to do. This rhetorical tactic, catnap, is not going to work. No matter how many times you loop around and chase your fucking tail, it's not going to work. Give up.
Okay. But the thing is, when you keep
But
saying
this should be a demonstration to everybody in this chat that this is the best you can do.
So when you say Earth, you just mean ground. That's it. The ground is flat. Everyone agrees the ground is flat. I don't get it.
Why are you playing semantic games, dude? You know what we mean.
Yeah, but when you say Earth is flat, you're making it out to be as though like some kind
The
of
place where we fucking live is flat, locally and not locally. There's no not flat place that any human being has ever been.
You can just say the majority of the ground is flat. You don't have to say
Your all or nothing fallacy is not going to work here.
Flat or almost flat Earth, or mostly flat Earth, or flat Earth. I know.
No. What the thing is?
Look, we're gonna use the verbiage we want, and we don't give a shit about the verbiage you want.
Okay, fine.
You're not gonna tell us how to refer to this topic. You can take your head and stick it up your own ass. I don't give a shit.
I'm just saying it doesn't logically make sense when
Fucking
you say Earth is
speech
flat,
police.
but at the same time you say we don't know how much of it is flat.
Thank you for your opinion that I don't give a shit about.
Please don't use the word logic in a sentence like you know what it is.
Nobody cares about your opinion on how we should be referring to flat Earth.
You know what proposition and negation is? A P and not P. You're saying Earth is flat, and then at the same time you're saying we don't know how much of it is flat.
Do you think flat's a shape?
I didn't say it's a shape. It's completely irrelevant.
Jesus Christ.
This is a P and not P. You say Earth is flat, yet you say we don't know how much of it is flat. So what is it? Is it you don't know how much of it is flat?
Yeah. We don't know exactly how much of it's flat, right? But we
So
know
why do
that
you
a
say
lot of the known surface area is covered in water, right? If the Earth's a globe, according to the way that gravity works in the radius, right, you wouldn't be able to have a single 10-mile stretch of water that doesn't have any curvature over it. In fact, every 10-mile stretch of water anywhere on the globe would have to have approximately 66 foot of curvature over it. Right? If we check all of these different places and we don't find any curvature in any of them, it can't be a globe.
Okay, well, this isn't. I'm not defending the globe. I'm disputing the flat Earth.
Yeah, so a topographical plane is all we can measure, right? That's what we experience, and that's what it tests as when we go and test it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, that's fine to say that, but then I just wouldn't agree why you have to
You're
say,
just
"Oh,
making an argument from ignorance, dude.
It's not an argument from ignorance.
It is an argument from ignorance. You're trying to foist it on us.
Yeah, but you keep
Oh, if
saying
you
Earth
don't know,
is flat.
if you can't quantify the Earth in its totality, then you can't say you know anything about the Earth.
No, we can. I'm just saying you say the Earth is flat, but at the same time you say we don't know how much of it is.
Well, because we don't have an exact quantity?
Yeah, so then why do you keep saying the Earth is
Because
flat?
we could
Just say
only
no.
make true statements if we know the exact quantity? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying your statements are
Then what
contradictory.
are you saying? Like, why do I
You're
need to
making a
know the exact
contradictory
quantity?
statement. You're making
Why
opinions.
can I not know? Why can I be ignorant of the? Why can't I be ignorant of the exact quantity and say the Earth is flat? Why?
No. Because if you say the Earth is flat, that means you're not ignorant. You know something else.
That doesn't answer my question at all.
No.
It does. Do you know what a P and
Okay, I'm
not
going to
P is?
restate my question. Listen this time, okay? Why do we need to know the exact quantity of the Earth to
I'm
say
not
it's
saying you
flat?
have to know. You're making a statement that makes it as though you do know. When you say Earth is flat, you're
No,
making it out as though
no
you do
one
know.
ever said, "Hey, this
I
dude
didn't
says
say
the Earth
that.
is flat. He knows what did you fucking the entire Earth is." No
I
one
didn't
ever
say.
thought that once.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, you did. You just literally said that.
No, I'm saying that when you say the Earth is flat, it turns out to be as though you know that the entire 100% of it is flat, and then therefore there's like
Does
some kind
not
of diagram.
imply that. We would use
It
the
does.
qualifier. We would use the qualifying word. We know that 100% the Earth is flat.
Okay.
Dude, are you like a fucking speech Nazi or something? To get us to
What?
say things the way you want us to say them?
Just trying to get a job for Flat Earth customer relations. That's what it is.
I mean, I have to go to work in 3 minutes, but
No, this is just a
Well,
shtick,
just
dude.
go now.
no.
Dude, go make one of these specious arguments to your boss and then say bye to your job. He goes, go mop the floor. Well, you can't say there's a floor unless you know there's 100% of a floor. So unless you know where all the floor is, you can't tell me to mop the floor. You're fired.
What's weird too is if the oceans are all flat, why would what's the it's not even that big of an inference to say, okay, well, like the land probably is too. Like it's not yeah, we don't deductively know with 100% proof, but like what is it? It's such a weird
So you don't
flex.
So what you're saying is this is what you're saying. You don't deductively know that the Earth is flat.
You deductively know anything?
So you don't really
Like,
know the Earth is flat. That's
do
what
you
you're saying.
deductively know that you're not a brain in a vat? Like what like you're doing the weird this is such a weird flex. You don't understand how cringe this is. I'm a glober.
It's not even a flex. You're just dumb.
No, I'm saying what they're saying is that they don't know how much of the Earth is flat.
Yeah, and you can't tell us why knowing why we can't know the Earth is flat without knowing the entire quantity of the Earth.
Okay.
Just a specious fucking argument.
It's not really.
It's dishonest, specious nonsense.
No, because we know
You don't
how
have
much
any
of
arguments for the globe, so this is where you have to go.
No, I'm saying that you don't. We know how much of the Earth is a globe. We know how much of it is curved.
No, you don't.
Yeah, we know.
If you're
We
saying
know.
no, if you're saying no, you do have an argument for a globe.
Yeah, but I'm saying they don't have an argument for the flat Earth. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we do. The
They
surface
did.
of the Earth is flat.
It did, but you're saying you have an argument for the globe, right?
Yeah, no, I'm showing them how the consistency between the two, right?
Yeah, but give your
not.
argument.
That's completely irrelevant. The whole globe argument is completely irrelevant. I'm
Your
reducing
globe claim about
doing it.
knowing the size is not
Wait.
based upon empirical data. It's based upon
Debated.
imagination because
I'm
you don't have,
positing.
listen, you don't have measured distances on the globe. You have calculations. So you don't know the surface area. You don't know the distances. You calculate a distance based upon a sphere of a presumed radius, which has never
Okay.
been measured, which can't be
Okay.
measured even in principle,
Okay.
of 3,959 miles. So you don't know it's a globe. You're just
Okay.
saying that. You're just saying you know how big it is. You're just saying that shit. It's not true.
Debated. I'm positing a reducto, so I'm reducing their whole argument to absurdity. That's what I'm doing. Do you know what that is?
But you can't say how it's absurd because I've asked you like 4 times now.
Because all you end up is all you do is appeal to mystery at the end. Appealing to mystery is
Yeah, but
illogical.
Catnip,
No
they
one
can just say
appealed to mystery, dude. What is this like
Catnip, they can
fucking
just say, and
logical
it's clear.
dartboard?
It's clear to me that, and I'm not being pedantic. You are, but they can just say the places where we've measured, right? They can claim that those areas at least are flat, and then they can extrapolate on maybe all the water, and
Yeah, but
then
they're
like
not
we can
doing
talk
that.
about the land after. Like it seems
Yeah,
like that
but they're not
they
doing
are
that.
pretty parsimonious with that shit. Like they don't just say it's entirely flat, right?
Yeah, that's the whole point. When the thing is, they say Earth is flat, that automatically comes to the assumption that the whole Earth is flat. But then they're saying at the same time it's not. We don't know how much.
Only for dumbasses like you.
We don't know how
Just
much.
think about it like this.
That's
Anytime we
called.
tell the
Catnap,
Earth
can't
is
you do
flat,
nuance? Are you
I gotta
incapable
go.
of doing nuance?
It
That's what I'm
seems
saying.
like
Well, I
they're
gotta go.
clarifying now, Catnip. So just don't strawman them.
I'm not,
They've
bro. I
clarified.
already clarified.
Yeah,
It, but I don't think you were here the whole debate.
So give your argument for the globe then. Like they've
Okay, but
clarified.
I'm
You
gonna
don't
go.
have
Go
one.
ahead.
It's 5:31. I gotta get to work for 6. I have to go.
Goodbye. Just for the record, debate, Daddy. I had to mute him over the same thing like an hour and a half ago because he kept asking the same question. We kept answering, and he just kept asking the same question. He was doing ask, ignore, repeat. And the reason he did it is because he brought up eclipses, and then he really couldn't answer the top-down shadow of the Salanillion eclipses and just spiraled fucking out from there.
I've said this before. I'll say it again. Some of these people are fucking annoying, and I see what do you guys have to deal with like that.
Thank you for that. At least someone recognizes.
Well, yeah, I was even trying to redirect it, and then as soon as I did redirect it, he fled. So I guess he doesn't have an argument.
Doesn't it alarm you that there's people that are very emotional about this topic? Doesn't that just like that know very little about it? You know what I mean? They like know so little about the globe paradigm, and it makes them very emotional. It's just weird to me that they defend things tooth and nail as if they're defending their mother's honor. But then you ask them questions about the thing they're defending, they don't know anything about it. I just find that very strange. I think you should be emotionally invested in things you actually know and care about, not things you have a vague association with.
We had a physicist in here earlier today. We had a good conversation with him for at least 2 hours, I think it was. But yeah, he'd never looked into the topic of this before. He was just in the server. He was from Germany. I forget exactly what.
Oh, I
type
heard
of,
him talking this morning. He sounded pretty cool.
Yeah, he started. Well, he'd never really like heard the arguments. He'd never looked into it. He just saw the channel. He thought it would be funny to just listen in, but he got involved pretty quickly. He started off a bit combative, and after he actually sat back and listened to some of the arguments, went over some long distance observations, laser tests, went over a whole bunch of just explaining the 101 stuff, and yeah, he ended up having a really good conversation, and he was brainstorming on the spot, trying to think how he could prove the globe or debunk flat Earth. He couldn't really come up with anything. In the end, he basically admitted. He said, "Look, I first I thought it was ridiculous, but after hearing you guys' arguments, he's like, I can totally see why you guys think the way you think." He's like, "Of course, I disagree with it, but I haven't looked into it enough." and now he wants to.
He doesn't know why
believe.
he disagrees with it. He just does because he's supposed
Yeah,
to. It's crazy, man.
exactly. But yeah, he'll probably be back at some stage. But yeah, he was good. He he had a good chat with Yoda about satellites as well, which he ended up asking, saying that, well, he knew quite a bit about the topic. He said he was working on satellites and stuff like that, but he ended up, conceding that Yoda kind of knew more than him about it, and he was asking Yoda a bunch of questions. So yeah, it was a good conversation.
So many people working on satellites, and it just seems like nobody knows anything.
Yeah.
But I want to read something. I forgot this part about. This is funny. So the LIGO, this is going back to LIGO, just to frickin' put the cigarette butt out in it, in the wound. MTech data was used for elevation measurements. Now they had to survey it with 3 different companies, and they didn't want to resurvey it for the 4th time, so they decided to just like take all the data and try to like average them, kind of. So it says the arithmetic mean of RSI in MTech elevations was also tried. The root mean square errors to planar fits were better for the MTech data alone. Do you hear that? Means the data had a better planar fit than the fucking than presupposing GPS. Now MTech was done. The MTech, the RSI, they made like little mounds with GPS receivers on them, little concrete monuments. Whereas the MTech was a survey done optically with theodolites and all that shit. So the optical survey basically showed a plane, and then the GPS survey, because it's using the WGS84, which you ended up discarding anyway. So when someone comes in here and says the things he says, oh, LIGO did this, and just, it's so, I don't know, fucking kindergarten, dude. It wouldn't work if... No, making it was way more complicated than that. They're surveying again and again and again. They had to massage the data. They have all this play error. And they're like, if they didn't account for the curve, there'd be 1.5 meters. They had to account for 1.5 meters of drop. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. That's horseshit. It's just nonsense. But you'll just keep, like him, just keep reasoning, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. And of course, when I show him the document, he says, well, you're a flat earther. You just misinterpreted it.
Oh, Catnap's back, but muted. I was asking him for that argument, but have you guys ever had one of a flat earther from your group leave flat Earth, like from the 10 years you've been doing it?
What do you mean?
Like, have you ever had somebody who was convinced of flat Earth in this group that's left flat Earth after, like, they were re-convinced of the globe somehow?
Well, not really, no. No one I can think of. I know there's people that said they were flat earthers, so there's Chris. But I don't know, like, the people that, like, were on our server that said they were flat earthers, I'd say 3, quote unquote, went back to the globe, but I don't know if they were flat earthers in the first place. They didn't have like a high participatory type deal. You never heard them make arguments. You never seen them debate, post shit, or anything. They were just part of the server, basically.
I think it would be an interesting person to talk to, an ex-flat earther, for a lot of reasons.
Oh, Sean P. But he was a quote unquote flat earther for a long time, and then he went back to the globe. But then talking to him, he didn't even know any flat Earth arguments. So, how much of a flat earther was he really? He didn't even really know the globe arguments.
Was he a true earther like Jeranism?
Huh. Sean G. Why did I say Sean P? Sean G. Everyone that so-called gone back, I already suspected them of not being a flat earther anyway, quite honestly. People do it for all sorts of reasons, I think, like just people that they're trying to infiltrate, which happened. So there was a guy, he faked being a flat earther, started his own Discord, got a bunch of people off our Discord to go over there. And, over time, 6 months, this was like a long troll, got personal information from all of them and then doxed them all. The whole time, pretending to be a flat earther. So that's why when someone comes in here like I'm a flat earther, we grill them. Well, not grill them, but like, yeah, what evidence convinced you the Earth was flat? That will instantly tell us whether they're actually a flat earther or not.
Some
Just their
mistake.
answer.
The LARPer flat earthers always make the same mistake. They always say, "Hey guys, I believe that the Earth is flat." Okay, so you're not a flat earther. That's kind of a giveaway, right? And there was
as soon as
there
they
was
use
one.
that B word.
Yeah, there was one guy over on X, Jason Bjorn. He was a flat earther for like a couple of years. He posted all the memes. He did all that stuff just to go, but he was just doing it. He was a glober the whole time, and he admitted that he did it to, I don't know, mislead people or whatever. But if you're talking about this group, the 24/7 flat earthers, I mean, we're a little bit of a different breed. We're talking about empiricism in here. So no, I don't think any of that group has left. You would have to be like a weaker kind of flat earther to leave, if that even existed.
There is a lot of really shitty flat earthers on like TikTok and Facebook and stuff like that, where 90% of their arguments can be torn to shreds really easily. I reckon even if they came in here, like we could even by accident we could have them leave flat earth because all of the arguments they think is sound are just shit, right? Arguments that can just be absolutely destroyed, right? Like if they went up against a well-versed glober in a debate, they would just get wrecked. And if they came in here with those type of arguments, they'd probably get muted pretty quickly. So yeah, there's a lot of flat earthers like that I could see them leaving flat earth once they realize all their arguments are shit, and they probably don't know the good arguments. So I don't know. Mostly the flat earthers that left flat earth seem to have been the ones that were clinging on to that AEMAP Jeranism model, right? They called it the flat earth model, and the one where they claimed that you cannot possibly have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. And that all of the stars rotate around a single point in the north, right? All of them just rotate around together. Yeah, like Robbie Davison, Patricia Steer, a bunch of these types of flat earthers happy to have on the globe side now. So I think it's not such a bad thing that we lost some of these people to this final experiment thing. I was hoping it would kind of kill that AEMAP model, right? What people call the flat Earth model, with the little sun and moon rotating in perfect circles around it. But it still seems pretty rampant on TikTok and platforms like that. Like every single flat earther is pushing that, it seems, on TikTok, which is disturbing.
Do you guys ever have any doubts
about what?
About, or like, are you extremely certain and like there's no doubts, or Like when you're first convinced of it, were you stopped having doubts after a certain amount of time?
You know, the amount of people that we talk to that are highly qualified and fail to produce any empirical evidence, the more that you look into this, the more you look for the empirical evidence that validates the globe explanations and realize that there really isn't any, the more anti-flat earthers that I talk to, you know, I realize that they don't have any empirical evidence and that they're kind of just parroting scripts most of the time. Right? That does happen a bit on our side as well with the parroting of scripts, but I mean, all the globers ask the same 10 questions, so that's bound to happen. But yeah, look, I mean, it's not like we see some tests and, you know, and they accounted for the confounding variables and it matched up with the globe. Right? We're never seeing that. It's just test after test after test after test. And the more you look into it, the more you realize that the tests are, you know, when nobody's finding any curve. And then the more you start digging into the globe history, right, that's when it starts to get really interesting for me. It's like, you know, most people don't know anything about how the globe became something, how it became a thing. And most people think that it was because people went out and through empirical methods, they worked out that it's a globe, whereas that's absolutely not the case.